Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. I am a Reiatsu player with all points, and I stun all the Marines at the start. Chapter 81. This scene was simply more magical than all the mythological biographies they had read. Because this is what is happening to them. And Kaido's status, looking at the world. It is much stronger than the king and prince in the notebook. Even if the official does not admit it, it does not affect the fact. In Wano Kuni, everyone has to admit that Kaido of the Beasts lives the life of an emperor. And Beasts Pirates is not just Wano Kuni's territory. Radiating from its surroundings, at least a dozen kings rely on Beasts Pirates to survive. But now he is this noble, powerful, world-famous monster and strong man. The majestic green dragon was burned by a black flame. The aroma is overwhelming, extremely horrifying. Look at Kaido writhing in the air in pain. Some people even doubted whether Kaido would be burned alive. If Kaido is killed, then Marine Admiral may really become a god. Red Hair, are you stupid? Now that you and I don't join forces, do you think you can leave? Don't forget that he came for you just now. Kaido did not directly answer Red Hair's question. Because the redhead has extremely powerful observation haki. Although he cannot, like the Red Earl, reach the level where he can freely hear the voices of others. But if you answer the red-haired question just now, once he lies, the red hair will definitely be able to detect it, and his current observation haki is tightly locked on him. At this time, it will be very troublesome whether Kaido answers yes or no. So Kaido simply ignores this problem. Directly name the red-haired Shank's current situation. When the redhead heard this, he also knew that Kaido didn't want to answer this question. But sometimes there is no ghost in psychology. Why avoid this problem? If this thing is true, after this incident, there will be no need for Wano Kuni to exist. The red-haired man also brought his thoughts back. But he never said harsh words to Kaido. Such words came out of the red-haired mouth. It almost means that the four emperors' forces will end up after this battle. A total war will break out that has not been seen in decades. Because the redhead can't forget the years he spent with Odin. That is their most important partner and relative. If it was just being killed or something like that, although the redhead will be sad, he won't react so much. As long as there are many dogs in the world, they will never die. Even he himself is just walking towards death step by step. It's even coming soon. But what kind of punishment is boiling in a cauldron? How could the red-haired pirate not understand it? Even among pirates, such cruel and inhumane punishments are generally not used on enemies. Put a person into high heat and cook it, and Levi just said. He persisted for a full hour before being killed. This hour, how terrifying it must be. Even the current red-haired man may not be able to withstand this kind of punishment. Even if you can endure it, it will definitely be extremely painful. Much scarier than the countless punishments of impel down. You're really sensible, but your situation doesn't seem to be good. Dooku Levi waved his fingers 10 times in the air. Countless heavenly swords, beams of light, and wings all hit Kaido. Kaido was currently defending against the Reiatsu flames with all his strength. After all, he has experienced hundreds of battles and just needs to try every method. There is a high probability that we will find a way to extinguish the Reiatsu flames. So before that, try to find ways to kill as many as possible. Levi still has a lot to do. Puff pung pung. Although Kaido tried his best to avoid it, his body was burning with flames. The pain that burns the soul, no matter how strong Kaido's physical elemental defense is, it is useless. Even if his soul is much stronger than ordinary people, he will still feel pain. Therefore, it is impossible to dodge every attack accurately. Many attacks hit Kaido directly. In an instant, scales, flesh and blood, and even bones and debris were flying randomly. Kaido screamed repeatedly, covered in blood, and looked extremely embarrassed. The redhead should have attacked Levi immediately. But he hesitated. Ji Wei's words just now still made him a little concerned. He likes to see Kaido defeated or even seriously injured. If Levi were a normal Marine Admiral, the redhead even took pleasure in watching Kaido get beaten to death before he k'd him. It's a pity that Levi is not an ordinary Marine Admiral, but a stronger being. The threat is too high. If they fight alone, they may not be able to leave. The red-haired man also noticed Gion's fighting power against the black and white bone monster early on. That kind of fighting power, combined with Levi, they red hair pirates are very dangerous. Even with Beckman's ability, there is still a certain chance of being interrupted. Because the red hair came to a helpless conclusion. Levi is more than a bit stronger than him. But then again, if Levi wasn't stronger than any of them individually, it was impossible to force Kaido to this point, so the assumption in the red-haired mind did not hold. Red hair, if you continue to watch, I will leave even if I have to bear half my life. Don't forget, you still have someone in Impel Down. I want to see if he is targeting you or not. Targeting me. Kaido vomited blood. But I have to say that Kaido is really rough-skinned and thick-skinned. After being hit so many times, the injuries were not minor, but the counterattack was very strong. The counterattack shattered many of Levi's Reiatsu beams. Extremely ferocious, but for Levi, Kaido would just be a big punching bag, if it weren't for the red hair here. Just a Kaido, under his own firepower. Even if you can resist it, you will be hammered to death by yourself before long. But with the 4 emperors, Levi can't be careless yet. There is a possibility of the boat capsizing in the gutter, but it's not that big. As long as you don't waste it. If you want to kill them, or take down one of them. Levi also has an idea. After hearing Kaido's words about leaving, the red-haired man couldn't even go to the theater. Because this is indeed true. Although Kaido stabbed Levi in the back just now and almost killed Levi. But looking at the overall situation, it was not Kaido who invaded Impel Down. It's them red-hair pirates, and they red-hair pirates also rescued Rayleigh from Impel Down. The red-haired man was about to join the battlefield with his sword, but Levi's words stopped the red-haired man. Poor Odin, now his former partner is joining forces with his enemy. Odin was not simply boiled to death. Do you want to know how he died? Levi controlled Reiatsu to repeatedly ravage Kaido, while shaking his head and sighing. Although I understand that Levi is sowing discord in an above-board manner. But the red-haired man still couldn't help but ask, how did you die? Over the years, there has been little information about Wano-kuni, despite repeated inquiries. It is generally known that Kazuki Odin is no longer alive. But neither Red Hair nor Whitebeard could find out how he died. This made the red-haired man regret that he refused their help when Kazuki Odin returned home. If only I would be more determined when waiting for others. Maybe things would be different. And after listening to what Levi just said about the torture in a cauldron, how could the red-haired person not investigate further? Even if the current situation is not suitable for further investigation. Kaido's heart suddenly sank when he heard Levi's words. But it shouldn't be possible for him to know. If a strong man of this level were to land in Wano-kuni, he would not be able to hide it from him. Wano-kuni's fishing boat has also been written many articles by Orochi. 18 years have passed, and no one dares to discuss many things. How could Black Crow know? Is he just deceiving the red hair and himself? But no matter what, Kaido still gave the red hair a vaccination. This is just the most despicable divorce plan. Red hair, do you believe this? It's one thing to believe it or not, it's another thing to listen or not. Just listen and you won't suffer any loss. What do you think, red-haired? Tisk. After Levi finished speaking, a large piece of meat was cut off from Kaido's back with a sky knife. Well, it smells good, but considering that it's the meat of a despicable bug like you, it's better to feed it to dogs. Levi pulled a Reiatsu and threw the flying piece of meat directly in front of a jailer beast. The jailer beast tilted its head and sniffed it. It felt quite fragrant. When he was about to open his mouth and bite, Kaido's conqueror's haki stunned it. But his face was still extremely ugly. Black Crow, don't bully others too much. What if a wild beast eats his flesh today? And it was fed by Levi, so what's the difference if it's eaten by a dog? Even if he leaves here today, tomorrow this scandal will be spread around the world. Said that Kaido, the most powerful creature in the world, a phantom beast with the ability of the blue dragon, had his flesh cut off and fed to dogs. None of the 4 emperors could stand up to this. It is a great shame and humiliation. Too much bullying. Tisk tisk. It was you who stabbed me in the back first. And you were the one who bullied others too much. You allowed Orochi to threaten Kazuki Odin into submission by threatening the people of Wano-kuni. Let him dance fruit dance and apology dance in public every day regardless of whether it is rainy or sunny, and every time he dances, you will release 100 hostages. and promised that as long as he jumped for 5 years, you would build a ship and leave Wano-kuni. However, you lied to him. You were just afraid of his strength and used it as a threat. In the past 5 years, the former hero has been called Your Highness the Fool. Although you are indeed stupid, you pirates are indeed despicable. 5 years later, Odin discovered the truth and challenged you to fight, but your subordinates used the fruit to change his son's appearance, affecting his mentality. In the end, he was captured, and before being cooked in a cauldron. Levi did not bring his wife many personal feelings. Just calmly tell what happened. Black Crow, don't talk nonsense. Kaido denied it, but when he said this, he himself is a little unsure. Levi's words. It made his memory seem to return to the past. But, how could Black Crow know this? The Black Crow has this crow's mouth, can you please stop talking about it? Kaido has done these things, although he is not afraid of others knowing. But for him, it was also a rare shameful time in his life. Because from Kaido's personal perspective, he admires Odin very much. Before Levi could finish speaking, the red-haired man became completely furious. What was true or false only needed to be combined with Odin's personal character. Do some reasoning and see if it matches. Moreover, Kaido's face is getting more and more serious, which can also explain some problems. Kaido, lousy will kill you. The red-haired eyes suddenly turned red, and an endless and violent murderous aura burst out. The red hair is flying freely, like a devil coming to the world. When I think of one of the people I once admired, he was driven to a dead end like this. The redhead lost his mind at this moment. Odin is the man who owns Conqueror's Hockey, and he is the man who talks about being brothers with Whitebeard. One of the pillars of their Roger Pirates. Although the time was short, I got to know them well. They often go together to buy ingredients for Odin cooking, explore together, and have fun together. He is an unconventional, kind and innocent man. But deep down he is also proud and domineering. However, Kaido, the big snake, actually lied to him for 5 years. Let him dance the Luo dance and the apology dance in public. What an extreme humiliation, that such a proud His Highness Odin was forced to do such a thing. But if he can save 100 people by jumping once, he will definitely do it, that's his character. But 5 years later, we found out that Kaido had broken the promise. What a despair. Enough to make a redhead furious. Redhead, calm down. Kaido's face darkened. How could this guy Black Crow know so well? Calm down your whole family. The red-haired man was completely angry and originally slashed at Levi's head. Slashed directly at Kaido. At this moment, he didn't want to think about the overall situation. I just want to kill Kaido. As for Levi's threat, how can I care about so much at this moment? And they are not completely helpless, but the price is a bit heavy. Now Kaido must die. By the way, they also carried out an operation to eradicate Odin's son and daughter. Black Crow, shut up you mad lousy. Hot breath. Kaido angrily sprayed a hot breath at Levi. But it was easily blocked by Levi's Reiatsu barrier. If only at another time and place, Kaido wouldn't be so panicked. But now the situation was already unfavorable to him, and Levi was still adding fuel to the fire. Now the redhead turned to attack him. It wasn't about how he was going to kill Levi now. Instead, we have to consider how to save our lives. Because Levi has also stepped up his attacks. You idiot, so what if Wangs did it? Everyone is dead, do you want to die too? If we fight, that Black Crow will take advantage of you. Kaido said angrily. He didn't the thought of Odin irritated the redhead so much. Kaido is so angry that he just wants to curse. But when the redhead heard about Odin's wife and children, he still couldn't control himself. When Fujisuke was born, he knew that Mrs. Shi was also very gentle to them when he was a child. Sword of Overlord, Amaterasu. The golden red hockey on the red-haired griffin's famous sword seemed to be burning. Kaido has no choice but to fight. Rumble. The two of them fought instantly. What is going on here? The red-haired guy is getting into trouble with Kaido. Aren't they allies? Aren't they going to deal with the Black Crow? Worry, the Black Crow is condensing a very powerful attack. Why are they still fighting? The strong men who entered the city were stunned. What is going on? I just saw what the Black Crow seemed to say to the two of them. Then the Four Emperors' redhead was so easily instigated. Could it be that Kaido was sold? Take the next one first. Levi looked at Kaido and said confidently. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Originally, he just wanted to interfere with the red-haired attack. But the red hair was so stimulated that her eyes turned red. It seems that the people on the Roger Pirates ship have a better relationship than I expected. This can be seen from the red hair coming to save Rayleigh. But since they are enemies, it's the redhead's turn next. Black Sero. Levi stretched out a finger, and a fast black light penetrated the space. Then, with a speed that Kaido couldn't react now, he hit him. There was a pop. Large pieces of flesh and blood flew into the air. Everyone, it's time to end the commotion. At the same time, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It seems that the Black Crow will not lose for the time being. Everyone, give it a try. Even if you die, it is better than staying here and continuing to rot. The Red Earl looked at the red-haired man who suddenly turned against him in midair and analyzed. The Four Emperors Alliance has not only failed to gain any advantage so far. Moreover, there is also internal strife, making it almost impossible to take down the Black Crow. Their soundest plans fell apart. The reason why they didn't all escape immediately. They were all waiting for Levi to be killed by two Four Emperors. Even if they are not killed, even if they are only seriously injured, they are still willing to try to escape. A seriously injured person may have less control no matter what he is holding. Freedom is right in front of me. If I don't do anything, I will never forgive myself in this life. I heard the Red Earl's proposal. A powerful thug walked out, and even if they died, they were unwilling to go back to the cage. Pong. At this time, Bullet also increased his strength to temporarily repel the Arankar in front of him for a while. He also wants to make a last-ditch effort like the rest of the people. Although judging from all the previous things, their action is likely to cause an explosion as well. Even if you don't necessarily get killed, you can be seriously injured here. It is almost impossible to escape again. But try it too. Then don't waste time. I'll enlarge this cell 100 times later and throw it at the Black Crow. Let's all be happy for what happens next. Waldo mentioned a cell next to him that had fallen off from above due to the battle. Cell. He is a user with the Moya Moya fruit ability, which can instantly increase the maximum power of anything by 100 times, speed and volume 100 times. The destructive power is extremely terrifying, and it is called the World Destroyer. These last group of strong men are going to fight. It seems that their patience has reached its limit. If they don't make a decision, they won't even have a chance to fight when reinforcements arrive. Levi understood now. Arankar, who had always been emotionless before, suddenly showed a very human side. Then Levi's voice was transmitted to everyone in LV6 through Arankar. Part of Levi's mind temporarily controlled the Arankar. If you run away, you will definitely die. Levi's voice came from Arankar. Huh, it's the Black Crow. Is it true that this thing is completely controlled by the Black Crow? When the person at LV6 heard this, his heart suddenly dropped a lot. The Black Crows were obviously gathering in midair for a terrifying attack. Their little moves have been noticed, which is very detrimental to them. So what if we die? It's impossible for us to just sit there and wait for death. Bullet said coldly. That's right. The other thugs nodded in approval. Actually, freedom is not as difficult as you think. As long as you regard me as my master, in half a year at most, I can let you all walk out of this place and truly live in the sun. Even if it goes well, you don't have to. He will hide his identity as a criminal for the rest of his life. Levi's voice passed through Arankar, only ringing in IV6. At this moment, Levi revealed his wolfish ambition. In other words, since before the war broke out, Levi has been preparing for this last moment, this sentence. What? After hearing Levi's suggestion, everyone immediately realized that something was wrong. Including Guillaume and Beckman, who were fighting on the 6th floor, everyone looked horrified. A Marine Admiral actually made such a request, or invitation, to a LV6 criminal. From a larger perspective, Levi's move is no different from betraying the world government. Because the world government will never allow Levi to do this. Levi is raising his own private army. This kind of thing shouldn't even be mentioned by Levi. Because whenever someone leaks it to the world government, there is no need for him to be a Marine Admiral. It's over. Idiot boss, what on earth are you thinking and why do you say such things? Guillaume's heart condensed slightly, she was very worried about something happening. For example, Levi breaks away from Marine. It seems that your admiral is a dangerous and very restless master. Beckman looked at Guion and said solemnly. However, although Levi proposed it, Beckman did not think Levi could succeed. Because these are lawless thugs. How could it be so easy to give in to others? Beckman didn't know that Levi had been on the 6th floor for a long time before that. Every deepest secret in their hearts, as well as their souls and bodies, have been destroyed and intentionally guided by Levi. And this is why Levi felt that Magellan and others needed to pass out before. If you don't know some things, you won't have to face a choice, and you won't become an enemy. What do you mean by this? The Red Earl was stunned for a moment and then asked attentively. He tried to hear Levi's thoughts. But it was still the same as before, nothing could be heard. But even if you can't hear it, you can capture it with the Red Earl's observation and subtle insights. It's fairly easy to determine whether a person is lying. When Levi said those words, the Red Earl couldn't hear any lies. This Marine Admiral actually really thinks so. To put it simply, I know something I shouldn't know, and I need stronger power. Believe it or not, it is your choice, but for you, this is the only way to freedom. Quote, there is absolutely no way you want us to become your subordinates. Mr. Pirate, don't refuse in a hurry. It's possible only if a person is alive. A dead person can't show any affect or pride. You follow me. As long as one day you are stronger than me, you can always kill me. If I get rid of it and leave, I can feel the beauty of this world without restraint and lawlessness again. Before that, you only need a little concession. There is no such thing in the world that will never bend. Even if it exists, it will disappear soon. You are all human beings, so you know how to choose. Levi smiled slightly, like a devil whispering. Some hope kept magnifying in front of them. Sure enough, someone heard what Levi said. He began to waver. As long as he was stronger than Levi, no, he didn't even need to be stronger than him. All you need to do is find the right opportunity, stay with him, and gain his trust. If you have enough trust, you can get close to Levi, and then kill him suddenly in the usual way of pirates. If there is such an opportunity, of course they are willing to try. This is much more reliable than following the path Blackbeard just took. HMPH, you are Marine Admiral, you are Marine. Why should we believe that what you say is true? Are you trying to deceive us into re-examining the prison? 10 thugs are heartbroken. But still a little more vigilant. Because these things come from the mouth of a Marine Admiral, people have to be wary. It turns out that the guy has been staying on the 6th floor, deliberately controlling the fear of every criminal, all for the sake of now, maybe, it is true. Strong men like the Red Earl and Bullet thought more. And he thinks deeper than ordinary thugs, although it is a bit incredible. But if you think about what Levi did in LV6 before, it seems that a lot of things can be explained by this connection. They had some confidence. If given the chance, one can regain freedom without risking a narrow escape. So what if they give in temporarily? Even the most arrogant Bullet was not making a fuss at the moment. But I am seriously thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Bullet feels that he is powerful. It's just that in these years of impel down, my body has been too stretched. It takes time to cultivate and recover. Once you recover, even Black Crow has a chance to kill him if he succeeds in a sneak attack. Half a year, they only need to wait in jail for another half year, and they can hope to get out. Fooling you. I don't think it's necessary at all, because if I want you to die, you will die. Levi said, snapping his fingers. With a loud bang, the body of a LV6 unlucky guy exploded into a ball of blood mist. The pirate who had questions just now was immediately speechless. He didn't dare to ask questions or speak anymore, because he was afraid that he would be the next one to explode. Levi's method made some kind of fear in their hearts become stronger and stronger. And even if he agrees, he will become stronger in the future. There is still freedom. Perhaps joining temporarily is not so difficult to accept. Push a person into a desperate situation and then give him a seemingly promising choice. Even though they knew it was unlikely, they would not let this opportunity pass. What will happen if we refuse? Red Earl suddenly asked. We are all smart people. There is no need for me to say some things. Although the number may be much less, it is better than nothing. This body needs nutrition very much. Levi manipulate consciousness and raise Arankar's weak arm. After hearing this, everyone felt like they were falling straight into the icy hell. They understood that the thing just now was probably made with the lives of those strong men. Moreover, it takes several strong men to create one, which in his opinion does not seem cost-effective. But if he and others refuse, he will probably kill them even if it is not cost-effective. After all, less is indeed better than nothing. You don't look like a Marine no matter how you look at it. The Red Earl had never seen such a cruel and cunning Marine. Marine is just a worker. All I want is to do whatever I want and live a better life. If there is danger, make arrangements in advance, Levi said calmly. You don't have much time to choose, Levi reminded. Someone was approaching, and very quickly. Everyone was silent and surrounded. In the end, the Red Earl was the first to come forward. Baroric Redfield, see you, young master. The aloof Red Earl knelt down on one knee, put one hand on his chest, and offered a standard knight's allegiance salute. For Red Earl, there is actually not much persistence. He is one of the longest-term criminals locked up here. He wants to seize every opportunity to get out. He has also been studied repeatedly by Levi many times. If you try to escape, you may not die, but it will be very dangerous. There is a high probability that he cannot escape, and at the same time, Levi gave them what seemed like a safer option. He had no reason to refuse, because he couldn't hear any lies about his knowledge. In other words, Black Crow really wants to take them for his own use. In fact, after confirming this, the Red Earl made a decision. I just want to see how things will change, and temporarily follow a strong man like Black Crow. Even if one day I leave, looking back, no one will think it is a shame. Because at this moment Levi is indeed stronger than any of them. It will never be a shame to follow the strong. This way there is no big psychological burden. Seeing the Red Earl kneeling down on one knee and surrendering so simply. Other LV6 thugs. I also understood something at this moment. Because the Red Earl's ability is well known. And do they really have a choice? No, either death or surrender. Death is the end of the world, surrender, there will still be opportunities in the future. Many people were moved. With some hope, it is difficult for them to control themselves. Levi looked at Bullet. Bullet frowned, snorted inwardly, and finally knelt down on one knee reluctantly. Douglas. Bullet, see you, young master. Burndy. Waldo, meet the young master. Abalo Pizarro, join the young master. This was supposed to be a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, but he survived by luck. Levi once caused a riot when he brought people to LV6 for the first time, and was later put down by Magellan. But he was not killed, nor did he escape with Blackbeard before. Join young master. Seeing that the strongest thugs all chose to surrender. The other thugs looked at each other and made their choices at this moment. There are 64 people left in total. Some of these criminals have returned to their prime, with fighting prowess comparable to that of the 4 emperors and admiral. This is a force more powerful than any 4 emperors class alone. It may be a little worse than the entire Marine headquarters, but not much worse. As everyone in LV6 expressed their opinions, Levi gave some instructions. They haven't been exposed yet, so let them stay and impel down for a while. A deputy Seastone relocked. At the same time, Levi also placed Arankar among the prisoners. This was his backup plan, and it also gave these prisoners a sense of security. This is easy to solve. Some of the prisoners are good at disguise. Destroy the body of one of the dead criminals. Then just dress Arankar like this. But Levi did not recover all their injuries and strength immediately. That way it would be easy for people from Magellan or world government to discover the clues. He only healed a little bit, and will regain his full strength when needed one day. Guillaume looked at the scene in front of him. Although he had a lot to say, he knew that it was not the right time to do so. You can only ask later. As for the other members of Red Hair Pirates, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. The thugs at LV6 surrendered. How is this possible? Those unruly fanatics actually made this choice. What on earth did this Black Crow do to them? Boom. At the same time, Levi's Black Sarrow also finished condensing. One shot penetrated Kaido's Blue Dragon body. Many thugs looked at this scene and their hearts grew stronger. Kaido's defense was completely shattered so easily. Those were the 4 emperors. You died. Kosas arrived with his fleet and saw the scene in the sky from a distance. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but be stunned. The Black Crow fights against the two emperors alone. The red hair suddenly switches sides. Kaido was killed. What the hell is this sea area? One deep pit after another, the atmosphere exploded everywhere. There is also impel down, such a big impel down, why are there no buildings above the water? Then Kosas saw four emperors Kaido, pierced by an extremely terrifying, high-energy beam as black as ink. The terrifying explosion obviously exploded at high altitude. But the blast wind alone made the shield he put on the warship useless. He was pushed back a long distance by the storm. The huge wave and tsunami hundreds of feet high were more terrifying than before, spreading outward. It seems that at this moment, Whitebeard's earthquake fruit is showing its power here. But in fact, it was just the aftermath of a high-altitude explosion. That's crazy. Kosas was slightly dissatisfied, and then formed a huge transparent shield. Like a flying shuttle, it then tore apart the tsunami with powerful force. Then he slowly approached again, stopping the fight from continuing. If they are allowed to continue making trouble, the rest of Impel Down may be completely destroyed. And things are not going well for redheads either. The terrifying big explosion was aimed at Kaido. But the red hair is also covered. Such a terrifying explosion made Kosas feel like he was at the center of the explosion. He was probably going to die, which made him feel a little scared. You know, he has lived for a long time, even if he goes to the four emperors' territory alone. Even if they are besieged, they are still very confident that they can escape. And an attack that can kill him in one blow is almost impossible. Unless it's ancient weapon. But now from this extremely dark, terrifying explosion. Kosas felt this way. He saw that at the core of the explosion, the space was shattered, revealing an extremely dangerous, dark and twisted black hole. Although it was quickly repaired by some kind of natural force, he still saw it. That kind of thing, in his memory, only happened during the Great Changes more than 800 years ago. I only saw it once, more than 800 miles later. After that adult didn't take action with all his strength, he never saw him again. I didn't expect to see this kind of power from the Black Crow Admiral today. Could it be that the Black Crow is the person in the prophecy? When he thought of this, Kosas' face became extremely gloomy. But then I thought about Levi's information. First of all, there is no D in Levi's family. Now in the whole family, only Levi is dead. And when they checked, they found out how many generations of ancestors they had. All innocent. Since he is not a person of D clan blood, the possibility of being the person in the prophecy has been reduced to more than half. But if it weren't for D's bloodline, would it be possible to grow to this point? It is really unprecedented, in these countless years. Among the 10 powerful people he has seen who stand at the top of the world, 7 out of 10 are derived from the ancient D clan bloodline. This ethnic group once brought a civilization to its ultimate level. As a member of this ethnic group, the genetic bloodline is different from ordinary people's. As long as the body's potential is developed and exercised to a certain extent, they will quickly become stronger. Garp is like this, Dragon is like this, Roger and Rox were also like this. Even if more than 800 years have passed, the people of this ethnic group cannot be cleaned up no matter what. No matter what era they are in, they can always find a way to allow some bloodline seeds to circumvent the cleanup period and survive. This makes the world government very distressed. If it is not cleared up one day, the prediction may come true. Some truths are always known to a small number of people, as if there is a continuation of will in the dark. Fortunately, I didn't offend him last time. A CPO looked at the explosion and felt fear from the bottom of his heart. The guy who was rude to Black Crow last time was killed as a courtesy by Chief Kosas. If I had been as arrogant back then, I'm afraid my ashes would have been raised by others now. The aftermath of the explosion slowly calmed down. Fortunately their battle was not on an island. Otherwise, it would be an island several times larger than the Marine headquarters. It cannot withstand such devastation. Kaido is still alive. Suddenly a CPO looked at the sky, his eyes focused with a special focus. I saw Kaido in the aftermath of the flames, he was still alive. But at this moment, Kaido can no longer maintain his blue dragon state. The appearance was extremely miserable, The whole body was in tatters, and there were at least hundreds of bloody holes the size of a thumb that were visible from the front and back. It is no exaggeration to say that there are thousands of warehouses and hundreds of holes. Almost a third of the shoulder and body where the arm was originally broken was blown away. The entire shoulder's flesh and blood was lost, and blood was splattered. This kind of injury, if it were replaced by any non-admiral level powerhouse, would even cause a serious downgrade. It's also almost impossible to survive. The only exception is Kaido of 4 Emperors. He is called the strongest creature in the world, and he is not self-proclaimed. But it is recognized by people around the world that he used the high-temperature flame of Qinglong to stop the bleeding from his own wound. Screams rang out, but at least the wounds were stopped. And at the critical moment, he also found a way to extinguish the flame of Reiatsu, otherwise it would be even worse. At this moment, half of Kaido's body was gone, and his internal organs were fatally injured. There were even parts missing, but he still survived tenaciously. Just like Whitebeard, even his internal organs were washed twice by lava. We can persist in fighting until the end, if only we had one more breath. Blackbeard will be hammered to death directly. I've written down this account. Wow. Kaido stepped on his feet, vomiting blood, and prepared to leave in the air. No matter what, he can't stay here any longer, and now he is holding on for his last breath. Kaido also didn't expect that Levi actually had stronger attack methods. Unless it was the most dangerous moment, all his strength would be used to defend his internal organs and head. At this moment, he was certain to die. This feeling of death had not occurred for countless years. Kaido is running for his life now. He can no longer care about other things. You don't have a future. I think a public execution would be more interesting with you. What do you think? Levi appeared on Kaido's escape route like a teleport. The red-haired man was in a very embarrassed state at the moment. More than a dozen bones in his body were broken, and even his right foot was completely gone. There was blood dripping there, and it was obvious that the red hair had been severely damaged by the shocking explosion just now. But he's obviously much better than Kaido. It's just that the whole person looks a little weird. Now he only has one hand and one foot left. But his body was filled with a terrifying aura and murderous intent, and he didn't flinch at all because he lost a leg. He stared at Kaido, but also guarded against Levi, but for a short period of time, he did not take action immediately because the situation was not good. Boss, seeing Shanks was so seriously injured. Beckman was distracted and was struck with a sword in the chest by Gion. But Beckman ignored the damage caused by this blow and forcefully teleported directly to the red hair. Usopp, Lucky Roo and others can no longer watch the show. They all jumped up from Impel Down and landed next to the red hair. Even if you lose, you still have to fight. Gion caught up with him but didn't take any further action. Because she heard the sound of stopping just now. After arriving above, she saw CPO's fleet reinforcements arriving. She is just a substitute admiral, she has to listen to the CPO's orders. And she believes that these reinforcements should be combined to organize a new counterattack. Try to take down all these pirates. Listening to Levi's words, and Levi standing in front of him. Kaido's face is as dark as ultimate. You are going to arrest me and publicly execute me. You even asked me how I was doing. Are you a devil? HMPH. Kaido changed direction and continued to escape, but many black beams of light fell from all around. Surrounded from all sides, Kaido has nowhere to escape. Kaido was angry and turned around to fight Levi to the death. But now, he has very little strength. With this kind of injury, he can still move and fly. It's beyond what normal humans can do. He doesn't have Reiatsu, nor does he know how to modify the soul. Different from myself, still alive as a miracle. I still want to have the fighting power I had just now. Dream. Levi's eyes were focused, and a soul was intimidating. The overwhelming and turbulent Reiatsu rushed straight towards Kaido. In fact, his soul almost exploded. Kaido lost consciousness before he finished speaking. The entire tall body was directly grabbed by Levi and carried in his hand like garbage. 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts were captured alive. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. The Sea Emperor who rules the New World, Kaido of the beasts, has been captured. It's simply world-class breaking news. The main target of this battle is obviously the Whitebeard pirates. But now it seems that 4 emperors Kaido fell early. He is usually less arrogant and brings more cadres with him. Just like the red hair, he will not be defeated so quickly at this moment. Because in Kaido's view, there is no existence in this world that can kill him. He can go wherever he wants, and no one can stop him. Who knew I could meet a monster like Levi here in Impel Down? And Kaido regrets it even more. I still went to Marine headquarters to tell them the news. This is sending yourself on the road to hell. Did he really mean what he just said? Gulu. Just now, the Black Crow Admiral actually said that Kaido of the Beasts would be publicly executed. No one doubts the truth of Levi's words. Because although Levi's words were plain, his murderous intent was obvious. In Levi's opinion, no one can survive after stabbing himself in the back. Levi is a selfish person and will not let go anyone who touches his subordinates and interests. Levi will not let go of enemies who want to kill him. And we have to squeeze out the last value of Kaido. Let him sacrifice his life to fulfill himself. Next is you. Levi looked condescendingly at the red-haired Shanks. The red-haired man looked grave and did not answer. Levi is indeed stronger than expected, and the current situation is not good. Kaido was really captured alive. Kosa's eyes lit up. This is a very good experimental material. All along, they, the world government, have wanted to get Kaido's body data. In order to facilitate the creation of stronger and more powerful clone warriors. Dr. Vegapunk masters these techniques. Many of them have been used in world government. Kaido's physical ability is so strong that not many people have seen it in so many years. They had paid attention to it before, but at that time, there was no doctor like Vegapunk. Even if they captured those strong men, they wouldn't be able to study anything. There are no talents in this field at all. But now they have. They have captured Kaido before, but each time Kaido ran away before being escorted to Impel Down. Ordinary imprisoned objects, even sea stones, have been broken free before. That's why the people above determined that Kaido was powerful in addition to his fruit abilities. Own physical fitness is also strong pervert. The world government feels that if 4 emperors Kaido can be captured alive. If Dr. Vegapunk is allowed to conduct research, he will definitely be able to develop the strongest clone warrior. But 4 emperors is in New World all year round. Wano Kuni, where Kaido is located, is even easier to defend and difficult to attack. The entire New World is almost a pirate world. Their world government cannot interfere too much, even if too many troops enter the New World. All 4 emperors will unite to ostracize them. In the eyes of the 4 emperors, New World is the territory and paradise of pirates. And even if Kaido travels occasionally, he is still traveling at high altitudes and his whereabouts are unpredictable. The chances of them catching Kaido alive were too low. But now he was caught by the Black Crow. This new admiral is much more powerful than he thought. Kaido cannot be allowed to die no matter what. The living Kaido is the most valuable. Blood, flesh and other tissues, how can a living person come to use them easily? Some energy or active substances will disappear after death. Thinking of this, Kosa's could no longer stand still, and a moonwalk rose into the sky. I came to Impel Down, red-hair pirates in an instant. Black Crow Admiral, it's time to stop. The red-haired situation is more complicated. The people above don't want to see anything happen to him. Kosa said to Levi in a good voice. Levi is extremely powerful and is in the same camp, so he deserves to be treated seriously. In turn, the matter must be reported to the world government as soon as possible. An existence capable of fighting against the 2 emperors. Now the entire marine may not have it, even Garp is probably a little worse. This kind of combat power must be held in the hands of the world government by all means. It's so important. With this combat power, it can determine the outcome of many important battlefields. You want to protect them. They are escaped prisoners, and they have already protected some prisoners from escaping Impel Down, including Pluton Rayleigh. Levi frowned, starting from the CPO's first words. Levi noticed something was wrong. Kosa saw himself fighting, but he didn't take action immediately. Instead, he persuaded himself to wait for others to stop, which was very wrong. But Levi just thought that the world government might be afraid that the balance of power would be disrupted. That's why I had some scruples, but now Sarkos was directly on the red-haired side. protecting the red hair, saying that the red hair cannot be touched. After Levi thought about it carefully, he also knew that Guillaume could survive because the red-haired man was merciful. But even if he doesn't have to kill the red hair, he can't let him go easily. For example, if he is beaten half alive, Mr. Sengoku's injuries cannot be in vain. But if there is a chance, it's better to kill him, after all he is the enemy. Even so, Lord Five Elders also hopes that the red hair can leave safely. Kosas heard this and was not too surprised. Levi frowned. The red hair turned out to be the 4 emperors. Why did the 5 elders defend him so much? Is the red-haired person really from the world government? But it shouldn't be possible. At that time, 5 elders said that it was because of you that we took the time to meet. This cannot be the attitude towards subordinates. Or is there any secret to the red-haired identity? Sarkos saw that he had already mentioned the 5 elders, which represented the will of the 5 elders, but Black Crow was still hesitating. This made Sarkos slightly unhappy, and reminded him emphatically, Black Crow Admiral, the overall situation is more important, you still have a bright future, why take risks for a pirate? ... In addition, Kaido cannot be killed. This is the material that the 5 elders have always been eager to obtain. Don't worry, the credit will naturally be yours. Levi's eyes were slightly cold, he couldn't move this one, and he couldn't kill that one either. This reminded Levi of a very unpleasant conversation he had with the 5 elders. Some people even have wisdom and strength. But deep down they are all the same. They look down on the common people, regardless of whether others want it or not. They pride themselves on being able to stand on the throne of God, and they always speak condescendingly. It may even give people a feeling that this is a gift. Such is the attitude of Sarkos now. Even if he is powerful, in their eyes, it seems that the power in hand is always stronger. This feeling made Levi very unhappy. Although it is not yet time to completely break away from the world government. But you can't always give in and violate Lang twice a day. Because of its own strength, it will make the world government reconsider. At least he won't completely offend himself to death because of this. It's just that one of these degrees needs to be grasped well. In the darkness, I have the advantage, and now I just got impelled down. There is also the Marine headquarters that has not been captured, so I will give it a try. Once he comes, together with Whitebeard, he will become the new god of Marine. Therefore, Kaido must die and cannot be handed over. Okay, leave the person to me. The current situation at the Marine headquarters is not optimistic, but if you can rush back, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be defeated. Kosas said with a smile. Reaching out for Levi. Levi looked at the arm stretched out towards him. With his eyes focused, a Reiatsu heavenly sword suddenly fell from the sky, drawing a dangerous and deadly sharp arc in the void. Kosas's face changed drastically on the spot. World. There was a buzz, and Kosas's arm was immediately covered with a transparent force field shield. Reiatsu's heavenly sword slashed at it, sparks flew out, and then bounced away. Black Crow, what do you mean? Kosas' expression instantly froze. The other CPO suddenly became nervous. Red Hair Pirates was also stunned for a moment. Others' hearts were in their throats. Is Marine going to have internal strife? Marine Admiral, how dare you take action against the CPO? Is this a rebellion? I should be asking you this, right? What do you mean? Kosas didn't react for a moment. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his approach. I killed the person, so all the credit goes to me. If the person goes to your place, do I still have the final say in the credit? Chief Kosas, there's something wrong with you. Excuses are always needed. Unless Levi is ready to go to war with the world government, then there is no need for excuses. But it's not possible yet. The plan to create a reputation for the world has not yet been completed. Hearing what Levi said, Kosas's face became a little brighter. Don't worry, Black Crow Admiral, I am here myself. Could it be that Black Crow Admiral still can't trust me? I said I won't take your credit, so of course I won't. Quote. It seems that Kosas is a little overconfident in his credibility. You are the CPO. Yes, we are CP. Among pirates, a CPO is a despicable and shameless lackey who does whatever it takes to achieve his goals and only serves the nobility of the world. There is no bottom line and no independent judgment. Everything is based on orders from superiors. In our marine, in fact, it is not much different from the impression in One Piece. Levi said calmly. But the terrifying Sero is condensed on the fingers behind his back. When Levi said this, he was also calculating a possibility. If Koses is killed here, tell the 5 elders that he was killed together. Will the 5 elders believe it? 4 emperors alone, under normal circumstances, should not be able to kill Koses. The 2 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, obviously have some very close relationship with the world government. Otherwise, things like invading Impel Down and letting Rayleigh go would not be forgiven. In other words, they believed that the red hair was unlikely to kill Koses. It seems like this method won't work, and it will be easily seen through. Black Crow Admiral, we all serve the world government, but we do things in different ways. There is no need to believe in any external opinions, Koses said with an expressionless face. CPO's evaluation by the outside world has always been very poor. Even in Marine. But Koses did not expect that one day Black Crow Sky would speak again. Could it be that the Black Crow Admiral is still a very righteous Marine? Do you have such a high level of consciousness at such a young age? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that he may indeed be this kind of person, otherwise the 5 elders came to the Marine headquarters to invite him. He agreed a long time ago. It seems that there are some things that prevent him from overcoming his sense of justice. Levi didn't expect the random excuse he made. It would make Koses have this association. No, I think it's better to deal with it yourself. The 4 emperors are all extremely vicious lawless lunatics. Keeping them is a disaster. If you want to study it, the corpses are about the same. This guy just opened a hole in my heart, so I can't leave this person to you. Levi refused to give in at all. Many CPOs below looked at Levi, who was unharmed. Looking at each other in confusion, you would have to believe that a hole has been opened in your heart. If they can find a wound on your body, they will kill you. However, this discovery made them feel extremely heavy. One person fought against 4 emperors and was not injured. And captured 4 emperors Kaido alive. It's just that they don't quite understand why the red-haired men suddenly switched sides just now. They saw it in the distance and were really puzzled. Black Crow, I am not asking for your consent. The execution of justice also depends on the time, place and situation. If you are really worried, I will call the 5 elders now and ask them to speak to you directly. Koses said. Then he took out the phone directly. Koses' mood fluctuated a bit. If Levi really wants to carry out justice and knocks Kaido, the loss will be huge. At this moment, Koses seemed to have forgotten. Next to that there are red-hair pirates. The red-haired man didn't relax at all, and secretly gave Beckman a wink. Beckman hesitated for a second, then nodded in understanding. The phone bug cannot be used within this range. Bulu Bulu. Koses's phone bug actually got through. Levi's face stiffened slightly, and then he looked at red-hair pirates. You don't need to think about it to know that they were responsible for the previous communication blocking. I didn't expect it to be invalid now. Beckman was helpless and didn't want to either. But the boss said he was going to run away with all his strength, and he couldn't be distracted anymore. Moreover, some vehicles had been completely destroyed by their battle just now. Isn't it normal to restore communication? Gaga. The phone bug is connected. Koses' attention was distracted for a moment. Levi seizes the opportunity, all he wants is now. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly pulled out a finger from behind, and the King of Joe flashed his light at the red-haired Shanks and the entire pirate group. However, Beckman also seized the same opportunity. Quick and sharp like Levi. Both of them took advantage of the opening when Koses made the call. A ray of King Sero light pierced the space and quickly shot towards the red-haired Shanks. Koses's eyes were horrified and filled with anger at this moment. Although he saw it, he was too late to stop it. The call with the 5 elders really allowed him to regain some of his mind and attention. This is bad. Black Crow is so weak. Not only hand over Kaido. Still thinking about red-hair pirates. In his eyes, is there no crow at all? After all, I am also the chief of the CPO, and I am here. The representative of 5 elders wanted to save the red hair, but he still took action. If redheads die, then the thought of what he might have to face is Lord Im's wrath. A flash of fear flashed across Koses's calm eyes. Looking at this light of destruction and death, he felt that time and space had stagnated. But he could do nothing but watch the black light shoot towards the red hair pirates. Transfer. But just when the light was about to fall, everyone became distorted. With him as the center, a twisted ripple space dragged everyone around him into it. A black light hit it, causing strong vibrations, and Beckman could clearly be seen opening his mouth and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The red hair and others also felt uncomfortable, but in the end they disappeared from the place with a twisted space ripple. Guillaume, escort all the prisoners back to the cells, I will pursue the red hair pirates. Invasion impel down, we must not let them go easily. For Marine's justice. Black Crow, stop, Sarkos roared, these admiral. Each one is more and more disobedient than the last, except Akainu. But is it possible for Levi to stop? Not at all. He is looking for excuses now. He was said to be chasing the red hair pirates, but in the end the red hair pirates activated some kind of fruit ability. Don't know where it was teleported. Even their boats were abandoned. Even if they both have feelings for the ship. But the situation just now did not allow them to hesitate at all. So many criminals have died, but the shackles of others are still there. Did Black Crow Admiral suppress it? It did a good job. You few stayed to help clean up the mess. Others, follow, I'll catch up. Kosas said, flying into the air with 3 CPOs. 2 of them turned into lizard dragons, both of which were artificial creatures modified by Becca Punk. Although it transforms, it is no different from Punk Hazard's Western Dragon. But it can transform between human form and dragon form. The 2 dragons carried the 2 of them and chased them in the direction Levi left. No matter what, they have to make sure Kaido is in their hands as much as possible. As for the redhead, they look at the last situation. He should still be alive, which made Kosas sigh with relief. If something happens, it will be troublesome. When you catch up with Levi, you must give this new admiral a hard beating. You don't just have the strength to do whatever you want. What rules this world is power. While Kosas was riding the dragon, he explained the situation to the 5 elders on the other side of the phone bug. But in the middle of the explanation, Yu Laoxing suddenly said, you should go back to the Holy Land first. The red-haired guy is probably still alive. As for the Black Crow, he probably went to the Marine headquarters. I'll inform you, call Sengoku and ask Sengoku to pay attention to the situation. But, the Holy Land is investigating something. I remember that you seemed to have had contact with the Black Crow in Impel Down before the war, right? Yes. Then come back and see Lord I Am. There are some things I need to confirm from you. Yes. Although he was a little confused, he would obey the order without asking whether it was right or wrong or why. Is everything going to be okay? Guillaume looked worriedly at the direction Levi was leaving. That's the CPO, and Levi seemed to have attacked the CPO's chief just now. And he didn't obey the CPU's arrangements, and he was even going to make trouble with the 5 elders just now. But since he left the affairs here to me, I have to deal with it first. Guillaume looks in tatters. Impel Down that was almost submerged in the ocean. Direct the incoming reinforcements and escort the designated prisoners back to their cells. The people who originally jumped out of the cell were only part of the group. Now a fleet of reinforcements has arrived, and more people are in a coma. It's not difficult to handle. Just when I came to the 6th floor. Guillaume looked at these criminals who had already consciously returned to the 6th floor. Guillaume really wants to ask Levi, what is the purpose of recruiting these criminals? Should this matter be reported to Marshal Sengoku or the world government? But as soon as this idea arose, it was killed by Guillaume. Because the CPO's attitude just now was actually on the red-haired side. This once again caused Guillaume to waver in the justice of the world government. No matter what happened to Levi, he probably wouldn't harm himself. Orankar does not have the consciousness of Levi now and cannot communicate in Paper Gardens. Levi thought a lot while holding Kaido. Now we must speed back to Marine headquarters. If Kosas talks to the 5 elders, it shouldn't be difficult to guess his destination. The faster he gets to the Marine headquarters, the less time Marshal Sengoku has to think. The better I can execute Kaido successfully in public. This execution must not be stopped. Simply killing Kaido doesn't mean much. Live broadcast to the whole world is of great significance. There may not be another opportunity in the future. Puff Pung Pung Levi holds Kaido and continuously erupts terrifying sonic boom clouds in the high air, and the speed continues to increase. Along the way, I also saw a certain escape ship heading towards the Marine headquarters. But Levi set off later, but still arrived at the Marine headquarters before them. But at this time, Levi has no time to pay attention to them. That was a black crow just now. Has the matter of Impel Down been dealt with? Has he escaped? Ivankov and others noticed the unobstructed figure high in the sky and said with doubts. No, what he is holding is Four Emperors Kaido, Rayleigh said in shock. Shanks, is he okay? Luffy was immediately worried. Luffy hasn't fully felt how strong Shanks is, so it's hard to evaluate. But they have personally experienced how powerful the Black Crow is. Here we are. The war at Marine headquarters seems to be getting more fierce. But there should be no problem in the overall situation. Levi quickly returned to Marine headquarters. Little Oz fell down and fell against the wall of the fortress. A steady stream of pirates stepped on Little Oz's body. The Whitebeard pirates have led their captains into the square. The battle has reached a fever pitch, and both sides are furious. Just when I was thinking this, I suddenly heard many Marines exclaiming from below, "Sakazuki Admiral!" Levi saw Akainu being blown away by the terrifying earthquake wave. At the same time, the two executioners walked towards Ace, about to advance. That's the Black Crow Admiral. The Black Crow Admiral is back. Wait, what is the Black Crow Admiral holding in his hand? Why do I feel like a mutilated Four Emperors Kaido? This isn't possible. That's right, it's Four Emperors Kaido, it's really Four Emperors Kaido. Oh my god, what did the Black Crow Admiral do? The entire Marine headquarters looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, and they were completely shocked. It's boiling. While Levi was rushing to the Marine headquarters, a big event happened on a certain island. Water Star Island, before Raftel was discovered. The last island on the Grand Line. The current Shueishan Star Island has already unveiled its mystery to the world. This is pure pirate paradise. There is no room for even one Marine here. Any Marine dares to land on this island. Certain death. In the past few decades, the world government and Marine headquarters have only been able to leave this island safely twice. The first time was when the world government assembled the strongest fleet to stop the Roger pirates and become the Pirate King. They passed by here. Because the camp was too strong, all the strong pirates on the island resisted the urge to take action. The second time was Sengoku Garp Zephyr. The three of them brought Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, who were vice admirals at the time, to the island to kill a crazy pirate who was almost as good as rocks. The fame of the three monsters of Marine began to spread from here. Others, whatever it is Buster Call, Vice Admiral, one or two admirals alone. No one dared to land on this island rashly. Because this island is too dangerous for Marine and world government people. It's not that the environment is dangerous, but that there are too many pirates and old monsters entrenched here looking for Raftel. Except for the remnants of the original Rocks pirate who have become the Four Emperors, the other strongmen have little interest in the power. Focusing on this island, he searched for Raftel day after day, year after year. Akoku, Silver Axe, John, and the third strongest man on the Pirate King's ship, Jabba, as well as some loners from the previous era, such as the Ghost Granny, are all entrenched in this island. In addition to these old monsters, there are also some underground giants in the new era, such as the Lone Shark King, the Golden Emperor, the Shipping King, the Newsbird King, the Happy Street Heroine. Of course there are some legendary strong men from other races, the giants, the long-limbed ones, and even the fish men have strong men from the previous era. As long as they stay here, they will never forget Raftel. Even if some giants do not reside here permanently, they still have residences where they often stay. Because it is said to be the closest to Raftel. In pursuit of Raftel, some people have little interest in the so-called Four Emperors. But their strength is not weaker than the Four Emperors, but they only focus on Raftel and there is no news about the final island. They don't even want to step out of this island, and some are going crazy. Therefore, there are countless strong pirates on the entire island. Even if the Four Emperors come, they usually won't be too aggressive and don't dare to cause public outrage. Otherwise, it will be easy for some old monsters to attack in groups and be completely destroyed. 10 years ago there was a 4 emperors, trying to emulate the Rock's pirate. Gather the powerful pirates and fight the world government again. Cause an effect acted violently and without any rules, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the old monster. Destroyed the entire 4 emperors pirate group. But on the other hand, as long as the pirates here don't cause trouble. There are many old monsters around, but there is still basic order. After all, wherever there are people, there are interests, and where there are interests, there is a natural need for order. Without order, there is no way to ensure benefits. This is a safe harbor, an island where many pirates stay. The red-haired Shanks didn't know if others had left any backup here. But he stayed, staying in a place called Happy Street on this island. Because of Stussy's identity, the red hair knew. That was also his informant to the world government. Beckman's spatial ability left a spatial mark on a certain high-rise building here. But the farther the distance, the more likely it is that danger will arise during the transmission process. If it's a little unstable, it may only be half of the body. Moreover, launching such a super long-distance teleportation will drain all of Beckman's power at once. It takes a month or 2 to recover completely. This is quite scary, considering these admiral strong men. Almost all have monster-level recovery capabilities. But it takes so long to recover. The risks and costs are huge, and success may not be guaranteed. But when Levi's attack comes, they have no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, they made the right bet. In the square here, there is a big screen broadcasting the war at Marine headquarters. There are many giants and powerful people here, so it is not difficult to get a screen like this. The Golden Emperor, the Lone Shark King and others watched the scene in front of this light screen. The building behind the light curtain is the tall tower. Akainu's situation seems to be very bad. Whitebeard is so old and still so strong, he is really a monster. The Black Crow Admiral seemed to have gone to impel down just now, otherwise he should be able to fight against Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, the red hair actually attacked Impel Down. Is it to save Rayleigh, the old immortal? It's a pity that there is no image of Impel Down, otherwise I would like to see what happened to Impel Down. The Lone Shark King said with a little regret while smoking a cigar. There shouldn't be any suspense about this. Most of Marine's combat power is currently in Marineford. Even if Admiral, the Black Crow, rushes over, there is still a distance between the two. If the red-haired man dares to do this, he must have time to control it. I think the success rate of prison robbery will be very high. Morgans, the news bird king, supported his chin with his wings and analyzed. There is actually not much problem with his analysis. Just underestimated Levi's speed and strength. If the person who went there before was not Levi, but another Marine admiral. It's very possible that the red-haired Shanks has already saved everyone and left, leaving an empty Impel Down. You are talking about Pluton Rayleigh, do you know how to find Raftel? After all, they have been there once, and the red-haired Shanks is so interested. If you say it is just for the friendship of the same ship in the past, I don't believe it. The Sea Transport King wore a high hat. Doubtful. It's not impossible. Stussy, the Queen of Happy Street, agreed casually. Only she knows whether the redhead succeeds or fails. There may be trouble, but there will definitely be no danger. But when this idea first came up, a rapidly expanding space ripple suddenly appeared at the tip of the tower directly opposite the screen. One after another figures were spat out like cannonballs. Pong pong pong. The spire, walls, and ceiling of the tall tower were suddenly shattered by rounds of human cannonballs. What's going on? What happened? Shelling. Impossible. What idiot would be stupid enough to bombard Shuishenshing Island? Does he not want to live? No, it's not shelling, it's red hair pirates. What? Red hair pirates? Aren't they invading Impel Down? Why are they here? Is Kaido's news false? The redhead's leg is broken. It's so miserable. Beckman got chopped up. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Hearing these words, these giants of the underground world suddenly stood upright from their seats. Unable to remain calm. Red Hair Pirates is one of the 4 emperors that has been in the limelight in recent years. Now that such a change has occurred, it is too scary. And even if the news about 4 emperors Kaido is false. But the news that the Red Hair Pirates attacked the Marine headquarters was true. He should still be in the first half. Why did it suddenly appear on the island at the end of the New World? This information is wrong. Many powerful people gathered around, hoping to get some useful information. All members of the Red Hair Pirates are seriously injured, is it true or not? Some of the giants in the underground world showed greedy and crazy eyes at this moment. Not everyone is interested in the Four Emperors' location. Some are interested, but it's not that easy to find a way out. But if the Red Hair is seriously injured, maybe they can take risks. Kill the Red Hair Pirates, along with his cadre. Then take over his territory. You must know that Red Hair Pirates' territory is not small. By seizing those places, they can also develop their own power. The red-haired people gathered together calmly, but many strong men surrounded them. Some eyes are not very friendly. This made the Red Hair slightly unhappy. Pirates, some of their natures will never change. For example, adding insult to injury is always a good trick. What are you all doing here? If you have any objections, first ask me about the axe in my hand. An uncle carrying 2 axes, with a ponytail and a somewhat free and easy temperament, suddenly came from not far away. Many underground giants and powerful men along the way subconsciously gave way to him. People who originally had bad thoughts about Red Hair Pirates. At this moment, I also restrained my greed and thoughts. Just because the person's name is Copper. Jabba. Once the third most popular person on Roger's ship, he was tied with Kazuki Odin. Although they are old now, even the 4 emperors are not willing to easily provoke such old monsters. He is a strong man on the same level as Pluton Rayleigh. Jabba-san, we haven't seen each other for several years. Why are we in such a mess? Didn't you go rescue Rayleigh? Have you been rescued? I was rescued, but something happened. The redhead didn't hide it, because Marine has such a strong person. He felt that this news should be told to all the strong people in the world. After all, if the 4 emperors alone meet the Black Crow Admiral in the future, I'm afraid it's no longer safe. If you don't take the Black Crow Admiral seriously, in the future, the powerful people in New World may not know until they are swept away. With the red hair, things came to a close. Even Jabba, the Golden Emperor, these powerful men who have achieved their current status with their strength are a little scared. You two teamed up to fight against a Black Crow, but you couldn't defeat it. In the end, you were successfully provoked, and the Black Crow struck you both and disabled them at the same time. Jabba felt like he was in a dream. Since the time of the captain, there have been such fierce young people. How is this possible? Could it be the person who predicted 4 emperors? Kaido was captured alive. Impelled down LV6, strong men were killed a lot, and they all died of weird self-destruction. Each piece of news is enough to cause a huge earthquake in the entire world. Many people were in disbelief when they received the news, as Admiral the Black Crow so powerful. The 2 of you joined forces, but you couldn't even get 120 benefits. That guy Kaido was not the strongest creature, and his arms and body were directly destroyed. A third of it. Mad. 1/3 of the body is gone. How can a person still live? He must be a monster. If this is true, then I am afraid that this new admiral is the well-deserved #1 in the world. If he rushes back to the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard will be in danger. There is a guy in this world who can't win even if the 2 emperors work together, and they want to take Kaido to a public execution. I don't know if it can be done successfully. If so, maybe you can watch the live broadcast later. How much fighting strength does Hongfa still have now? It's just a leg. How much impact can it have? With a prosthetic limb, this problem can be easily solved. It's still a bit unbelievable. Tell me, was the Pirate King so powerful before? I'm afraid it's hard to say, but there shouldn't be. Some people hesitated for a while, finding it difficult to judge. Roger's strength was much stronger than that of Whitebeard and Auntie at that time. But if you can deal with Big Mom and Whitebeard at the same time, it should be a bit difficult, unless the entire Roger Pirates can do it. Of course, anyone who knows something about the situation knows that Roger is terminally ill. No one dares to say whether the combat power has any impact or whether this is Roger's strongest period. Marine actually released such a powerful admiral. Stussy was also deeply surprised. This is even more amazing than taking down Pluton Rayleigh. Both Red Hair and Kaido are at the peak of their fighting power. It's the current 4 emperors. Although many old monsters are powerful, but at most it is close to them or like them. The only old guys who can surpass them are maybe the two old monsters Garp and Whitebeard. The news quickly swept through the entire Shueishan Star Island like a storm. Then, centered on this island, the news spread almost instantly to the entire world. After confirming the authenticity, Morgans even made a temporary version to tell the world about the amazing achievements of the Black Crow Admiral. Hey, look at the Marine headquarters. What the red hair just said is true. Oh my god, the Black Crow Admiral has arrived at the Marine headquarters. He is carrying 4 Emperors Kaido. Suddenly someone pointed at the screen and said, No, this is impossible. Brother Kaido, Jack, one of the 3 disasters, is collecting information on the island. There is an independent screen here that can transmit information back in time. Suddenly seeing this scene on the screen, coupled with the news that everyone just spread, his mentality suddenly collapsed. The battle between Whitebeard and Akainu is close to madness. Both of them were working hard, and in order to reach the square, the Whitebeard pirates paid a heavy price. This is Marine's home court after all. Here, it can be said that there are murder arrangements, sharp weapons and traps everywhere. But even so, under Whitebeard's order and leading the charge, no one hesitates. This is Whitebeard's powerful charm. As long as Whitebeard is at the front, they won't hesitate. Many captains were originally abandoned by this world, but Whitebeard accepted them. Gave new meaning to their terrible lives. Akainu and Whitebeard fought until they were covered in blood. Even though Whitebeard kept stimulating Akainu with words, the times were too many. Akainu also understood this, but he still suffered a lot at the beginning. Several bones were broken by Whitebeard's hammer, but Whitebeard was also punched several times. During this period, Aokiji and Kizaru found opportunities and took turns attacking Whitebeard. It's just that captains such as Marco can often appear in time to stop the attacks of other marine admirals. Darkhound. Akainu found an opportunity, and his whole body turned into a red dog's head like magma crystals, and then concentrated all his power on his right fist. Prepare to penetrate Whitebeard's full body defense with one blow. Then there was a loud bang. The magma flew around like a goddess scattering flowers. Akainu punched Whitebeard's Kumogiri, which was covered in earthquake halo. Although Whitebeard was knocked back a step, it also showed that Akainu's attack was completely useless. Whitebeard had obviously expected it. La 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 la. Lava Kid, it seems. PFF'd. Just as Whitebeard was about to say something, the sound of a long knife piercing his body suddenly sounded in front of his chest. What, Dad? Whitebeard was stabbed. This scene immediately caused everyone to scream in horror. The backstabber, the vortex spider Scudo. Although Levi told Akainu that he would use upright means to defeat Whitebeard. They thought so, but even though Whitebeard was old, he was still terrifyingly powerful. If only Whitebeard could be defeated with dignity. That is naturally better, and that is what Sengoku and Akainu want. It further demonstrates the power of their marine. If you backstab Whitebeard then kill him. After some discussions afterwards, I would always say that if it were not like this, Whitebeard would not necessarily lose, and he would not necessarily die. This shows that their victory was not very convincing. But Kaido's arrival gave Sengoku the tension to win. Now even the other 4 emperors are taking action. And it's impossible to predict their next move with certainty. No matter what method you use, you must first capture Whitebeard. So Sengoku ordered people to use this information collected previously. And successfully persuaded Squado. Whitebeard. Akainu seized this rare opportunity and blasted a magma fist with his left hand that melted everything into Whitebeard's abdomen. The rolling magma burned Whitebeard's body in an instant. Even though Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. But defense isn't what he's good at. For a moment, Whitebeard's consciousness was a little blurry, and he staggered. It seemed like he was about to fall, but in the end he stood still with his strong will. Then murderous intent burst into his eyes, and he quickly slashed at Akainu with his Kong Yunchi. This distance, plus Akainu's arm is still inside Whitebeard's body. Unable to dodge in time, the blade cut a bloody mark directly on Akainu's chest. At the same time, the terrible concussive force sent Akainu flying far away, instantly causing many Marines to scream in horror. They didn't expect Whitebeard to be attacked from both front and back. He was actually able to launch such an attack. If an average person were to be pierced by lava, they would probably be unable to move for a while and would be completely dead. But Whitebeard also launched a fatal attack. Marco flew over, kicked the big vortex spider Squatto away with an angry kick, and then pinned him to the ground. After some communication, they figured out the whole story. Ace, has he done anything to you? Aren't you all very happy all this time? Just being Roger's son can erase the feelings of these years. What does what the father does have to do with his son? Under Whitebeard's few rhetorical questions, Squatto was speechless. No, it's impossible. Didn't you already sell us to Marine, in exchange for Ace? Squatto realized that he might have been deceived. But it's still hard to accept, because after this, why on earth do I do this? He hurt the man he most respected. His father. You are pirates, it is up to you to decide what you believe in. Those who believe in me, follow me to destroy Marine. Whitebeard's voice filled with hockey instantly spread throughout the battlefield. All the pirates came to their senses after the initial shock. Squatto was used as a knife by someone from the Marine headquarters. No, no, Squatto screamed in pain. Follow Dad. Destroy Marine. Marine, you're using such a trick, it's so despicable. That's right, kill them. Although he successfully injured Whitebeard, it also successfully created an output environment for Akainu, and hit Whitebeard's body with one blow. But it also ignited the anger of the pirates. Whitebeard noticed that his life was passing away, raised his arms, and used hockey to stop the deterioration of the injury. Protecting the main internal organs, he continued to rush to the front. Ace hasn't been rescued yet, how could he fall down? He rushed forward in a few steps, facing Akainu who was holding himself seriously injured and trying to push him down all at once, with an earthquake punch from the air. Akainu resisted with emission hockey, and then launched a fierce attack. The two world's strongest men were once again locked in a fierce battle. And Whitebeard didn't seem to be affected at all. Akainu was a little impatient. He believed that Whitebeard was seriously injured after being attacked from both sides and was a good opportunity to decide the winner. In fact, I am right about this. It is indeed a better opportunity than before. But he ignored one thing, and that was the anger in Whitebeard's heart at this moment. Lying to his own children and doing something to himself is something Whitebeard cannot forgive. After the two fought again, Akainu suddenly discovered a shocking fact. Whitebeard seemed to be crazy, and his body was filled with a terrifying aura like a devil. The wounds on his body were still so bright, but his desire to attack was even more fierce than before. And in order to hit himself, he even used his own body to resist his attack. The magma bomb hit Whitebeard's body covering hockey. He didn't dodge at all and was injured in exchange for injury. Pong, Earthquake Fist and Kong Yunchi were used alternately, and terrifying atmospheric cracks spread and bloomed everywhere. There were so many that Akainu could not dodge at all, and he received several shots in an instant, with bones breaking and flesh and blood flying everywhere. After a while, Akainu looked even more miserable than Whitebeard. Whitebeard, the most powerful monster in the world, fights tooth and nail with his terrifying murderous intent, which is enough to scare even a strong man like Akainu. After successfully assassinating Whitebeard, Marine should have established a big advantage. But no one expected that the more anxious Akainu was to win, the more he would be beaten by Whitebeard until he could not hold his head up. After being punched several times in a row, Akainu's face was full of anger, and the lava surged crazily. But he couldn't stand it. Whitebeard was getting more and more crazy and his life-threatening style of play was getting worse. Whitebeard, who does not care about any injuries, is definitely more terrifying than the Demon King. When the furious Whitebeard was left with only one breath, he almost destroyed the entire Blackbeard pirate group. At this moment, Whitebeard has more than one breath left. There was an explosion, and Akainu was once again blown away like a rag bag. Although his struggle also left another burnt red mark on Whitebeard. But Whitebeard seemed not to feel the injury at this moment. Waving Kong Yunchi, he walked towards Akainu step by step. The current situation is that Marine headquarters is at a disadvantage. The pirates' morale is high and angry, and Whitebeard is crazy. Just stay here. Upon seeing this, Aokiji and Kizaru wanted to help Yan. But Marco, Josie and others also launched an onslaught. As for the 7 warlords of the sea, it's back to their daily paddling routine. They don't intend to sacrifice their lives for Marine. If you really want to stop Whitebeard, I'm afraid not many people in Shichibukai can do it easily. Except for Hawkeye, everyone else who rushes forward will have to pay the heavy price. The strongest man in the world is not just talk. Sakazuki Admiral. Many people looked at Whitebeard, who was pressing closer and couldn't help but sweat for Akainu. Everyone is extremely worried if Akainu loses. This battle will be even more difficult for them. At this time, Sengoku saw this and immediately said to the two executioners beside him, "Prepare to execute the execution in advance." The main operational significance of the early execution was not to execute Fire Fist Ace. The most important thing is to attract Whitebeard's attention and let Whitebeard reveal his flaws. In order to achieve the purpose of severely damaging or killing Whitebeard. Therefore, it is very important for the Whitebeard pirates to see the execution process. Kang. After hearing Sengoku's words, the two executioners expressionlessly struck the execution knives in their hands in the air. It shows that the execution is about to begin. Oops. Those guys from Marine are going to execute Ace in advance. The purpose of Marco and others is to rush to the execution platform and save Ace. Of course, they always pay attention to the changes in the execution platform. Marine's actions were not hidden, what they wanted was to attract their attention. Marco ignored Kizaru and transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the air and flying towards the execution platform. Even Kizaru behind him fired several laser beams and hit Marco. It was directly injured, with hockey on it and blood splattered on it. But Marco quickly recovered his body with the help of the constantly burning blue flame. With such an ability, as long as it is not wiped out by someone with one blow, it is almost impossible to kill. And even an Admiral-level powerhouse is unlikely to be able to kill Marco with one blow. Marco's position was not far from the execution platform. When he flew towards the execution platform, Garp had a downcast expression, but he still took action. Whoosh! Garp appeared in front of Marco like a teleport, and Pung's punch sounded loudly. Shoot Marco straight out of midair. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Many Marines looked happy. But the leader of Rear Admiral felt his heart sinking. Logically speaking, Vice Admiral Garp is the last resort. Taking action now is not a good sign. Mainly because Akainu failed on the battlefield and failed to achieve a good record. Garp, I didn't let you take action. Sengoku frowned slightly. Only he knew that Garp had thrown out a punch. How heavy it is for him. But perhaps, true justice is always heavy. Black Crow Admiral. Black Crow Admiral is here. Suddenly a high-pitched voice sounded from the crowd. Judging from the emotion of the voice, it clearly belonged to Marine. What? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately raised their heads and looked up. Although the Black Crow Admiral had only taken action twice before at the beginning of the battle. But every time it was extremely amazing, deeply reflected in everyone's mind. One strike calms the tsunami, two strikes sends Whitebeard away. Even many Marines were discussing, in Nujao just now, if the Black Crow had not left. Using him to deal with Whitebeard might be better than Akainu. Because they all think that the strong man who can destroy Whitebeard should be stronger than Akainu. Akainu was knocked away at this moment and knocked to the ground. Whitebeard pursued the victory and raised his fist. After hearing such words, I couldn't help but look up. It doesn't matter what I saw, I was shocked after seeing it, that's that. Kaido. At this time, everyone noticed who the person in Levi's hand was. The world-famous Kaido of the Beasts, known as the Four Emperors together with Whitebeard. No, it's not true. Why does this look so miserable? What happened? Didn't he turn into a blue dragon before, majestic? A Marine Rear Admiral shouted directly. This is a bit scary. Even Whitebeard, Marco and others had their eyes fixed when they saw Kaido in Levi's hand. It's with a heavy heart that ultimate, and everyone in front of the live broadcast at this moment. They were all confused as to why the other four emperors was being held in someone's hand like a dead dog. Buzz. From under Levi's feet, suddenly, stairs paved with black Reiatsu appeared. Stairs continued from the sky to the execution platform below. This made the two executioners hesitate and look at Sengoku. Sengoku waved his hand, asking them to pause the execution, and everyone's attention was now drawn to Levi. If the execution was really to be carried out, Akainu, who was looking at the sky and looking a little distracted, might not be able to seize that critical opportunity. Levi looked at Sengoku and slowly reported the situation. The red hair pirates invaded Impel Down, and Kaido of the Beasts took the opportunity to take action. Now, Kaido of the Beasts subdued, and the red hair pirates escaped. It is recommended that Kaido of the Beasts be executed publicly now to tell the world what will happen if you become a pirate. The redhead escaped. Kaido really caught it. Levi's words to the whole world made countless people guess the truth. It was obvious that they could hear it from Levi's plain words. Just now at Impel Down, he had a conflict with 4 emperors alone. Now the red hair pirates have been beaten away and the 4 emperors Kaido have been captured alive. No matter how Levi did it or what the process was, the result was already in front of him. With the ironclad facts in front of you, no one can argue. It's just that this thing is so shocking. So much so that the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The same is true for the viewers in the live broadcast room, reporters, and giants. Hearing Levi say this from his own mouth, and seeing Kaido in such miserable condition. The Golden Emperor and others instantly felt an invisible mountain suppressing them. It felt like they were suffocating. Although these giants are not all wanted criminals, they often wander on the edge of darkness. It's just that their methods are softer. At the same time, I will often say hello to the world government and give certain benefits to the world government. But the underground world is an underground world after all, and they do a lot of dirty work. And Marine's strength may affect their business. After all, there is a person who is so strong, and he is young, and he may be full of a sense of justice. Then they would feel uncomfortable. There is no guarantee that they will be the next ones to be sent to Impel Down, or even be directly obliterated. This makes them think too much. Levi is now a man who can influence the world. Holy place. He really caught Kaido, but why did he insist on executing him? I don't know, but I just said hello to Marshal Sengoku. I hope it's not another unruly Marine Admiral. There are 1 or 2 lazy guys, that's enough. It's not that killing him will do us no good. Our prestige can be raised to the highest level. It's just that compared with the strongest clone warriors in the future, we may still be at a loss. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. Let's take a look again. We can also learn more about Black Crow's character. But did you call Kosa's back because you suspected Black Crow? I have only been out twice recently, but I have met many people, Sora, Sengoku, Garp, and I also went to the laboratory once and met some old guys. But I also met Black Crow. The stronger the Black Crow is, the higher the suspicion will be, but I hope not. Otherwise, it should be unlikely. His family background is very innocent, and Master Sengoku also attaches great importance to him. Let's see if Kaido can be saved first, but Black Crow is also a cunning little fox. What this kid said is equivalent to blocking half of Sengoku's persuasion. After all, he is in front of the world. Talking about the public execution of the 4 emperors is definitely enough to drive people around the world crazy. If this madness is not curbed in time, once it spreads to the marine, I'm afraid Sengoku will not go against the general trend, but will follow it. No matter which one it is, it's good for us. It's just a matter of more or less. Let's see. Oh, everything was just as the 5 elders said. After the entire battlefield was silent for a while, the Marines suddenly let out a deafening roar. Black Crow. This is an unparalleled achievement, and the best evidence is the miserable-looking Kaido in his hand. Marines' morale reached its highest peak after venting with crazy shouts. The sound waves of the mountain roar and tsunami seemed to collapse the Marine headquarters. Their Black Crow admiral even defeated 4 emperors. What are the Whitebeard pirates? The Black Crow is coming, the Whitebeard pirates will lose. Their Marine headquarters will win. In Marine, the fanatical looks gradually turned into admiration. There were those who questioned Levi's youth and his exceptional promotion. Those who question his actual combat experience. At this moment, there is nothing left. There is only admiration, enthusiasm, and worship. This riot directly suppressed the morale of the pirates. The pirates looked at the Black Crow, with a sense of fear and awe deep in their hearts. If Black Crow can really fight 4 emperors alone, how should they fight in this battle? You will lose no matter what. Just look at Kaido's miserable end. Soon Levi escorted Kaido, like a god, walking on the Reiatsu road and walked to Marshal Sengoku. Throwing the unconscious Kaido directly next to Ace, who was in tears and was equally happy and sad. He actually captured that monster Kaido alive. Akainu was a little confused for a moment. Black Crow, so ferocious. Is he that much stronger than before? Black Crow. Garp looked at Levi, and suddenly felt that the entire Marine, even if there were no old guys like them in the future, it shouldn't can maintain its reputation as the world's #1 military institution. Are you not hurt? Sengoku asked. Fine. World politics. Sengoku was also in a daze. They had not been able to win the Four Emperors Kaido for decades. At this moment, it was thrown to the ground casually like a dead dog. Not even seastone handcuffs needed. However, Sengoku was shocked. 2 minutes before Levi arrived, he received a call from world government. Although he didn't know what happened specifically, the 5 elders just asked him to find a way to save Kaido's life from Levi. It's just that people are so angry now that they don't go with the trend, but go against it. It's not necessarily a good thing, but as soon as Sengoku opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Levi. Mr. Sengoku, I know what you want to say, but look at the world outside this battlefield. Hundreds of millions of people are watching. They have seen the horror of the Four Emperors and the survival of pirates. Under the shadow of, if nothing else, let's just say Four Emperors Kaido. He took control of Wano Kuni and colluded with General Orochi to turn fertile land into poisonous land and rivers into poisonous rivers. Countless people were starved to death or turned into experimental subjects, including children and the elderly. If they were not careful, they would I will be labeled as a remnant of Kazuki and die inexplicably. I am not a hero, but at least I can know what a country under real pirate rule is like. Levi spoke, and the countless excited Marines all fell silent at this moment. Listening carefully to Levi's words, even the pirates remained silent for a while. Whitebeard and Marco fell silent upon hearing this. They visited Wano Kuni decades ago, a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, fertile land and rich products. I also visited Wano Kuni before when Ace was shipwrecked and briefly talked about some things. But it wasn't long before something big happened on Whitebeard's ship, and they also tried to attack Wano Kuni many times. But it's not easy. It's very difficult to liberate Wano Kuni. After hearing this from Levi again, they remembered this again. Ace didn't know about the test product and hadn't mentioned it to them. I just said that under Kaido's tyranny, many people will not have enough to eat and will starve to death, and the land and rivers will become poisonous. Sengoku is also silent. They know that the country under the rule of pirates will not be much better. But for the sake of their own development, they should not do stupid things like killing the goose that lays the goose to lay eggs. For example, the pirate kingdom under the rule of red-haired Whitebeard does not seem to be so miserable. But Wano Kuni is closed off, and they really don't know much information. For example, using citizens for experiments is obviously destroying the foundation of our country. They never expected that Orochi Kaido and the others had no intention of treating Wano Kuni as a sustainable country. See bad, but after squeezing it out, I just started giving up and conquering the world. Not to mention Wano Kuni also has a real avenger, Orochi. Except for the flower capital, he doesn't care if he destroys or kills as many people as he wants in other places. And such a country is just a microcosm of this era, a very small part. Sometimes we do have to consider interests, but sometimes we also have to consider people's hearts. As for this war, the whole world is paying attention. Do you think what do they want? It's justice, hope, and an environment where they can live with peace of mind. And some justice is within reach now. Mr. Sengoku, do you want to take it away? Levi said, condensing a Reiatsu heavenly sword and holding it in his hand. Kaido's limbs were then pierced by 4 Reiatsu chains and firmly fixed on the execution platform. A black Reiatsu beam of light dropped from the sky, suppressing Kaido and waking him up at the same time. Just stimulate his unconscious soul. Justice. For justice. That's right. Execute Kaido. What about the 4 emperors? We Marine are the strongest. These butchers and villains cannot be allowed to live. If he escapes, who can catch him? If he comes back to Wano Kuni, then we can't do anything to him. He has successfully escaped several times. Kill the 4 emperors and free Wano Kuni. Sengoku hasn't finished speaking yet. Some Marines with a sense of justice below have already spoken. A country strategist who killed countless people, starved to death everywhere, and experimented on living people. No matter how you look at it, death is inevitable. Sengoku is Marine Marshal. Do you still want to keep Kaido? Of course, some people don't think so. Seeing Sengoku hesitate, he couldn't sit still. Marshal Sengoku, don't be stupid. Once Kaido dies, the structure of the entire world will be broken, and the new world will fall into endless chaos and war. This storm, it will definitely affect the whole world, don't tell me you don't know. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Doflamingo looked at Marshal Sengoku and shouted loudly. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his heart was beating continuously. 4 Emperors Kaido, he is his backer in the pirate world. He was captured alive by the Black Crow. How is this possible? How could that monster Kaido lose? And now he is going to die. He was publicly executed. It's okay, he has been able to get along like a fish in the underground world over the years. Its arms, its slave trading, its artificial fruits, it relies on Kaido's reputation. The connections with the world government cannot deter the other 4 emperors. If something happens to Kaido, Brother Ming will be the first to be hit. But from the situation point of view, Brother Ming's words are not unreasonable. Sengoku frowned when he heard this. But he quickly chose to ignore Brother Ming's words. From the moment they decided to kill Whitebeard, they knew that the balance of power would be difficult to maintain. Even if Kaido is not killed, Kaido will be locked up for research. For Beast's pirates, there is no difference at all, they will still be in chaos. And now Marine has an unprecedentedly powerful Black Crow admiral. Younger and with a distinguished record, if Levi's prestige reaches another level, the cohesion of Marine will be greater, and there will be more new blood joining Marine in the future. It is of huge benefit to the entire Marine. At the same time, in this situation, Marshal Sengoku is sitting on a tiger and unable to get off. If we really want to save Kaido's life, I'm afraid the morale of the entire Marine Corps will be affected. Ring. Some Marine officers with an excessive sense of justice may even mutiny on the spot. Especially after what Levi said about Wanokuni's situation just now. Many people are filled with righteous indignation. In that case, how can we successfully fight the battle with Whitebeard? Whitebeard can't lose this battle even now. And Levi is clearly obsessed with executing Kaido. If he refuses, he will give up the business or paddle out. In addition, Akainu is now seriously injured. How much will it cost to win against Whitebeard? Although the world government may not like it, if you know the current situation, I am afraid that even if you cannot save Kaido, you should be able to understand. Watch Marshal Sengoku musing. Everyone in the whole world fell silent, and the whole world was terribly quiet. Staring at Sengoku with burning eyes, waiting for his choice. You captured the person, so you have the first priority, Sengoku said, taking a step back and handing the place over to Levi. Levi smiled slightly, and Kaido slowly woke up at this time. Kaido woke up and looked at the entire battlefield. He immediately wanted to struggle, but his combat power was reduced to ultimate. Moreover, Levi was suppressed by all the concentrated Reiatsu, making it difficult to even move. After struggling for a while to no avail, Duo's eyes suddenly lost color. He knew exactly what he was going to face next. Let you die in front of the whole world, I won't be rude to you. Do you have any last words to say? Levi's Reiatsu heavenly sword was placed on Kaido's neck. Kaido looked at this wonderful and colorful world. His whole figure seemed to have aged a lot. He did not insult or resist anymore. He looked in the direction of the phone bug and seemed to be talking to some people. Saying his last words, "Don't take revenge. Then please get on your way." Levi held up the Reiatsu sky sword. Brother Kaido. Jack was almost crazy, and that wasn't anyone's pretense. It's not the Marine headquarters that's faking it, it's really Big Brother Kaido. And since just now, their phone numbers have been completely unreachable. Plus this is a live broadcast for the whole world. Marine headquarters couldn't tell a lie they couldn't tell. At this point, the only thing left in Jack's heart was a little bit of luck, which was gone. People of the world, reporters from Sabayati, the Four Seas Marine, the territories of the 4 emperors, Shui Shenxing Island. Everyone is watching this scene. Especially when I heard Kaido's last words were, "Don't take revenge." Anyone who is strong can feel a feeling of despair and suffocation. How powerful is the Black Crow? Kaido was so powerful before he died. They all hope that his subordinates or relatives will not avenge him. It was obvious that he was worried that revenge would be in vain. Although judging from his last words, Kaido should be pretty good to his subordinates. But he is the four emperors after all. Let the four emperors say such things. Who cannot be heavy? Marshal Sengoku retreated and left everything to Levi, who pronounced the four emperors to death in public. Countless people around the world cheered. To ordinary people, every time there is one less powerful pirate in the world, they will be safer. Now before Whitebeard falls, one of the four emperors will be executed. This weight is more important than Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace is just an evil seedling that hasn't grown up yet. And Kaido is already an evil dark tree. I don't know how much darkness breeds and shelters under the shadow. Doflamingo looked at Levi holding the heavenly sword high on the execution platform. Although he knew Kaido couldn't be killed, he didn't dare to stop him at this time. Smart Brother Ming immediately thought of the point where Marshal Sengoku hesitated just now. It must be an order from the world government. But now Levi is openly disobeying the orders of the world government, and even blocked what Marshal Sengoku tried to persuade him just now. If he dared to save Kaido, the Black Crow would definitely chop him to death. It doesn't even take much effort. This made Brother Ming feel silently angry and at the same time feel deeply powerless. It turns out that the things that I usually rely on are so powerless in the face of absolutely powerful strength. The world government is unreliable, and neither is Kaido. Are you serious? Hawkeye saw that Levi's knife had been raised, and he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Because of many policies in this world, if a strong person is not captured alive, he will be killed in battle. But for those who have been successfully captured alive, the value of keeping their lives is probably higher. But Black Crow didn't seem to think so. Even Marshal Sengoku's attempt to dissuade him just now seemed to have failed. Now the butcher's knife has been raised, it only needs to fall. The legend of four emperors Kaido. I am about to bid farewell to this world completely. Kaido, that kind of monster will also end up today. Moria's mood was extremely complicated. A man who had brought him despair and made him depressed for decades. Now he was sent to the execution stand so easily. But Moria couldn't feel any joy, only a feeling of sadness. Even if he is 7 warlords of the sea, it cannot change the fact that he is a pirate. Hancock also watched quietly. The captains and Aokiji Kizaru also watched intently. Top powerhouses like them understand that with this blow, it is very likely that a new era will be cut off. But there was one person who didn't sit idly by, and that was Whitebeard. Boy, your plan won't succeed so easily. Whitebeard grinned, attracting everyone's attention. Whitebeard raised his right hand, condensing an earthquake halo. In an environment where the whole battlefield is so depressing to the point where you can't even breathe, only Whitebeard can still take it calmly. Whitebeard doesn't like Kaido and even wants to get rid of Kaido many times. But this time Whitebeard must take a stand and draw an end. Whether he can successfully stop Levi from executing Kaido is another matter. If there is really no interference at all, then Levi's prestige and awe will be deeply rooted in people's hearts along with Kaido's head. And if they don't make any move, the pirate side's morale will collapse instantly like a flood that breaks a bank. It's enough to completely destroy the courage of the Whitebeard pirates. By then, everyone will think that the Whitebeard pirates are no match for the Black Crows. The courage and resistance of every pirate will be suppressed to the ultimate by the powerful Levi. So Whitebeard must resist and let them see that he, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, is not afraid of any strong man in the world. This way the whole group won't collapse. Sure enough, when Whitebeard said these words, many captains and captains' eyes that were originally ashen and somewhat desperate suddenly lit up again. No matter what others do, their boss will never give in. And their father is recognized as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard is fearless and comes to Marine headquarters today. He had no intention of leaving. The only thing he was anxious about now was that he hadn't rescued Ace yet. And that guy Sengoku has no intention of talking morally to the pirates. It was obvious just now that Ace was going to be executed early. He had to speed up and race against time. Even if you do whatever it takes and die in battle in the end, it doesn't matter. Pong, click, Whitebeard blasted out an earthquake punch on the execution platform. The atmosphere shattered, and a shock wave rushed towards the execution platform. Marines along the way were instantly blown away. Ace is still there though. But Whitebeard actually knew that it was not that easy to hit Levi directly. Because there is Garp under the execution platform, and Marshal Sengoku and Levi above. His attack was more about breaking the fearful atmosphere dominated by the Black Crow. Only if it is broken, will everyone have the courage to continue fighting. Sure enough, the earthquake wave hit Levi 10 meters away. Levi just thought, and a black Reiatsu barrier appeared in front of him. Blocked Whitebeard's shock wave. Then Levi didn't hesitate at all. He raised the knife and dropped it, blood spattered, and he made a hiss, claiming that he couldn't kill him. Indestructible Kaido's head is separated from his body. With a bang, his head hit the ground hard. Kaido, death. Levi wasted no time and used the Reiatsu sword in his hand to collect the fragments of Kaido's soul before his death. These are still useful, but there is nothing that can be done about the blood, if the blood disappears in public. That must have seemed weird. Wow, all Marines, and even all humans, burst into unprecedented cheers at this moment. Saying it is one thing, but doing it is another. Now in front of the people of the world, Levi will destroy the Four Emperors Kaido, which has been causing trouble for many years. Public execution, ending his life and his life of sin. It aroused the resonance of countless people. Levi's prestige also reached an unprecedented height at this time. Even the title of hero has been proposed and won the recognition of many Marine generals. He killed, really killed. Brother Ming looked at the head that was once arrogant and dominated the world. At this moment, he is no different from an ordinary dead person. He has moved. There seemed to be something in his mind, something like a belief, that collapsed. Black Crow Admiral, invincible. Kaido, unforgivable. Marine, unforgivable. Wang Guo's aunt crushed the cup in her hand at this moment. She and Kaido often clashed and had conflicts. But there is also a kind of feeling that is not a partner or a relative, but is like a partner or a relative. Even if they have conflicts, they can kill each other. But you must not allow others to kill him. Moreover, the Four Emperors died so easily. How will the world view their Four Emperors in the future? You will feel that it is nothing more than that. This is something that no Four Emperors can tolerate. Majesty is what all strong men and forces need. Zeus, let's go to the Marine headquarters. We must let the world see our terror again. Otherwise, if this continues, Marine's prestige will reach its highest level. We will not be able to rest assured in the future. We must be the only ones with ideas. Contact the base on Shueishan Star Island, I have something to say to them. Mom, Marine headquarters now. Perospero hesitated. The Black Crow Admiral is so terrifying that Kaido was tripped up. Even if my mother goes, the horror may not necessarily be beneficial. And is it too late to go at this time? Do as I say. The aunt's eyes suddenly became extremely scary, as if she was suffering from schizophrenia. That aura enveloped the entire Cake Island, causing countless strong men to tremble. Yes, Perospero no longer dared to have any objections. Remember to contact the guy from Sea Transport King. But he added, the king of shipping is known as the #1 transportation force on the sea and possesses special fruit abilities. Only with his nod can they get there in the shortest possible time. Arrive at the Marine headquarters, but this way. The times have completely gone crazy. But Auntie doesn't care at the moment. It was Whitebeard at Marine headquarters who provoked first, and then executed Four Emperors Kaido. They started the war in the first place. If they are pirates in the New World, they don't fight back. It will also end up being gradually eaten away. And in this world, no one dares to underestimate Heavenly Mother. You know, Big Mom has been a monster since she was a child. When she was strong, Kaido was just a little boy. Apart from her love of food and running the world, Auntie doesn't pay much attention to outside world affairs. Especially in the past few decades, there has been no big move, and some people have almost forgotten her terror. But the strong men of the older generation will never think like this. Their evaluation of Big Mom will always be higher than Kaido. Because she is a monster that cannot be measured by common sense. When she goes berserk, her power continues to increase, even without limit. Now we're in trouble. Charlotte Linlin launched an alliance request to attack the Marine headquarters on Shueishan Star Island. The red-haired man had just left the door after the doctor had treated his injuries. Then I heard an extremely shocking news. Mother Four Emperors called on all the strong pirates. The righteous reason for going to the Marine headquarters to fight is to protect the living environment of the New World. If 4 emperors loses 2 of them instantly and their power collapses, Marine will enter the new world in a big way. And to gain a firm foothold, the living space of all their pirate forces will be suppressed in the future. And people in this era don't know how powerful pirates are. I only know that Marine is powerful, and more people will become Marines in the future. It is also squeezing the living space of their pirate forces. This rhetoric is indeed a real phenomenon. Marine has created Levi, a monster that is difficult to measure by common sense. Sooner or later it will affect them. So, it's better to join forces together and teach Marine a lesson. Don't let them think that there are no pirates left. Today's young people have gone too far. The 4 emperors will kill as many as they want. After all, it is also a card among pirates. If this continues, I'm afraid Marine will even want to be the queen of Shuishenxingdao in the future. Let's go to the garden. Let's go meet the old immortal Garp. A strong man carrying a silver axe responded to the ant's call. He is a former Rocks pirate member and Big Mom Kaido's companion, Silver Axe. But there is no affection between them. It's just purely to promote the name of pirates and gain notoriety. Pirates like it very much. What Linlin said is not unreasonable. A strong man, who was once the ant's husband, also responded. It seems that I have no choice. Let's prepare to let Charles activate his abilities. In this battle, all the world's structures will be shattered and reorganized. Many strong men responded, and the Sea Transport King alone stood up. There is no right to refuse. Boys, the war is not over yet. Destroy the Marine, Whitebeard said, circling Kongyunchi and heading straight for the execution platform. At this time, he must take the lead in the charge. Dad, go back. Ace looked at Kaido's body beside him and couldn't help but said. Stop, Whitebeard. The Marines instantly swelled, and even Rear Admiral dared to lead people to attack and stop Whitebeard. It's a pity that Whitebeard punched me away from the air. However, facing ordinary elites, Whitebeard did not use all his strength at this moment. Now he must reserve every bit of his strength to deal with the Black Crow, an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Akainu got up, stopped Whitebeard, and the two fought. Levi took one look and prepared to take action to prevent Whitebeard from being hammered to death by others. If you want to die, you can only die in your own hands. Ace, I'm here to save you. At this moment, at the harbor, the door of justice opened by itself. Apparently a long time ago, the Marine who guarded the gate of justice was killed by hypnosis. Possibly before proposing Shichibukai, Lafayette came once and was then taken over by hypnosis. Luffy's escaped ship appears, and Rayleigh comes with it. Luffy's voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of countless people in an instant. Straw Hat Luffy. There are also Rayleigh, Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, the new pirates. What a strange lineup this is. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sengoku, I almost forgot to tell you that there are escaped prisoners in Impel Down, but don't worry, as for the people on the boat in front of you, they were in a hurry and didn't deal with it just now. Lee Wei said with a smile. Next time something like this happens, tell me earlier. Sengoku had a headache. This was an extremely powerful fighting force. If you really want to say it, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are equivalent to 2 Marine admirals. Luffy and others looked at them as if they were trying to land on the beach. Garp suddenly felt dizzy. How did Luffy escape from Impel Down? No, escaping from Impel Down is a good thing, but why come to Marine headquarters? Such a battlefield is too early for Luffy, who has not even mastered Haki yet. Even if he has defeated someone no less powerful than the Vice Admiral. But that was achieved after a lot of hard work and bloody battles, even a desperate effort, and some luck. But on this battlefield, there are more than 6 or 7 strong men who can kill Vice Admiral instantly. Luffy will inevitably suffer disaster if he meets anyone casually. And his identity is also very sensitive. Luffy was imprisoned during Impel Down. Garp actually visited Luffy once and tried to convince him to join Marine. As long as he joins Marine, Garp will try to find a way to get Luffy out. If it were normal, Garp would know that there is no chance, but he has seen the horror of Impel Down. Garp still holds out the 10,000th hope that Luffy will know how to be afraid. He hopes to be able to find his way back, although he knows that, given Luffy's character, it's unlikely, but Garp isn't going to try. Even Garp was determined to pay attention. if he couldn't talk to Luffy for a few days. Then try it every month after a few months, or even years. Even take him to see what a real pirate is. Although it may not be effective, because Luffy is silly. But in fact, since he was a child, Luffy has seen what a real pirate is, Mr. Blue 5. It is the normal state of life for people to change after experiencing something. People can still maintain their original intentions after experiencing something very valuable. Garp had planned his future life, but he didn't expect Luffy to successfully escape from prison. Garp was indeed worried and troubled, but when he thought about the things that neither Kaido nor the red-haired man had accomplished. Luffy did it, and he couldn't help laughing, as expected of my grandson. Hey, Garp, this is not something to be proud of. Don't worry, Xiaohei, shut up. Crane Vice Admiral gave Garp a sharp look. Yeah, don't worry, that brat Luffy doesn't look like a short-lived person. Garp nodded sharply. But after laughing, all that's left is worry. Luffy. Ace also noticed Luffy. Luffy is brave now, under the cover of Jinbei, Sand Crocodile, Ivankov, Rayleigh and others. If you enter a deserted area, quickly approach the square. Although Rayleigh didn't recover much from his injuries, he still has a monster-level body. Even though he is old, he still cannot be underestimated. Now he has recovered a little. Ordinary marine generals can't do anything to him. Together with the other 10 supernovas, they are basically equivalent to the combat power of Marine Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral. For an average Marine, it is already quite powerful. They shouldn't be in this fight. But they had no other choice. When the warships left, they only captured one. After entering the high-speed current, they did not dare to jump into the sea casually. And see how powerful Marine Admiral is. These unruly people hope to fight on the battlefield and strengthen their strength. If you die in battle for this, most of the bloody and enlightened people can still accept it. We're going to find an opportunity to sneak away. At the same time, there were some new humans and small fish who escaped with them. For example, there is Buggy and there is an extra Bentham. Luffy escaped from the 6th floor all the way to the top, with such great momentum that it was hard not to notice. And at the beginning, they were able to escape all the way. Many prisoners were released, creating a commotion. It was Buggy the Clown who spoke, because giants like Rayleigh and Jinbei Sand Crocodile were coming to the marine headquarters. They little miscellaneous fish have no choice at all. Or just jump off halfway and leave. Or you can only follow the warship to the marine headquarters. But Buggy the Clown may not have noticed that the eyes of many pirates around him were already looking at him with admiration. What they just saw was that Buggy the Clown was so familiar with Pluton Rayleigh. They turned out to be crew members on the same ship. Although Rayleigh's atmosphere is easygoing. But others thought of the famous Pluton Rayleigh. They didn't even have the courage to speak to him. Naturally, we can only move to Buggy. Lord Buggy must be a hidden god tier. I didn't ask you to save me. Do you think I would be happy if you saved me? Luffy. Ace held back the tears of emotion, but he didn't want Luffy to risk it. Luffy is now rushing all the way, and many nearby marine elites react. They all attacked Luffy. If Luffy dealt with it alone, it would take 2 or 3 moves for any marine to deal with it. Some generals even greatly delayed Luffy's speed. As the blade flew, a trace of blood streaked across Luffy's face. Obviously in such a battlefield, Luffy is still very immature, especially running all the way from Impel Down and starting a fight. And he had just been beaten severely by the jailers in the morning. He hasn't recovered yet, and his combat power is not even at its peak. But you are my brother. No matter what, even if it means death, I will save you. Luffy roared hysterically. It immediately caused many people to scream in horror. Impossible. How is it possible? Didn't Portgas D. Rouge die after giving birth to Fire Fist Ace? Does Fire Fist Ace have a younger brother? Is it possible that the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 300 million belly is also the blood of the Pirate King? If you think about it carefully, such a brat is actually offered a bounty of 300 million belly. That is a high bounty that only the captain of the New World has. Does he also have amazing talents? Many Marines. There was also a commotion. Don't panic, that's not Roger's bloodline, but it's also a dangerous factor in the future. He's the son of the revolutionary dragon. You can't let it go easily. Akainu's cold voice sounded. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Revolutionary Army dragon was no less harmful than the Pirate King. And he is still alive. The Straw Hat Boy has such a big background. But the more this happens, the less he can let Luffy go. Alala, we still have a lot of fighting strength. If we let you pass, it will be very troublesome. Luffy and others sprinted for a distance. A gust of cold air suddenly passed over countless pirate marines, and with a clang, an ice nail was nailed directly in front of Rayleigh and others. Ice ball. Whoosh, 2 pieces of cloth like cold air and ice shot out. Very fast, at least except for Rayleigh and Jinbei. It's not that easy for others to avoid. After the battle until now, the Black Crow has returned. Whitebeard should be almost exhausted and must not be allowed to join the battlefield. Sabotage their impending victory at Marine headquarters. It would be okay if there was no Rayleigh in this camp. But if there is, Aokiji even temporarily gave up Josie as his opponent. You also have to come and intercept. As for Josie, Hancock looked at him and then at the man on the high platform. I always feel like his eyes are on me. In order to make the guy speechless, Hancock took the initiative to attack this powerful enemy. Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Everyone was shocked, watching the overwhelming cold air spreading, and the ice chain was about to freeze them. They felt a huge pressure. But it doesn't seem as scary as the Black Crow. But it was still very powerful, almost suffocating them. Rayleigh held a sword in his hand, holding a sword flower, and swept the sword across, cutting off all the cold air. But there was a roar, and a fortress-like ice wall was erected behind Aokiji. After all, it is a bit troublesome for one person to stop so many people. When people get old, they should find a place to take care of themselves. Why bother after finally escaping from Impel Down and then dying again? Young people like to make troubles, so I would go with them. I also want to see what direction the world will take in the future. The older people get, the more they always want to spread some light and generate some enthusiasm. But be careful not to risk your own life. Then we have to see if you juniors have this ability. Some things are not so easy to try. Ice sword. Aokiji said calmly, and with a touch of his hand, an ice sword was condensed and held in his hand. Then the black hockey covered it. Facing Rayleigh, he didn't dare to be careless at all. The sword was swung, but there was a loud sound, and Aokiji was surprised to find it. Rayleigh was knocked away several steps by his sword. It seems that you are about to impel down again. I can't see. Brother Jinbei, please take them forward. It's a while here, and it may not be solved so quickly. I haven't said anything about letting them pass. Let them go. Aokiji wanted to stop him, but was blocked by Futuri's sword energy. HMPH. Our alliance is here for this. Next, let's fight on our own. But the sand crocodile had no time to cover Luffy. Even he was touched by Straw Hat Luffy's spirit in rescuing his brother. But the purpose of his escape was to kill Whitebeard and avenge his former shame. As that Ace's younger brother. Gu la 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 la, he's really energetic. Whitebeard also glanced sideways. Although he is very reckless, he does not dislike being reckless enough to risk his life. Straw Hat, there are so many strong men around you, it's interesting. Hawkeye stood on the path that Luffy and others must pass. What a troublesome guy. Jinbei and Ivankov suddenly felt a headache. If they took a detour, it would be a battlefield. It's not that easy to break through the past. And the eagle's eyes are already looking here. Zoro also held 3 knives and looked at Hawkeye again, looking at this destined enemy. How far is the distance between you and him this time? 3,000 worlds. Zoro rushed forward without hesitation. He wanted to clear the way for Luffy, even if it was just for a while. As soon as he comes up, Zoro explodes with all his strength. The other 9 supernovas began to fight individually. Some people challenge the famous marine generals, and some people challenge Shichibukai Doflamingo, such as Luo. If it were a head-to-head confrontation, Luo felt that he was not a match for Brother Ming. But in chaos, anything can happen. For example, when Brother Ming and Whitebeard are close, you can teleport Brother Ming to Whitebeard's knife or Earthquake Fist. Although it is very difficult to operate, now that I have encountered it. Luo didn't want to miss this opportunity. Feeling the cold murderous aura permeating the air. Brother Ming also looked over and showed a slightly crazy smile. Bonnie even sneaked towards Akainu's location. Apparently if she gets the chance, she will turn Akainu into a child or an old man, rendering him incapable of fighting. It's really numb. It's annoying. Drake, killed, towards Kizaru. Although I am being served delicious food and drinks in prison these days. He was originally going to prepare for a prison transfer, and then be robbed outside so that he could continue to be a pirate. Scored by Beast's pirates. But is it necessary now? Beast's pirates Kaido have all been beheaded by Admiral the Black Crow. He is now going to find Kizaru, his old boss, and ask if he can return to the team. Being a pirate is so difficult. Straw Hat Boy, we are neither relatives nor friends, but since you let me go at LV5, let me clear a way for you. Monk Rouge fights for Straw Hat. Although he was released by the way when he rescued Zoro. But Rouge is still remembered in my heart, even though it is called a monk who breaks the precepts. But he still believes in karma and the like. Because his boxing is called karma boxing. The Black Crow guy is hard to deal with, so let's see if we can kill a vice admiral. Kid focused on the Doberman vice admiral. As the prisoners joined in, the battlefield became increasingly chaotic and crazy. No one's opponent is fixed. New enemies are added at any time. Whitebeard, go to hell. Sandstorm. Sand crocodile killed Whitebeard. A super sandstorm tornado was condensed. What a bad boy. Whitebeard glanced slightly out of the corner of his eye, not caring. Then a slender figure pulled out the ice sword and chopped the tornado sandstorm into pieces with one sword stroke. She is the Ice Witch, one of the 43 captains. The Ice Witch has higher qualifications than Marco. I also followed Whitebeard earlier, but women are not encouraged to fight in the Whitebeard Pirates. That's why she didn't become the captain of 16, but became one of the captains. But in terms of strength, he is also among the best among the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Sakazuki, stand down, there is no need to drag this war on any longer. Levi took a look at the Marine headquarters and the attitude of many Marines towards Whitebeard. I completely understood. During the period when I was in Impel Down, Whitebeard unleashed Kamui and beat Akainu very badly, letting the world fully realize how powerful he is. Many people are afraid of Whitebeard. In this case, there is no need to wait any longer. The time has come, take off Whitebeard's head and achieve your own success. I can still keep fighting, Sakazuki said angrily. Until now, he was unwilling to give up Whitebeard as his opponent. Be sure to kill Whitebeard under his own magma arm. As difficult as it may seem, rationally speaking, Levi seems to be in better shape than him at this time. In order to take down Whitebeard as soon as possible, the best choice is for them to take turns to fight, or to fight together. It is also the fastest way to take down Whitebeard. But Akainu felt that he couldn't take down Whitebeard, and he felt a little disgraceful. After all, before this war has completely started, they had made a bet. Compete to see who can take down Whitebeard first. Levi shook his head and stepped on the spiritual path stairs from the execution platform. Go all the way between Whitebeard and Akainu. Whitebeard looked at Levi warily. He remembered the hockey shock wave this little monster released not long ago. It directly broke through his seismic shock wave and sent him flying out. Now that his situation is even worse, facing this little monster again may be a disaster. But even so, Whitebeard still had no intention of taking a step back. Because of the entire Whitebeard Pirates, only he can deal with the Black Crow. It is too dangerous for other people to confront him. This guy can't be measured by common sense at all. No, you can't. If you don't believe it, look. Levi finished his words and took this step. With a roar, the terrifying Reiatsu current surged out instantly like the most terrifying tsunami, sweeping across the entire area. Even strong men like Akainu and Whitebeard felt their bodies sink under Levi's Reiatsu. It was so heavy that there was a cracking sound, and the ground beneath their feet cracked. Then Levi raised his hand and fired a strange Reiatsu light. So fast that Whitebeard can barely notice. Because that thing is impossible to see with the naked eye. It was Whitebeard's observation Haki who was always vigilant about Levi, so he was able to notice this. Whitebeard was startled, but then frowned, because it was invisible. He didn't even notice the slightest danger. How is this going? But even so, the vigilant Whitebeard still carried Kong Yunchi and shattered the invisible power. After the invisible force was shattered by Whitebeard, some of the starlight penetrated into Whitebeard's body. Then Whitebeard was surprised to find that some minor wounds were healed at this moment. And it is at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the physical strength consumed is also restored at this moment. What is going on? Even though Whitebeard was well informed, he was a little confused at the moment. He thought it would be some kind of attack and killing method. Who would have thought that after crushing the attack, his body would recover? Judging from your injuries, you should have been stabbed in the back. Akainu said he would defeat Whitebeard in an upright manner. Killing a man who was stabbed in the back by his own son will cause. If he is not injured, he may not be able to kill his illusion. How can he prove that his strength is truly superior to Whitebeard? That's not straightforward enough. It will leave people with nothing to talk about. In war, victory is the first goal. Akainu also frowned slightly. Why did Whitebeard's body and aura look like they were before? Although they also want to do what Levi said at the beginning. But Whitebeard is too fierce, they can't do it, they want to win in the shortest time. You have to use various means, not only physically, but also psychologically, to influence Whitebeard in various ways. After all, Whitebeard possesses the strongest destructive power, and his actual combat experience and instinctive reactions are almost frighteningly perfect. Without these means and calculations, it is not that easy to take down Whitebeard. To kill Whitebeard as quickly as possible, some unconventional means are needed. What did you do to Whitebeard? Akainu couldn't help but ask, seeing Whitebeard himself looking a little confused. It's nothing. I just restored his injuries to their prime. But he was too vigilant and shattered my healing ability. I only got scattered healing effects. Levi said calmly with a smile. These words made all the strong men on Marine's side feel their hearts skip a beat when they heard these words. Akainu was furious. Black Crow, are you crazy? We finally consumed Whitebeard. You want to heal the enemy? Don't worry, I will treat you too. That's not what Mater meant. Do you know how difficult this monster was when it was at its strongest? Akainu was going crazy. He paid the price with serious injuries and Sengoku's calculations. It took a lot of effort to consume Whitebeard to this point. It turns out that it's good for you, just give the enemy a wave of milk as soon as he comes up. How can this not drive people crazy? Whitebeard was also stunned. There is such a thing. He has experienced countless battles in his life, some of which were even bloody battles. But I have never met him before starting a fight with him. The man who treated himself first. Because the two sides are inherently hostile. Generally speaking, all you think about is how to kill your opponent and how to weaken the enemy. Especially he, Whitebeard, controls the most terrifying destructive fruit power in the world. Almost every enemy of his knows his own abilities. The first thing to think about is to weaken your own strength as much as possible. Because they are all afraid of themselves. This is almost the norm for Whitebeard. So after arriving at the Marine headquarters, the three admirals consumed themselves intentionally or unintentionally from the beginning. Whitebeard knew that Sengoku did not underestimate him and was still wary of him. I want to weaken myself step by step, thus driving myself to a dead end. But this Black Crow dare to do this, which shows that deep down in his heart, he is the same as him. Fearless. Don't take anything in the world seriously. No matter what he becomes. Is he confident of defeating himself? Thinking of this, even Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Whitebeard didn't know whether he should be angry that he was being underestimated. I should still be happy that my body has been healed to some extent. Sengoku snapped and covered his face with one hand. Does this Black Crow know how terrifying Whitebeard is? Especially Whitebeard, who was restored to his prime. Garp, on the other hand, cast a very appreciative glance at Levi. More often than not, Garp is a pure warrior. A pure warrior is usually eager to kill a truly worthy opponent, instead of fighting an opponent who is in pain and about to wither. In that case, even if that person was once the number one in the world, I'm afraid he would still have some regrets. But doing so is very risky. It's just that Black Crow is so confident. Okay, don't get excited, it doesn't matter, the ending will be the same. Levi said. Within the range of the invisible Reiatsu, Wei began to modify the souls of Akainu and Whitebeard. But Whitebeard Hockey's defense is tight. Akainu's injuries are still recovering. Because he sensed that mysterious power. From Levi, one of my own. Didn't resist much. How is it possible? I can't resist. Although Whitebeard didn't think Levi was lying. Maybe I really want to take further treatment for myself. But Whitebeard is wary by nature and doesn't trust others to control his life, death and destiny. He didn't completely trust Black Crow. If he let go of his defense, Black Crow would attack him without any martial ethics. Then I'm afraid the entire Whitebeard Pirates group will collapse because of this. Levi was speechless. Whitebeard, can you cooperate a little? What I want to kill is you, who is in full bloom and has no injuries. It would be better if you were younger. You madman, do you think it's possible? Whitebeard not only did not weaken his defense, but actually strengthened it. Because he felt a little scared, he couldn't completely resist this change. There is still some penetration. As people get older, they have many things to think about and are cautious. At most, I can only restore your full combat power and injuries, but I can't make you look younger. Modification of soul healing. Levi has studied it many times, and it is not harmful to himself and will not cause instinctive resistance and reaction in the soul. Therefore, even someone as strong as Whitebeard cannot completely defend against this unpreventable healing from the soul. Of course, if it's attack damage, then the soul's self-defense instinct plus Whitebeard's full defense. If Levi wants to cause damage, it will take a while. Completely recovered. You actually still have this ability. Sakazuki believed that Levi was one of his own and would not harm him, when he noticed the mysterious power. Akainu chose to accept it, and in this short moment, all the injuries he had just suffered were completely recovered. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be that Black Crow secretly has the ability to heal fruits? But soon Akainu became irritable again, because he saw the knife wounds on Whitebeard's body, which were burnt red and high-temperature wounds. Even the bloody hole was completely restored. This scene made many people watching the live broadcast extremely desperate. What is going on? The injuries on Whitebeard and Akainu are healed and gone. Oh my god, does this mean that the terrifying Whitebeard from the beginning is back again? Someone thought of this, and the feeling of despair became even stronger. How could this happen? How could this happen? Several admirals had to go into battle one after another to finally inflict injuries. Although Akainu has also recovered, I feel that Whitebeard is more terrifying. With the Black Crow Admiral here, it should be fine. Simple people don't know that Levi handled it all. Because Whitebeard recovers all injuries, even old illnesses. Those who pay attention to Whitebeard will definitely feel the fear and power when he first appeared. Even worse, and the more desperate Levi is, the more obvious the effects of Levi's victory will be. Swish, swish, swish. Whitebeard danced and twirled the cloud cutter in his hand. At this moment, Whitebeard felt much more relaxed. It's as if the whole body has become very young. As his old illness and injuries have been eliminated, his combat power may have really returned to its full potential. Dad, many captains and captains noticed this change. Boy, you are the most confident person I have ever seen, but I still have to thank you. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. Over the years, Whitebeard has been relying on drugs to maintain his health. But at this moment, all the pain disappeared. This was not an illusion, but a real feeling. Although his body cannot be young, it doesn't matter. This pain-free body is definitely enough to support the combat power he had when he was the youngest and strongest. No, after all, it's for my own sake, and I'll send you on your way soon. Levi waved his hand to say you're welcome. Thank you, but your attitude of insisting on me is still unpleasant. Then give it a try, my strongest combat power. Of course, otherwise my work will be in vain. It would be interesting to be the real number one and strongest in the world. You la la la. Whitebeard laughed heartily. As he spoke, there was a rumble in the sky, and a terrifying conqueror's haki was at least 30% more powerful than when he first arrived at the Marine headquarters. Sweeping through the entire Marine headquarters, Kuntian was subconsciously shaken back a few steps. Impossible. It has become stronger. Black Crow guy. He can't get away with it. Although Whitebeard recovers from his injuries, killing him will enhance the reputation of Marine headquarters. It's too risky. Whitebeard actually has such a strong power. Many people were shocked. What kind of monster is Whitebeard, and why does it get stronger the more he kills it? Whitebeard felt the long-lost strength and the feeling of pain gone. There are no regrets in life, even if it is death, it is a wish to have this feeling of returning to youth before death. In the past 10 years, his illness has tortured him to the point where life would be worse than death. It's so uncomfortable. I thought I would never feel this way again until I died. But now it does. But Ace must be rescued first. Boom! Reiatsu and Whitebeard's conquerors Haki collide, and terrifying black lightning appears in the sky. However, Levi's Reiatsu is still stronger. The collision between the two made Akainu unable to bear it alone. This is almost equivalent to the power of two people acting on him at the same time. Akainu is too close. No matter how strong Akainu is, it will be difficult to defeat him. He can only skim the formation to prevent Whitebeard from escaping or something like that. Times are like swords slaying geniuses. Is this the strength of the strongest people in your era? They seem to be better than the red-haired Kaido, Levi said, and the Reiatsu swords flew around him, like black swords slashing towards them. Whitebeard. Whitebeard regains his strongest peak combat power. It also allows Levi to better evaluate the strongest combat power in the world. Because Garp and world government have the highest individual combat power. That's almost the limit, so Levi must know what the difference is. Maybe, some guys will confront me in the future. The battle against Whitebeard, in his prime, has multiple meanings for Levi. Skyquake. Whitebeard punched out with an earthquake halo. The atmosphere around him exploded every inch, even those around him. Then he punched the space directly in front of him. Ponkai. Reiatsu heavenly sword slashes towards the earthquake shock wave. The two clashed in midair. The energy storm set off made all the strongmen on the entire island somewhat unsteady. The entire marine headquarters island is trembling and tilting. Interesting, but it's not enough. Levi spread his hands, and a black spiritual mist emerged within the range of Reiatsu where he was. There was a bang. It was as if the sky was being crushed, and the endless and terrifying Reiatsu flow formed a tsunami, slapping towards Whitebeard. Roughly tore up the shock wave. Wrapping up the heavenly sword, Whitebeard himself. Whitebeard's expression condensed, and he was very surprised. He didn't expect that at the peak of his combat power, he would already be at a disadvantage after just one encounter. Vacuum smash. Whitebeard held the Kong Yunchi with both hands, and instead of retreating, he advanced. With one step, the Kong Yunchi hit the Reiatsu tsunami directly. Like the ancient Hercules, fighting against the tsunami alone. Chapter 91. Open it. Whitebeard was like a mythical giant at this moment. Being pressed down by Levi's Reiatsu tsunami made him feel as uncomfortable as an ant in a storm. Reiatsu is continuous and getting stronger. After Whitebeard resisted, he realized how terrifying this power was. Whitebeard roared, and the power in his body exploded instantly. Every cell, every inch of flesh and blood seemed to explode. The arm muscle swelled a bit, making the whole person look taller and more powerful. Then the earthquake shock wave was followed by a sharp and majestic sword energy bursting out from Kong Yunchi. This Reiatsu tsunami is split into two with its ferocity, which is really spectacular. Pong! Whitebeard's movements instantly became extremely vigorous. The whole person swept towards Levi like a ray of light. The speed is indeed much braver than the slow and sickly movement at the beginning. Dad, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm back when I was young? Marco felt extremely curious. From Dad's conqueror's Haki, Marco felt a surge of vitality. According to this aura, Dad should be fine even if he stays with them for another 10 years. At the same time, Dad was actually filled with joy, the joy of fighting, something I hadn't seen in Dad for a long time. It's really fierce. Levi looked at Whitebeard, who was rushing towards him at the speed of light. There was no panic at all. Whitebeard was certainly powerful. But it still can't compare to four emperors joining forces. The only thing to note is the destructive power of shock fruit. Whoosh! Two black wings flew out and struck Whitebeard jumping in midair. Then a black beam of light enveloped Whitebeard. Whitebeard's figure seemed to be frozen in midair. The pressure generated by soul deterrence is enough to solidify the atmosphere and everything within a certain range. After immobilizing Whitebeard, Levi focused an ordinary Sero between his eyebrows, and the ultimate flash beam burst towards Whitebeard. But even the most ordinary Reiatsu Sero is enough to flatten a mountain. It seemed that the high-energy beam was blasting, and countless shock waves suddenly appeared around Whitebeard. He is an earthquake man, and it is not only his weapons and fists that can cover the power of earthquakes. Earthquake force can be released throughout the entire body. Just concentrate a little before attacking. More destructive. Relying on the shock wave released from his body, Whitebeard also shattered the Reiatsu beam of light just before Sero hit him. Then he used his backhand skills to use Levi's Sero and guide it to the sky. Sero exploded in the sky like a bright planet, lighting up the entire Marine headquarters. Then there was a crash, a majestic heavy rain, which came just as soon as it came. But it cannot extinguish the smoke of the battlefield at all. Everyone is still fighting. Wang's shoes flash, but Whitebeard just took a breath. A stronger black Reiatsu Sero burst out. Faster, more powerful, and chosen at this moment after Whitebeard attacks. No matter how quickly Whitebeard reacts, there will definitely be a momentary stop at this moment. This momentary stop prevented him from making the next dodge move. When King Sero comes, Whitebeard can only use abilities, hockey, and sword skills, all three in one. Use your sword to block. Boom! A terrifying explosive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The two were within a radius of 5 kilometers, except Akainu. Others had already subconsciously evacuated. Marine is evacuated by Akainu. The pirates knew that Whitebeard's posture was to use his shock fruit ability with all his strength. I had already hid far away and started to prepare for the earthquake. And they discovered that Dad's earthquake power was even stronger than before the war started. But when Whitebeard blocked this Sero, the mushroom cloud of flaming energy that shot into the sky was too terrifying. Everyone can't help but worry. Pong! Whitebeard was a little embarrassed and the atmosphere was shattered by the explosion, and he quickly escaped. The injuries that had already recovered now have new wounds added. But this time, it's a real showdown, and Levi will no longer heal Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, Akainu silently stepped back a distance. He took it out on the nearby pirates, but observation hockey still kept an eye on the battlefield here. Gulu la la la, so happy. Whitebeard hasn't felt so comfortable in a long time. As he finished speaking, he kept attacking Levi, but was repelled by Levi every time. And every time he was beaten back, Whitebeard always had 1 or 2 more scars on his body. Sero, Sero, Void King Flash, Puffy Puffy. Levi modifies his soul so that his energy will always be abundant. The powerful high-energy beam attack is several times more terrifying than Kizaru's laser. But it's the same as Flat A, again and again. The area where the two of them are located ranges from heaven, earth, and the sea. Just like a dead end, if ordinary people accidentally step into the fighting range of 2 people. The aftermath alone was enough to turn the powerful Vice Admiral into a ball of blood mist. Extremely terrible. This little monster. Even in my heyday, he is no match for me. Was he so confident just now? Whitebeard was beaten and suppressed. The more he was beaten, the more frightened he became. His opponent seemed to have adapted to his counterattack. His own rhythm was completely controlled by the little monster Black Crow. Whitebeard wanted to break away from Levi's attack rhythm. But Levi's high-energy beam condensed in front of him, and then blasted out one after another. Every shot cannot be ignored. It is almost equivalent to a person of their level hitting with all his strength. But isn't this little monster's full blow too much? Whitebeard was beaten by Black Crow Admiral. We can win. Yes, we can win. This is not okay. Whitebeard can't fall now. Rayleigh heard the excited shouts of Marines on the battlefield. Very worried and wanted to help Whitebeard. If Whitebeard falls, Fire Fist Ace may no longer have any meaning in existence. He will be executed directly by Marine in the next moment. The reason why he has not been executed yet. It's because I haven't found an opportunity to influence Whitebeard's psychology. Keep Fire Fist Ace still useful. And Marshal Sengoku also has selfish motives. What if something happens to Levi during the battle with Whitebeard? If you make good use of the Ace card in time, you may be able to rescue Levi from some kind of crisis. Even turning defeat into victory. Although it seems now that Whitebeard is being beaten more unilaterally. But Sengoku has a deep memory of Whitebeard's strength. In Sengoku's impression, even when he faced Roger, Whitebeard had won many battles. Although overall, he loses more than he wins. But in the era when Roger is not around, he is definitely the king of no guests. It may bring danger to Levi. The two fought fiercely, watching Whitebeard's living space being gradually compressed. Sengoku felt slightly relieved. After recovering from Whitebeard, he has been within Levi's Reiatsu range. The energy surging in this range. With just a thought, Levi can carry this energy and rush high into the sky. If this were not the case, the two of them would fight unscrupulously, and the entire Marine headquarters, except for a few Shichibukai-level powerhouses and Admiral-level powerhouses, would probably fight. If others cannot escape the island in time, they will all be blasted to pieces by the ripples of energy caused by the collision between the two. Dad. Marco was restless, unable to accept the reality in front of him. Dad's aura is obviously stronger than when he first arrived at Marine headquarters. But why is there no advantage at all? If this continues, Dad will soon be the same as before. In danger. How could there be such a powerful monster in this world? The Black Crow Admiral is the well-deserved uncrowned king of this war. Sabayati Archipelago, a reporter, was writing down something in his notebook. Their newspaper is about to publish an edition predicting that Black Crow Admiral will defeat Whitebeard. If the prediction is correct, then their newspaper office will likely usher in a period of rapid development. I really didn't expect this to happen. Although Whitebeard's body has recovered strangely, it seems that he is still defeated by the Black Crow Admiral. It seems that Marine will win this battle if there are no accidents. An old reporter also said with emotion. In his life, he has devoted his life to interviewing Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, about the footsteps he has walked and the things he has done. He even once saw Whitebeard show off his power in person. That kind of power is still fresh in his memory. He never expected that such a man would be pressed down and beaten. And it's a bit obvious, even a person with average strength like him can see it. It was not easy for Whitebeard to resist. Blood splattered and injuries continued to accumulate. If this happens to Whitebeard at the beginning of the war, there will be doubts about Whitebeard all over the world. They would think that the title of the world's strongest person is not real, but now they don't think so. Because during the time when Black Crow Admiral left, Sakazuki Admiral was suppressed and beaten by Whitebeard. And I almost got punched to death several times. There is no doubt about Whitebeard's power. Rescue Ace. The pirates gradually went crazy. Rayleigh wants to break through Aokiji's interference. If it were before, it would not be difficult, but now the strength has not been restored. He himself was once suppressed and beaten by Aokiji. Luffy, supported by many people, also rushed to the center of the square. It's not far from Ace. But he was suddenly kicked away by a vice admiral. Jinbei and Zoro fight together with Hawkeye. Clear the way for Luffy. Now only Ivankov, Lightning and Monk Rouge are left with Luffy. But they also need to deal with pressure from the Marines. It's impossible to protect Luffy all the time. Luffy flew backwards and landed in the middle of the battle between Kizaru and Marco. Kizaru looked down, his face expressionless, but he was very worried. Who the hell kicked the Straw Hat Boy to his feet? Don't you know Garp is watching the game? Forget it, let Marco take action. If he doesn't take action, he will blow him further away. The current battlefield situation cannot be relaxed. He is thinking about the overall situation. If both of Garp's grandsons were killed, the Garp family is desperate and cannot help but take action, and the entire war will be rewritten. That's a big problem. Garp's defection will be fatal. So at this stage, it's better not to be too excited about Garp. Straw Hat Boy, you are really unlucky. Kizaru stretched out a finger to condense the laser, but the speed was not very fast. Marco saw this and pounced quickly. As he flew over Luffy, he picked him up with his claws and threw him out of the fighting circle. When Akainu saw this, he wanted to attack, but he now wanted to make sure that no one around him could support Whitebeard. Because Whitebeard has to die. Holy place. What? A pirate alliance incident occurred on Suixian Star Island. Led by the Four Emperors and 5 elders suddenly received a secret from Stussy. Intelligence. The faces of the 5 elders changed. These fools. We just killed an old 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and they can't sit still. If that's the case, it definitely won't happen. Kaido's death is probably a trigger. Also, the Black Crow is too powerful. This is the most difficult disaster to deal with. If they use all possible means to get to the Marine headquarters, they will be in trouble. Now I just hope that not many people will respond. Let Marshal Kong be in place immediately to take precautions. If this war starts, we will not be able to stop it. Only Whitebeard's death can threaten us. Stop these fanatics. We must not allow other forces to interfere with the outcome of this war. Quote. Clear. Suddenly, a secret guard appeared in the office, bringing another bombshell news. Sir, the test results of Kosas are out. He also lacks a soul. According to him. Memories. He once shook hands with the Black Crow Admiral at Impel Down. At that time, he had some strange feeling in his heart. Shake hands. Yu Laoxing also stood up suddenly. Sure, money is good, okay. The Black Crow Admiral can't be kept. No matter how good he is, he must find a way to deal with him. It's easy to deal with him now that he's alone. The 5 elders looked at each other and made a unanimous decision. Good. Wait a minute, let Marshal Kong stand by when he arrives near the Marine headquarters. Maybe the pirate attack will be a good opportunity. Who do you think they want to kill the most when they come to the Marine headquarters? Exclamation mark quote. Judging from the current situation, Black Crow should be the most prestigious, followed by Garp. Good. I understand. They had used the trick of borrowing a knife to kill people countless times. Levi had no idea what was happening in the Holy Land. After all, no matter how strong he was, he would never have thought that even if he shook hands, he would be found out. But it does not rule out Levi making some arrangements. The entire Reiatsu field within 5 kilometers of Levi was filled with black fog, and everyone could not see clearly the 2 warring parties. Everyone's sight, hearing, and color are insensitive to Dongzi Mao. As soon as Haki got close, he was brutally torn apart by Reiatsu. It can only be seen that the power of the attack is still crazy. Levi let Whitebeard get close to him, and a sky knife in front of him blocked Whitebeard's close attack. But the man is 1 or 2 meters above the ground, floating gracefully in the air, without a trace of dust on his body. I have a question for you. Although you will still die, but death is not the end, if your answer satisfies me, I may give you another option. Quote. What's the problem? Whitebeard was filled with hockey and was full of fighting spirit. Whitebeard didn't care about the choice. He didn't understand much of Levi's words. But he was also curious about what Levi wanted to ask him. How much do you know about the truth about this world? As soon as Levi said this, Whitebeard's expression suddenly changed. It was even more horrifying than the first time he experienced Levi's super strength. Even such an expression should not appear on this man's face. Whitebeard thought that Levi might be curious about something. Just like he himself was curious about Levi. But he never expected to do it in public. Levi would ask him such a sensitive topic. This topic can even drive the world government crazy. Launch a bigger war at all costs. Kill all of them, the Whitebeard pirates, here. If world government spares no expense. Whitebeard thinks they can do it. The reason why I didn't do this was because it wasn't necessary. And some things go too far, such as destroying a huge force. Without even a single survivor, the other powerful pirates and the 4 emperors will never give up. And if you can achieve a goal with half your strength, why use all of it? In this battle, Whitebeard knew very well that he would not survive. Even if his current strength has returned to its peak. But as long as he wants to escape, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and maybe even people from the world government secretly won't stop. But it doesn't matter, since he is here. Just be mentally prepared. You can die in battle yourself, but you can't drag down the entire Whitebeard pirates. Because he always had a secret in his heart, Roger once told him. But he regretted it when he found out. In this battle, he planned to reveal something to the world before he died. But it is definitely not now, and it is only a little bit, and it cannot be clearly pointed out. Once you point it out clearly, let world government think of a certain possibility. Even after his death, Marco and others will be killed. But now Black Crow Admiral actually asks like this. Is he crazy? This cannot be blamed on Whitebeard's lack of psychological quality. Levi's question was really too careless. Don't worry, no one can hear our voices here, Levi said calmly. Whitebeard's expression for a moment actually told Levi a lot. Even if Whitebeard didn't know, he must have made similar speculations. Or perhaps Roger had reminded him of the importance of this matter. Whitebeard did not stop the attack in his hand, and fired out an earthquake punch. Then observation hockey spread. As a result, I found that even though I was within the range of this black mist, with his observation hockey, it only spread less than 100 meters. And within the attack area of the two of them at this moment, there are at least 5 kilometers of Jedi. In other words, it is true that no one can hear them. But Whitebeard had a sullen face and looked at Levi with an unprecedented solemn look. He was thinking, what Levi said was sent by the world government to test him. Or is it Black Crow's own idea? If it's the former, then you have to be more careful. That involves not only his own life, but the life of the entire Whitebeard pirates. It's better to take some things that shouldn't be there to hell. When Whitebeard decided to pay attention and planned not to say anything. But Levi told the intercepted secret carelessly. Speaking of it, world government is really a dangerous existence. I originally thought that I would just get an admiral and just go around. But I didn't expect that world government seems to be every day. Massacres are carried out every once in a while. In the last Valley of God's War, 4 admirals from the old era were sacrificed. According to what they said at the beginning, in a few decades, it will be our era. If we don't want to work together, we have to accumulate enough power. Whitebeard's face changed drastically, and even fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Enough. Why can you say these things so easily? I don't know what you want to test. But if what you say is true, aren't you afraid? Has everyone present been destroyed? Some things, even if you know them, can't be brought to the table. That's because you are too afraid of the truth. You are always waiting for the best time, placing your hopes on the next generation, or even some prophesied people, but sometimes an accident happens. What should you do? For example, the person you predicted is on the battlefield right now. If I want to kill him, he will have no power to resist. What? Whitebeard was shocked. Before Roger died, and in ancient documents, there were records of the birth of the person who predicted the future. That is the royal bloodline of the D clan with the highest hope and success rate in more than 800 years. But why is Black Crow so young? How can he know these secrets? Don't worry, if I were from the world government, based on your reaction just now, I would make up my mind to kill all of your Whitebeard pirates. So let's all be honest. Levi said with a smile. Whitebeard slashed Levi with his sword, but he was dead. When he heard Levi's words, he also understood that when he started to lose his composure, CBDC. It was enough for the world government to make up its mind to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. But now the fighting outside is still going on, and there are no extra soldiers to join. Maybe what Black Crow said was true. Tell me first, who is the person in the prophecy? Straw Hat Luffy. Are you sure? Of course, Levi said with absolute certainty. He had seen the world with God's vision. People like Golden Lion, Rayleigh, and Red Hair have all seen very similar shadows of Roger in Luffy. Levi believed that it was not an illusion, but that he occasionally saw some different soul marks of Luffy in a certain extreme state. Plus world government's giant Straw Hat and Luffy's Straw Hat, Wano Kuni's prophecy. And Straw Hat Luffy was the destined child of this world. Levi is certainly sure of this. Ace's brother. Whitebeard was a little surprised, but judging from his previous recklessness and desperate courage, it is indeed very similar to Roger, and the Straw Hat was passed on to Red Hair from Roger, and then Red Hair passed it on to him. It's just that Whitebeard hasn't been able to see Luffy's more outstanding potential for the time being. Not bad, Levi said, flicking his fingers, and slashed at Whitebeard with 2 heavenly knives. Their fight cannot stop, otherwise it will easily lead to speculation. Whitebeard pondered for a while, remained silent, and fired several earthquake punches at Levi. But they were all easily blocked by the Reiatsu barrier in front of Levi. What do you want to know? After half a minute, Whitebeard asked Levi. This is equivalent to admitting that he does know something. I don't need to know anything. What? Whitebeard was even more confused. Judging from Levi's words, Levi obviously knows part of the historical truth. Now on this occasion, test whether you know the truth of history. Isn't it for all of history? Why take such a big risk? I have no interest in past history. I feel pity for the massacres of the past, but I don't want to be a hero. I just need your power to contribute to my future and my plan. Little Black Crow, what do you want to do? It sounds like your plan is not small. But how could you not understand such a simple situation now? Your proposal is simply not tenable, and we are still enemies. In this era, there is no ship that can carry me. Whitebeard looked at Levi in confusion. With Levi's mind, no matter how young he is, he should be able to see the current situation. Now that I have entered the Marine headquarters, it is impossible to escape. Unless he abandons the entire Whitebeard pirates and escapes alone. That was possible, but Whitebeard would never be able to do such a thing in his life. He is their father. Their lives are more important than your own. Even if Levi really couldn't tell, Sengoku gave them these Marine senior generals a meeting. He must have mentioned that no matter what, he must kill himself. He is the culprit of this war. Moreover, you are attacking with a killer move, but every move is merciless. This is obviously the rhythm of wanting to kill yourself. You don't mean what you say. There was no way he could survive this war. Because this is a plan that the world government has fully prepared. How could my proposal fail? Because I am the one who must die. Then go to hell, Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard wondered if the Black Crow was too powerful. Then my brain burned out. Didn't everything you just said become nonsense? What can a dead person do? Nothing can be done, Levi quickly added. Judging from the current situation, you will undoubtedly die, and I also need your death to achieve my prestige, so that one day I can successfully hold the Marine headquarters in my hands. But it didn't say that after people are the end of everything. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked a little disbelieving. What Levi said was obvious. Do you have the ability to raise people from the dead? Or the ability to make the dead continue to fight? Thinking of this possibility, Whitebeard felt more and more incredible, even a little horrified. This is not something humans can do. But Levi clearly meant this just now. As you thought, am I still me like that? Whitebeard did not immediately question the authenticity of this thing. But ask a deeper question. Of course, you may be satisfied with this life, but do you really feel free to let Marco and the others live in this world? You must know that in these years, under your protection, everyone's strength it's not a huge improvement. What do you mean? Whitebeard frowned. He felt that Marco and others were not strong enough. But having his father around is not enough. And they are not strong, but they are not weak either. Even if they encounter Admiral, many people have a self-protection zone. You Whitebeard pirates have too much territory. Once you die, Marco and others will definitely not give up what you have. What they have to face is the encroachment of the other 4 emperors. Do you think they can hold it? You spoil them so much that even Fire Fist Ace, who has such a powerful bloodline and talent, cannot master conquerors skillfully without conquerors' entanglement under your education. Whitebeard was speechless for a moment. Did he really spoil his children too much? He has received little education. He has been a war orphan since he was a child and cannot even read a few Chinese characters. I just want to create a safe and risk-free environment for them as much as possible. But I also ask them to fight, so how could I say I love them? It's just that those battles were indeed watched by me, and there was almost no danger. When Levi said this, Whitebeard also felt that Marco and others would not have an easy future. If the world government will attack in this era, I need more power to protect myself. If you join, then the safety of Marco and others will naturally be with stronger combat power to protect. Levi knew that Whitebeard's weakness was the children, Marco. But Whitebeard is still hesitant. He always feels that the resurrection of the dead is too unrealistic. There are also some evil ways. Execution. Marshal Sengoku couldn't see what was going on inside, and the real scheduled execution time had arrived. He no longer hesitated. At this time, Luffy was still far away. And there is a battle between Whitebeard and Levi in front of us. Others can only take a detour. There is also a Kainu blocking the road, and no one can break through it. Even when the execution was approaching, Luffy was still fighting with someone and didn't react. Conqueror's Haki didn't even break out. Poof! 2 knives stabbed into Fire Fist Ace's body. Life passes quickly. Ace. Garp stood up suddenly, almost unable to control himself, but Xiaohei held his shoulders down. Ace. The expressions of Marco and others suddenly changed dramatically, and the grief and hysterical shouts resounded throughout the island. Countless captains and captains who were still fighting shed tears at this moment. They are family members. But no matter how hard he tried and so many people died, he still couldn't save Ace. Death came too suddenly. No, Ace. Only then did Luffy notice what happened. In grief and anger, Conqueror's Haki awakened again. But in this extremely desperate atmosphere. But it couldn't cause any waves. It is difficult for them to accept this result. Ace. Whitebeard suddenly seemed to have aged several dozen years. He looked at the execution platform and was stunned. Execution focuses on vital points, one strike will kill. Ace's breath disappeared quickly, and then he left only one last word before falling asleep completely. Dad, Luffy, everyone, thank you for always being there. Before he died, he took. I promise to fight for you after death, but I have a condition, let Ace continue to exist in this world. He is still young and has just found the meaning of life. He should not die like this. Go. Whitebeard looked at Levi. That's his only hope. The situation that Marco and others will face in the future has already shaken him. Now Ace's death has given Whitebeard one more wish. If Levi didn't mention this, then Whitebeard would have no choice but to accept it. But if Black Crow could really do it, he had to try. Mr. Sengoku, what a great assist. Levi smiled in his heart. Ace's death or survival is irrelevant to Levi. But if Whitebeard can agree to the conditions he proposed, he will definitely make a lot of money. The entire battlefield was silent in the sadness of losing Ace. The Marines were under great pressure at the moment. Because the sad pirate seemed even more crazy, all the anger and sadness were transformed into combat power. Levi can certainly create a Whitebeard who only has combat power but no consciousness. But in that case, all you get is Whitebeard, a high-end combat power. But if Whitebeard voluntarily cooperates with him, he will become his own war record after death. To a large extent, he can also manage the Whitebeard pirates in the dark. That is a group of extremely powerful combat forces. Buy one, get one, and buy one, get one free. The huge power is completely different. However, I have never been used to letting go in battle, even now. If you want me to die, then use all your skills to kill me. Whitebeard was filled with anger and sadness. Obviously at this moment, he also needs an outlet. Levi activates Reiatsu perception, Reiatsu analysis. The whole piece of Reiatsu expanded again. He pulled his hand and pulled Ace's soul, which had just left the body, into a small knife he carried with him. But from Whitebeard's point of view, he saw nothing. The souls remain first, and after the war is over, the souls of those who died on the battlefield and Whitebeard will form an Arankar. Preserve their complete souls in advance. Wait until the battle is almost over, gather all the souls, and then place the complete soul as a spirit. They can become hollow or Arankar with soul consciousness, but they were at that time. Maybe it's not a human being, but another creature. But Levi thinks they should be able to accept it. After all, Whitebeard's size is far larger than that of an average human from a normal perspective. The average human being has a body over 6 meters tall. Of course, if you let yourself go and fight, I'm afraid you won't be willing to do it. An unwilling soul can easily cause problems. So in order to make your death a reality, I think I will break the precept. Levi said seriously. Whitebeard is a powerful and respectable opponent. A pirate who only lives by cheating and eating black things. Even after becoming the 4 emperors, he still helped his impoverished hometown, but he lived a very poor life. Even when drinking, I have to ask the captains to treat me, which is very stingy. Because pirates who don't plunder merchant ships and civilians, even the 4 emperors, will look sad. From the past, they have never robbed civilians, but mostly traded with others. Even Mr. Sengoku respects this man very much. After he dies in battle, he is willing to have Whitebeard's body taken away, rather than beheading him in public. However, today's confrontation is a matter of stance, and there is no distinction between good and evil in this battle. It's just due to interests that world politics has come to him again, Whitebeard. It will be much easier to deal with. Use his life to kill chickens and scare monkeys to enhance your prestige. Breaking the precept, Whitebeard was a little confused. If Levi had reserved 1 point and 5. Whitebeard has been mentally prepared since he saw the unlucky Kaido. But when it comes to breaking the precept, he doesn't quite understand. Actually, I don't like fighting. Things that can be solved with Reiatsu are usually solved with Reiatsu, but today, let's do it. After all, after my strength has been raised to this level, I have never tried to fight with my body in close combat, etc. Next, you have to hold on a little longer. Don't let me disappoint you. After all, I will go all out to kill you next. Reiatsu. Is he the highest state of Haki that he has explored on his own? It is very appropriate. Fighting with this little monster, you will feel that your soul is being intimidated all the time. Whitebeard listened to Levi's words and held Kong Yunchi tightly. He knew Levi wasn't bluffing. Because when the words fell, Whitebeard suddenly saw it. All the black mist, energy, were madly sucked into Levi's body. The absorption speed is extremely fast, and Levi's entire body is like a crazy black hole. At this moment, the Reiatsu spiritual mist that filled the world instantly disappeared. Everyone sees Whitebeard and Levi again. But now Levi is floating in midair. Strips of black Reiatsu wrapped around him. Then it was taken into the body. Although there isn't any Reiatsu coming out. But everyone can feel that Levi is undergoing some kind of terrible transformation. The terrifying aura shot straight into the sky, and even the flashing lightning suddenly went out. What kind of power is this? It's full of the aura of endless death. Is it hell? Whitebeard was a little shocked. What a terrible smell. No Reiatsu spread, but anyone with some sense would know it. Levi was filled with an unprecedented terrifying aura at this moment. It looks like 10 furious Whitebeard conquerors Haki are fully activated. It made all the marine admirals feel a rare palpitation. Is this brat Levi condensing some terrible attack? How can he be so powerful? He has transformed. After Sengoku saw it clearly, he was a little stunned, but then his heart a cold. Because Levi's eyes became extremely cold, wrapped in black Reiatsu, his whole body was covered with black and white bone material. These are all solidified Reiatsu, the highest concentration of concentrated Reiatsu. Every inch of bone is filled with Poseidon's Reiatsu. Levi used his soul modification almost 10 times and drained the power out of his body 10 times. Only then could he barely support the energy needed for this, hollow. The entire head is also covered by a cow skull mask. Only a pair of bloodthirsty and crazy eyes and a pair of horns soaring into the sky were left. At the tip of the horn, there is a faint flash of black electric light. That was Reiatsu being suppressed to ultimate, and could shoot out Sero at any time. No matter how much energy Levi has, it won't last long. Behind the back, there is a pair of black and white bone wings extending out. Levi made a move in the air, and a Zanpakuto, formed of pure Reiatsu, appeared in Levi's hand. As he said, he doesn't like to fight close to people because it's too much trouble. Even in the battle between the red-haired man and Kaido, Levi was not fighting at close quarters on his own. At most it's just a temporary response to their attacks. Levi exhaled, and a Reiatsu energy spread out, and with a bang, a terrifying big explosion broke out. Usodano. Just breathing caused a big explosion. Is this the ability of the Black Crow Admiral? It turns out that Black Crow Admiral is a person with abilities. Oh my god, there is such a killer weapon. This is the first time I have seen Black Crow Admiral use his own abilities. Is he really an Esper? Even though Sengoku is well informed, the most reasonable explanation at the moment is that he is an Esper. But this brat has really hidden deep enough. He is a person with abilities, but has he been hidden until now? This also shows that Whitebeard is indeed a difficult opponent. How is that possible? Akainu found it hard to accept that Black Crow was already powerful enough, but now he is still an Esper. And looking at Levi in this posture, he is even more terrifying than when he is distributing Conqueror's Haki. In other words, the strength I saw before is not all of Black Crow. Is there no upper limit to this full strength? I am afraid that I am far behind him now. This kind of self can be regarded as marine martial. Can you control the Black Crow? It seems to be difficult. What a monster. I thought he was already a monster if he could be as powerful as us, but now this aura. I'm afraid he is much stronger than us. It's really shocking, Kizaru said to himself, slightly shocked. Really a person with abilities. I've never seen this kind of ability before. It's like Shinigami. The whole body is surrounded by the aura of death and silence, it's unknown. Aokiji also felt heavy in his heart. I've never seen such energy. Garp seemed to be sure of something. Looking at Levi, he felt heavier than ever before. He has looked down upon the world for too long, any 4 emperors, monsters. Basically ignored by Garp. It's not that they aren't powerful. But even though he is strong, Garp is confident that he can win. because most of the famous pirates in the world have been beaten by his iron fist. Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, John, Silver Axe. Just ask these guys who competed with him in the same era. Who hasn't been praised by him? Garp also thought about this era of great pirates. The competition among pirates is great, and the number of pirates is larger than before. Perhaps it is very likely that there will be an existence that surpasses him in strength. Unexpectedly, he did not appear in Pirates, but appeared in Marine. This is a good thing. Pong, but before they could think about it, Levi stepped forward and instantly exploded into multiple circles of sonic boom clouds. So fast, Whitebeard felt a terrifying aurora flying towards him. All the atmosphere along the way was shattered by this figure. If he had been seriously ill before, Whitebeard felt that he might not have been able to react at all. The speed of the Black Crow is much faster than me running at full speed. This. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Who is the shining person? Please give me flowers. At the scene, only the Admiral-level experts could clearly see Levi's traces at this moment. Others, including the General 7 Warlords of the Sea, Vice Admiral, only heard the roar of thunder in the air. Ha! Whitebeard took a step back, distanced himself, and Kong Yunchi swept over. There was a clang. The sword energy rippled around like a tide. The entire land is changing, the flat ground is being violently impacted, and mounds are rising up one after another. But it was quickly shattered by the aftermath. Pong! Whitebeard took this blow. Even if there were cracks in the atmosphere opened by the earthquake, shock waves were surging around him. But he was still knocked back hundreds of meters, and his feet left 2 traces on the ground. This scene left everyone stunned. With just the first strike, Whitebeard was repulsed by sheer force. It turns out that he is not only capable of long-range attacks, but his power in close combat is so terrifying. Obviously his skills are not great, but his strength is unparalleled. Whoosh! Levi took another step and appeared above Whitebeard as if he teleported. The sword slashed down, and Whitebeard set up Kong Yunchi to block. There was a loud bang. Whitebeard blocked it, but the ground couldn't bear it. There were countless mountain-like lumps of earth surrounding the two of them. The entire island suddenly roared like never before, and countless people screamed. An abyssal crack split the entire marine headquarters in half. Seawater poured into this crack crazily. As this destroying the world. With the second blow, the island was split into 2. PFF'd. Whitebeard couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and then roared angrily. The dignity of being a strong man made Whitebeard explode. How many years have passed and I have never been suppressed and beaten like this? It's not in line with his Whitebeard character not to fight back. Under this high pressure, Whitebeard's whole body was releasing seismic force beyond its limit, and the atmosphere exploded inch by inch. The body was filled with heat that could only come from overload, and Whitebeard was like a demon. As soon as he stepped on the ground, his body exerted force and he pushed suddenly. Kong Yunchi pushed Levi out. Watching Levi being pushed up into the air, Whitebeard launched an earthquake punch that struck the entire area from afar. Levi stood firm in midair, lowered his head slightly, and condensed 2 Sero on a pair of horns at the same time. Whoosh! 2 high-energy beams shot towards the seismic waves coming from below. The 2 collided, causing a huge explosion in midair. Firefist is dead. Whitebeard is crazy. Can Admiral the Crow win? Whoosh! Levi got close again and slashed with one knife after another, and the day entered a rare ultra-limited state. His Kong Yunchi is also wide open and close, sweeping everything. The 2 exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. Relying on this ultra-limited state, Whitebeard was able to resist Levi's multiple slashes without any problems. Stay away from them. Both pirates and marines were subconsciously keeping distance from these 2 monsters at this moment. Even Admiral-level powerhouses must take precautions and then prepare emission hockey to block the aftermath of their attacks. Otherwise, all the other elites may die in the aftermath. Kongyunquake. After competing for hundreds of blows, Whitebeard actually concentrated all the seismic force on Kongyunji. The entire knife was covered with earthquake halo, and then he threw it towards Levi. When a strong man's weapon is separated from his body, there is only one possibility: to pursue the ultimate victory. Kong Yunchi turned into a concussive laser that destroyed the world and shot at Levi. It made Levi's scalp numb, which was rare, and brought a sense of crisis. Is this Whitebeard in his prime, even beyond his extreme fighting posture? It's so powerful that it makes your blood boil. King Void Flash. Levi swept out a terrifying fan-shaped energy shock wave with his sword. Kumokiri faced Whitebeard's blast. Boom. An explosion that annihilated everything exploded in the air, and the explosion range was larger than the entire Marine headquarters. People in the Sabayati archipelago can see the huge explosion cloud when they look up. People in the Holy Land can also see the sky in the distance light up from high up. Whoosh! Whitebeard bounced, and earthquake halo condensed in his hands, making him a ferocious mess. Black Crow brat, don't let me punch you to death first. There will be no mercy. It's time to decide the outcome. Levi gathered Black Sero and Zanpakuto, calmed down, and made a sword-drawing gesture, and the endless terrifying aura filled the entire sky. Where he is, the space is a little distorted and misplaced. The entire battlefield is the battle of others. They all seemed unremarkable, even calm. Even the battle between Rayleigh and Aokiji, the sudden super-limit battle between Whitebeard and Levi. They all seemed ordinary, and only the collision between those two people was the most ferocious and powerful at this moment. Also because of such a terrifying battle, the other strong men were a little distracted from the battle in front of them. They all watched the battle carefully, in the eyes of bystanders. Whitebeard became crazy because of Ace's death. The combat power and energy completely spurted out, turning into a terrifying big trouble. The turbulent hockey-colored hockey was like a volcano, ravaging the entire Marine headquarters. A complete monster of destruction. Therefore, Black Crow Admiral was forced to fight with all his strength. Because Whitebeard looks so scary, every time the two collide. It's like thunder exploding in people's minds. During this time, Whitebeard issued the final captain's orders. Marco and others were asked to retreat. Because the current fluctuations in his battle with Levi are too terrifying. Wherever he passed, countless people fled. Whitebeard only needs to deliberately guide a few attack directions. It can effectively prevent Marine from pursuing Marco and others. Although extremely sad, I also saw the old team's decision to stay alone. Marco seemed to be mentally prepared, but he just led everyone to retreat towards the port with tears in his eyes. Once Ace dies, their fight is meaningless. Even if Whitebeard agreed to Levi, he couldn't just think about the dead. You also have to consider the people who are still alive. 213. The pirates were completely defeated, but Marine's desire to pursue them was not strong. All their attention is drawn to the terrifying Whitebeard. That kind of fighting power, speed and explosive power. Even more ferocious than when he brought people to the Marine headquarters at the beginning. Terrible, but fortunately, Black Crow Sky will become stronger. Not only did he completely block Whitebeard, who stayed behind and went berserk like a demon. He even pressed Whitebeard down and beat him many times. Both civilians and Marines were a little unbelievable. Such a powerful Whitebeard, there is someone in this world who can suppress him. Levi could easily disintegrate an island by raising his hands and feet. Many people regard Levi as the new god and new hope of the world. Especially the Marines at the scene, many officers who were originally determined. After seeing Levi's godlike power, his eyes gradually became fanatical. It's like the devils are fighting. A Marine vice admiral stood far away, looking at the entire destroyed Marine headquarters, and couldn't help but said in a daze. Every collision caused a stormy sea. And they all had a premonition of such a crazy attack. I'm afraid it's very likely that the winner will be decided. Double fist earthquake. Whitebeard, this guy, has truly returned to his peak combat power. But, why can't I feel much sadness from him, but only enjoyment of fighting? This guy, are you ready to die in battle? Garp watched Whitebeard throw the cloud cutter. That extremely terrifying murderous intent was daunting. But no matter how powerful it is just a deception and bait. The real attack is Whitebeard's double fist earthquake. After aging and various injuries, Whitebeard never broke out again. It also cannot explode, which requires extremely high demands on the body, and at the same time, the control of strength must be very precise. Even at a young age, Whitebeard was not able to explode easily with this move. But now it is not only used, but also seems to be more powerful. Marshal Sengoku's heart was lifted. At this distance and at this speed, even if he thought the blow was very powerful. It was too late to help Levi. even though Levi showed amazing fighting power. But at this moment, Whitebeard is in an absolutely unprecedented danger. I won't ask you if you have any last words, Levi said with a smile, and then fired the knife. At this moment, Black Sarrow was compressed into ultimate. Everyone saw that the earthquake fist was thrown out, and it landed on the spot where Levi was originally supposed to be standing. The atmosphere cracked, shattered, and exploded again. But at that critical moment, a stunning black sword light flashed across the sky and earth like a black line. The speed was so fast that even the space was shattered, and dark space cracks appeared. It was as if the heaven and earth were cut open in an instant, including the endless earthquake power blasted by Whitebeard. After a short burst of extreme speed, the two of them stood back to back, and the whole world fell silent. At this moment, no one dared to vent their anger. Who's winning? Pong! The bone material on Levi's chest suddenly exploded. A sunken fist mark was revealed. Black Crow Admiral. Seeing this scene, many Marines immediately exclaimed with great worry. They were a little scared. Could it be that the Black Crow Admiral lost? Was he still hit by a punch? Levi looked down at the steel skin that was shattered on his chest. He showed an expression of surprise, but when the blow fell on him, it had already been cut open by his own sword with endless shaking power. But after all, it was the most powerful attack Whitebeard could muster before his death. He penetrated his own defense, but that was all. The injuries I suffered were nothing. Even if it was penetrated, Levi's desire to treat it was almost just a thought. Levi felt that as long as he wasn't being bombarded continuously, if he didn't even have time to recover, he would be almost invincible. Thank you, I haven't enjoyed a battle like this in 30 years. It's so fun. Whitebeard showed a satisfied smile. As a warrior, dying in battle is his destiny. In the last 10 years of Roger's life, the relationship between the two has become better and better. Both sides are reluctant to kill each other, even though the competition is still a perfect 5. But how could such a real fight to the death be so satisfying? After saying this, a terrifying sword light suddenly bloomed on his body. Pong! A black rainbow-like residual energy spurted out from Whitebeard's heart, shot out from behind, passed through the entire Marine headquarters in an instant, and landed on the distant horizon. There was a roar, and an unprecedented explosion broke out. Looking from a distance, it looks like the entire sea has been ignited and turned into a sea of fire. Terrifying shock waves and heat waves rolled over. And everyone was horrified to see that there was a blood hole in Whitebeard's heart that was transparent from front to back. The moment the blood hole appeared, all the vitality in Whitebeard's body was torn to pieces and cut off. With a clang, driven by Whitebeard's last will, he leaned on Kong Yunchi and stood upright like this. However, his breath has completely disappeared. The turbulent waves just now have all turned into calm. Even the entire Marine headquarters fell into silence. Many of them didn't realize at first that Whitebeard was dead. It wasn't until Levi's voice sounded that everyone woke up from a dream. Have a good trip. Then he added in his heart, see you soon. Levi's Zanpakudo was raised high, and the souls of the countless dead in the entire battlefield were absorbed by Levi. Whitebeard's soul was also separated from his body. He saw Levi, and Levi saw him and smiled. But others, no matter how good their observation hockey are, cannot sense the specific soul. I just feel that there seems to be some strange energy. But they didn't think much about it, they just thought Levi was raising his weapon high and declaring his victory. Whitebeard really stopped moving. Black Crow Admiral 1. Whitebeard dies. Black Crow wins. Oh my god, Whitebeard is dead. But he's still standing. What a terrifying force this is. From now on, Black Crow is the strongest man in the world. Capture Pluton, kill 2 emperors, recruit to admiral, and create achievements in 1 year that many people cannot achieve in their lifetime. Oh, the Marines in the entire Marine headquarters were excited. Reporters from Sabayati Archipelago are excited. At this moment, the whole world is cheering for the new strongest king of the world. The arrangements were made by the pirates, who were keeping a low profile at the moment and did not disturb the carnival of the Marine civilians. Because Levi is too young, if nothing else happens, he will be killed in the entire era and decades to come. They all belong to Black Crow. When the strongest man is born in Marine, this is definitely not a good sign for the pirates. Sengoku's expression was calm, although a little more twisted. But the loss was still much smaller than my initial estimate. But he still looked at Garp. Fortunately, Garp can control his emotions for the time being. Ace may die in the execution, which is something Garp has been mentally prepared for a long time. It's not like being rescued, having hope, and then being killed by a dog after jumping from behind. Garp's overall view and rationality are still online. Dad, the Whitebeard pirates were filled with grief. Many people want to stay and fight Marine to the end regardless of life or death. It doesn't matter even if you die. Many of their lives were given by Whitebeard and saved by life. If you can fight to the death with your father, there's nothing wrong with it. But they were all stopped by Marco. Because his father once told him when he was on Skull Island. In case this happens, what should Marco do to bring everyone else back to the New World alive? Rayleigh also stopped Luffy, who was almost crazy. Sand Crocodile, Jinbei and others have no choice but to prepare to retreat. Whitebeard is gone though, but in fact, the strength of the pirates is still not weak. There are many Shichibukai level experts. Although there is a gap with Admiral, 2 or 3 can still fight with one Admiral. Of course, a certain strongest Admiral is not in this category. And Rayleigh is really in danger. Rayleigh's danger is even inferior to that of Whitebeard at this moment. But for the entire Marine headquarters just after the war, it's still very dangerous. The whole army is ordered to pursue the Whitebeard pirates. But at this time, Akainu gave the order to pursue. This order is no problem in Levi's opinion. If the pirates are defeated, under normal circumstances, pursuing the victory and exterminating the remaining members can reduce their possible revenge on other Marine bases. Don't look at the fact that many pirate captains here did not perform so well in this war. But once back to the place, any captain, as long as he plans well, is capable of attacking some Marine bases. They also hit and run, making it difficult for the Marines to deal with them. But Akainu has just said this and hasn't started to take action yet. Suddenly a dazzling white light beam projected down from the clouds. A scar no more terrifying than a white beard. The weak conqueror's haki swept the entire Marine headquarters with a cold voice. Marines, are you too proud? Boom. A fat figure as heavy as a mountain stepped out of the light pillar. There was a burning little sun and a white cloud floating beside him. As Charlotte Linlin spoke, she took off the hat on her head and turned it into a weapon. That's 4 emperors. Big Mom. Aunt, how could it be? All Marines and pirates were shocked at this moment. Even the civilians who thought this battle was about to end are now filled with panic and uneasiness again. Why is there another 4 emperors? Now the Marine headquarters has just experienced a bloody battle. Facing a 4 emperors who is full of energy and unharmed is a very dangerous thing. After all, even the Black Crow Admiral was punched by Whitebeard before he died. I think he was probably seriously injured. And there's more than one ant coming. Many cadres appeared one after another from behind. Perospero, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, Owen Daifuku brothers. They are all the strongest men in the sea. There is also more than one 4 emperors pirate group. A tall figure carrying a silver axe appeared. Sengoku and Garp's expressions suddenly changed slightly. Silver axe, Dotanakoku. Another pirate maniac carrying a long sword appeared. Haha, Marine, this belongs to the age of pirates. You have done your best. By the way, does anyone want to buy an umbrella? There may be a thunderstorm later. A question. After landing, the old woman behind the back spoke and asked with a strange smile. Ghost Granny, Mom, I am Whitebeard too, right? That's right, so now we have to avenge your father, so that you can be qualified to accept all his inheritance. Edward, Wabel, this is the man who once cut off Admiral's arm. Even though he used tricks and hostages, even if his brain is abnormal, he is extremely powerful. I saw hundreds of powerful pirates being teleported to the battlefield one after another. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Something big happened. How come these pirates are together, and why do they choose to arrive at the Marine headquarters at this time? Stop the live broadcast immediately. Sengoku knew that things were out of control. What happens next is enough to affect the entire world. They Marine may not necessarily be able to gain benefits. Just leave the victory just now at the moment Whitebeard dies. If they win the ensuing war, you can say whatever you want. If they lose, the world government should come to the rescue and not let the Marine headquarters disappear. But I still turned off the live broadcast, at least not to let the world see this scene. Unpredictable results, Sengoku cannot control. The screen suddenly went black, but the reporters throughout Sabayati were not calm. What the hell happened just now? Why are the 4 emperors here, and why are there so many monster pirates? Did these pirates unite and attack the Marine headquarters? Oh my god, what should we do? How could this happen? Will there be a tomorrow in the world? The Marine headquarters has just experienced a war. Many Marines are probably exhausted physically and mentally. These pirates are so despicable. Many reporters were indignant. But what's more disturbing is if there really is such a war between all Marines and all pirates. Winning or losing directly affects the entire world and determines the entire next era. It is no longer a matter of simply killing 4 emperors and affecting the balance of power. It's about the future of the entire world. Even the 5 elders saw so many powerful pirates appear. The mood was extremely heavy, and the Black Crow actually peeked into their secrets. They can still see the situation at Marine headquarters. About 10 kilometers away from the Marine headquarters, the Kongyuan division arrived here with thousands of warships. However, this sea area was all covered by an invisible and transparent barrier, so no one could see them. Kong received the order from the 5 elders, and he stayed put and did not attack. At the same time, there was a smaller lizard dragon floating in midair. It is completed by synthetic genetic modification of telephone bugs. It can transmit the picture you see intact. Marshal Kong sent these back to the Holy Land. It's so convenient to let 5 elders know the situation anytime and anywhere. It is convenient for them to command, except Marshal Kong. CPO Koses is also here, but now he is wearing a mask. The whole person exudes a terrifying murderous aura. It was a little hard for him to accept that he had done it without even realizing it. Part of the soul was intercepted by the Black Crow guy. Although the people above did not blame him, he found it difficult to accept it. As the chief of the CPO and the strongest shield of the world's nobility, he secretly suffered a loss without knowing it. It took Master Im's investigation to realize that this was really embarrassing. Although this is after seeing Levi's terrifying combat power in killing Whitebeard. I feel a little better at accepting it, but my face still looks ugly. Black Crow is so lawless that he even dares to peek into their secrets. Regardless of whether they learn something or not, the 5 elders now want to kill him. He will definitely die, that's for sure, they are the one they want deeply. There is nothing he can't kill. It's a pity, he had a better future. But now there are pirates before and they are behind. Even if he is the best in the world, he still has to die because he is alone. No matter how strong he is, how can he withstand so many high-end combat powers, and if others can't? He will also end up. Regardless of the assassination in the chaos, he is sure to successfully assassinate the day. It's just that the Marine headquarters has much more combat power than Whitebeard. It's enough to take down Whitebeard, so naturally they won't have a chance to play. In addition to Koses, there are many strong men on the ship. And their existence is to prevent unexpected situations from happening. For example, the current situation where many powerful pirates appear. It's just that the unexpected situation was more serious than they thought. I thought that at most 1 or 2 powerful pirates would appear to interfere with this war. But I didn't expect so many to come. And in this fleet belonging to the world government, there is the original Marine Admiral, Black Ball Method. A semi-retired former Marine Admiral like him would not normally go into action. You need to stay at the base, but this incident is unusual. Many elderly people have also been called in as insurance. The pirates are getting more and more rampant. Marshal Kong, give the order. Zephyr saw a familiar figure that made him extremely hateful. Because of that mentally retarded kid, all the recruits he brought out were wiped out a few years ago, except Ain and Binz. Now that the pirates have appeared with such a big fanfare, how can they still be so arrogant? Their insurance measures must play a corresponding role. Wait a moment, but Marshal Kong received the order from the world government. Now everything is controlled remotely by the world government 5 elders. Even just in case, the most powerful among the 5 elders was already on his way. You must be on the scene and command on the spot. The number of pirates continues to increase. Soon nearly tens of thousands of them appeared on the battlefield. All of them are fierce and evil, and they are all the best among the best. If we calculate the strength by bounty, almost everyone's combat strength is more than 10 million bounty. None have a bounty lower than 10 million belly. These people, with crazy auras, are not afraid of marine at all, compared to the hundreds of thousands of exhausted pirate marines on the scene. They looked more energetic, and no one would even suspect this sudden pirate army. Enough to kill everyone present. 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, Axehand, Jabba, Captain, John, Silver Axe, Centers, Blood Sword, Akoku, Granny, Arya, Mercenary King, Gulat, Death Tyrant, Anderson, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, Snake, Jack. Such a lineup caused an uproar among the powerful people in the entire Marine headquarters. If you include the previous Kaido, Whitebeard, and Kaido, this is almost all the high-end power of New World. With all this power added up, the number of strong men who have reached the admiral level alone has reached double digits. This is the age of great pirates. But by this time Kaido and Whitebeard were dead. The faces of the admirals were as serious as ultimates, directly allowing such a powerful pirate alliance to attack the Marine headquarters. Moreover, the visitor is unkind, so even with Garp here, I'm afraid it would be dangerous. Because of the sudden appearance of the pirates and Akainu's fierce pursuit, Marco and others who were about to flee the battlefield stopped. They also looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. If a battle breaks out between Marine and pirates, they will inevitably be caught. That way, Rayleigh, Marco, Josie, and dozens of captains from the pirate side will all join the battlefield. In this way, it is purely superficial power. Marine headquarters is at a disadvantage. In addition, Admiral was basically injured. No one could predict what this war would turn into. At this time, the house leaked and it was raining continuously. Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, stood up and said, I only agreed to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Now that Whitebeard is dead, I have no obligation to continue to fight for Marine. Fight. As he spoke, Hawkeye put away his weapon. Obviously Hawkeye was concerned about Whitebeard Kaido's death and the red-haired injury. There are still many thoughts in my heart, otherwise I would not just put away my knife and leave at this time. After all, the pirates are weak, which is of no benefit to them, the 7 warlords of the sea. If Marine kills some strong men again, they won't need the 7 warlords of the sea to contain the pirates for them. I'm afraid they will also be killed by the Marine headquarters soon. Moreover, what Hawkeye was looking for was both an excuse and a fact. That's right, the next battle has nothing to do with us. Moria also spoke in agreement. Although they are 7 warlords of the sea, they do not want to see the Marine headquarters being dominated by one company. They were in a very unhappy mood. 4 emperors had already died on the pirate side. If Marine loses nothing, life in the future will not be easy. Hancock looked at it and did not rush to express his position. He would first see what the situation was like on both sides. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill people, I'm here to save people. If Marine is willing to make it easier, everyone will be very relaxed. Jabba said with a smile. He looked at Pluto and Rayleigh as he spoke. HMPH, just pirates, if you want someone, do we have to give it to you? Are you kidding me? Akainu saw Jabba being so strong and spoke threateningly. With a face full of displeasure, he said in a cold voice without mercy. Even if Jabba is a legend among pirates, he is very powerful. But they, Marine Admiral, are not afraid of any strong person in the world. Naturally confident. No, I'm afraid you have to give it this time. If Marine headquarters doesn't want to be destroyed, tie up the Black Crow and leave it to us honestly. Sengoku, you choose. The ant directly proposed an almost impossible goal, consensus topic. Black Crow's combat power was so terrifying that he even killed 4 emperors in a row. And he is also the youngest admiral in the Marine headquarters. If we don't get rid of him now, they pirates will definitely suffer in the future. At the same time, Marine and the world government killed the pirate giants with such great fanfare. This is something the strong pirates cannot tolerate. You must retaliate, because this era belongs to the era of pirates. The interests belonging to the pirates need to be safeguarded by them together. Otherwise one day, they will lose even New World. If this were not the case, there would be no way for Auntie to summon so many powerful people on Shueishan Star Island just based on her selfish desires or actions. Rush over to me and kill the Black Crow Admiral. Jack looked like he was in a state of madness. Wait, let's see what Sengoku says. Our request is very simple. Give us the Black Crow. Otherwise there will be no need for the Marine headquarters to exist today. Sengoku, you are a smart man, always yes. Auntie stretched out her hand to stop Jack. They want to show Marine headquarters a little bit of color. But fundamentally, we still have to save face for the pirates as a whole and let Marine suffer. That doesn't have to be total war. As long as Marine agrees to his proposal, their goal will be achieved. Marine's overall morale will definitely be low in ultimate. The strongest combat power of their Marine headquarters will also be scrapped. Although Auntie thinks it is unlikely that Sengoku will agree. But now everyone at Marine headquarters is exhausted and injured. Garp is immersed in grief and will probably not participate in the battle. Even if he participates in the battle, can he still fight at full strength in his condition? To a large extent it is impossible. Humans are not like vegetation. Even if they could, would they be afraid with their lineup? No, not afraid at all. I didn't expect that guy Whitebeard to be really dead. It's really embarrassing to die in the hands of a young admiral. Newgate, hold on a little longer. For the sake of your former companions, maybe we can save you. Silver Axe looked at Whitebeard's corpse, who died in battle, said with some emotion. They didn't see how Whitebeard died. Because when Kaido was executed, they mobilized. Gather everyone together, use the Sea Transport King's teleportation fruit ability, and take out the map directly. Let the King of Shipping capture and locate them. They didn't teleport them all at once. Instead, it arrived after several transfers. Auntie and the others were so confident that they didn't even bring a boat. Obviously when you plan to leave, just loot the Marine. Marine has 4 admirals, 1 marshal and 1 hero, for a total of 6 of the world's top warriors. On the pirate side there are Big Mom, Jabba, Rayleigh, John, Akoku, Silver Axe, Ghost Granny, Death Tyrant, and Mercenary King. These are all the world's top experts, and the number of sub-level experts is several times that of Marine. Marco, Katakuri, Jack, Sand Crocodile, Jinbei, Ivankov, etc., if they were just ordinary vice admiral, they would not be their opponents at all. Even if 2 or 3 of them join forces, they can fight admiral. Some of them don't need to join forces, and they can contain admiral alone. Backbone, there are too many pirates. The strength of pirates far exceeds that of Marine headquarters. Even if there are some strong ones among them, they are not as powerful as Rayleigh, the 4 Emperor's aunt. Slightly inferior, but still capable of defeating Admiral. They all belong to legendary pirates. Even if this power is reduced by half again, the Marine headquarters will be in a tough fight and may even be defeated. Once defeated, the unity will be great. The world order will collapse, and Marine cannot afford to take the risk. It feels like a waste of time to say this. I don't think Sengoku will compromise. If he compromises, Marine will be useless. GG. I don't think so. He won't compromise. Even if we can't destroy the headquarters, we can still do it if we try to kill 2 or 3 admirals. Which loss is bigger or smaller? I believe Sengoku. You will make a rational choice. Seeing the pirates in front of them talking nonsense, the Marines were furious. But Sengoku did not give the order, and for a while no one dared to start a war without permission. Sengoku's face was also extremely gloomy. These pirates united together to cause trouble to the sky. And at this time, communication with the world government was actually disconnected. Unable to contact. Otherwise world government reinforcements will come, strong reinforcements. How dare these pirates be so arrogant? They will destroy the Marine headquarters if they open their mouths. Shichibukai refused to continue fighting. If a war breaks out, even if they can resist it in the end. But maybe 2 or 3 admiral strong men will be killed. Of course, by then, the pirates' casualties will only be more, not less. But no matter how you look at it, it's not cost-effective to trade with them. Sengoku's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and his mind started spinning crazily. Levi can't give it away no matter what. No matter from personal wishes or from the overall situation. There is no way Levi would be handed over to the pirates. But if they don't pay, these pirates will never give up. Generally, the winning rate against pirates is not 80%. Neither Sengoku nor the world government want to risk an all-out war with the pirates. 80% is still a minimum standard. In the event of a full-scale war, under normal circumstances, a battle that does not have a 90% winning rate will basically not be started. Because they, world government and marine headquarters, have huge businesses and cannot afford to gamble. If the pirates lose, the worst they can do is leave some people alive. More strong people can still pat their butts and leave. But marine can't do it. If marine loses, it affects the situation of the entire ocean. What they want to maintain is not only the rebellion of pirates, but also the war between kingdoms. Conflicts between kingdoms, more than 170 franchised countries around the world. The reason why they follow the world government's lead is not because of justice. Simply because the world government has the marine headquarters, the first military force organization in the sea. This makes world government appear powerful. If the world government loses this power, the pirates were the first to be chaotic and rampant. Then the war between the major kingdoms will inevitably break out. Because many royal families are ambitious and want to become world nobles. Even if they don't become world nobles, powerful people always want to plunder other people's land resources. This is inevitable. The reason for restraint now. It's because there is a world government conference for them to solve. At the same time, the world government is so powerful that they are very afraid. Therefore, the marine headquarters and the world government cannot gamble. If it is determined that the pirate allies will definitely launch an attack. And the probability of winning is less than 50%, so how can you bet on this? If the world government's powerful reinforcements arrive, there may still be about 70%. But couldn't be reached. But Sengoku was a little lucky that he couldn't be contacted. Otherwise, the world government might very well choose to hand over Levi to the pirates in order to stabilize the overall situation. World government can do such a thing. Because compared with the stable rule of the world government, a marine admiral is nothing. Even if this marine admiral is the most powerful and just established a great battle attack. But if a marine admiral can be used, the small chance that the world government may be overthrown can be offset. For people in world government, it's worth it. Because the strength of the pirates gathered this time is too strong. And the only enemies of their world government are pirates. There is also the extremely dangerous Revolutionary Army. So far, there is only one Ivankov in the Revolutionary Army. There were also leaders, chiefs of staff, commanders of the four armies, and other major cadres who did not show up. The people above are sure that once the pirate forces launch a full-scale war against them, and world government has a failure rate of 20% to 30%. The Revolutionary Army Dragon will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. This is too dangerous. Destroy the pirates. You must never compromise with the pirates. A passionate rear admiral was directly angered by the words of the four emperors' aunt. Even if you die, you have to fight. Yes, are you kidding? Black Crow is our hero. Killing pirates is a matter of course. Whoever dares to touch Black Crow Admiral, I will fight with him. How about four emperors? Come on. Marshal Sengoku, give the order. Kill these pirates. From now on, the sea will be peaceful. Kaido is dead, and so is Whitebeard. Who are the pirates? Now that they are here, kill them all. Most of the Marines were indignant, and even they doubted why Marshal Sengoku hadn't issued a combat order yet. Then it seems there is no need to talk. Go and start the live broadcast again, let the world see how we destroyed Marine, Mama, said the ant. The little son Prometheus beside him began to burn with fierce fire. Zeus also flew into the sky and turned into a huge thunderstorm cloud. That's how it should be, just go on a killing spree. We have the advantage in strength, John said drunkenly, holding a bottle of wine, and holding a small western sword in his other hand. Oh, you red-nosed guy, you actually have a phone bug in your hand. Bring it to you. Swipe. One of the 3 live broadcast screens of Sabayati Archipelago lit up. Everyone watched intently. But if we don't dare to let go of the atmosphere, what will the world become like? If you want to fight, let's fight. Many Marine vice admirals also came forward. Marshal Sengoku looked at Levi, whose face was still calm. Looked at all Marine again. He was very confused inside. Don't agree or compromise. It is necessary to bring the entire Marine headquarters into a war that is impossible to win and bears the fate of the entire world. Agreeing to hand over Levi will temporarily overcome this difficulty. But what would the world, Marine, people like them think? Their hero, their god, was sold and settled. That will affect Marine's future development. The world government may not care much about this. But Sengoku must care, because if Marine headquarters doesn't get its act together in the future, if even 4 emperors cannot be dealt with, or internal chaos breaks out, then the only justice in the sea will disappear. So Sengoku couldn't answer the call at all, because he doesn't know how to deal with it. Maybe, we can only wait for the pirates to attack. He would then lead a counterattack. Such a passive choice is better than handing Ji-Wei over. Buru Bulu. But at this moment, 3 admirals and the phone bug in Marshal Sengoku's arms were unable to get through. Suddenly it rang at the same time. This attracts attention and makes Sengoku feel uneasy. I can get through, but I couldn't get in touch just now. What decision did the 5 elders make? Are they not going to let them refute it? So what is the purpose of this call now? It seems that people higher up are also paying attention to our arrival. Waiting a little longer, maybe it will be beneficial to us. Those old guys are very ruthless. Akoku resisted the big sword, a heavy and rich voice sounded. The 4 people answered the phone at the same time, and then their expressions changed drastically at the same time. Because the 4 of them received the same order. For the sake of the overall situation, they cannot fight an unprepared war. Stand idly by and let the crows destroy themselves. Why? Sengoku's expression changed, and his voice suddenly became louder, a little unbelievable. Sengoku, execute the order. Came the emotionless words from the other side. That's our hero, the hero. If you do this, the people below. Compared with the world structure, what do some people's hearts and achievements mean? The world can never be decided by those at the bottom, and their opinions are insignificant to us. This is not the first time you have made Sengoku. This time you went a little too far. Quote, the pirates appeared too suddenly, and we didn't make any arrangements. Are you willing to risk the entire future of the world to fight a war that may not even have half the chance of winning? Just carry out the order. Gaga. As the phone bug was disconnected, Marshal Sengoku's soul seemed to be disconnected as well. Especially that sentence, this is not the first time we have made such a choice. Compromise, compromise, compromise. Ever since he became the marshal, he has been compromising. He can always use a rational approach to make the best choice for the entire organization and the overall situation. But now, it's my turn to do this. Marshal Sengoku was stunned for a moment. How could it happen? Akainu pinched the phone bug, the anger in his eyes burning. The lava on his body was bubbling rapidly as if it had been boiled. The order from the world government is to let them stand by and watch. Besides explaining a few more words to Sengoku, the 3 of them didn't hear a single explanation. Just let them follow orders. Although Akainu didn't get along well with Levi, they had some conflicts. But Levi, who killed 4 emperors in a row, is definitely a qualified Marine admiral. And it's so good that it's almost equal to the god of Marine now. But the front foot has just made great achievements. The back foot was sold by my own people. This is too ugly. Are their Marine admirals so humble, just tools? Some things were expected, but still painful. The decision I made was still wise. Kizaru hung up the phone, and then gradually retreated. Avoid everyone's eyes as much as possible. Why? Aokiji's lazy eyes became extremely sharp at this moment. What does the justice that I believe in and uphold count in the eyes of the world government? And Garp because he is just vice admiral. The world government did not notify him. Because Garp's direct boss is Sengoku. Any orders are passed down from Sengoku. This is why Garp never wanted to be an admiral. Because becoming an admiral means being directly controlled by the world government. Otherwise, the admiral position is very high and it is easy to raise private soldiers. World government must be managed directly. Otherwise, if the knife at Marine headquarters turns around and faces him one day. Not bad. Marshal Sengoku, give the order. Fight. Kill these fools. Many Marines looked forward to it, waiting for Sengoku's order. Levi had just killed 4 emperors in a row, and had already raised the overall morale of the Marines to an ultimate level. Now the pirates are making such outrageous demands. What else is there to say? Only Japan will fight to the end. Garp looked at the expressions of the four people and couldn't help but tighten his fists. He knew what the orders were from above. Although in this battle, Levi stopped Whitebeard. Let Ace be executed. But Levi is Marine's great contributor after all. Just give it up like this. Garp didn't feel happy at all, only heavy and confused. Sengoku looked at everyone's eyes begging for a fight. Only the admirals and Garp lowered their heads. Because they know what the will above is like. Sengoku opened his mouth for the first time, but no words came out. He thought it would just be the same as usual. Yes, just keep it as usual. Just open your mouth and tell them that there is something wrong with Black Crow's background. Just do what you normally do. But why is the mouth open? But I can't make a sound. Because he is his brother's child. Is it because he promised his brother that he would take good care of his offspring and let him live a peaceful life, or is it that he can no longer let go? It seems I broke my promise again. However, Sengoku opened his mouth for the second time, but still no words came out. Because when you say that sentence, it's equivalent to Levi sending a child, a Black Crow, and a hero to the execution stand. These pirates will never show mercy. Many generals looked at Sengoku as he couldn't say a word twice. Some kind of ominous premonition emerged from within. Especially the vice admirals, who have performed many missions. From Sengoku this looks very difficult to choose. It can be seen at a glance that the above order is probably very difficult for everyone to accept. But at this moment, Levi stood up first and saw Sengoku's dilemma. At the same time, doubts also arise in my heart. Did the world government notice something? Otherwise, why would you sell yourself so easily? It's too simple. There's not even a good fight for it. A strong man who just defeated the strongest man in the world, is so worthless. Obviously not. But Levi didn't want to embarrass Sengoku at this time. Levi took one step forward, still maintaining the shape of his head. Falling between marine and pirate allies. Since it's coming at me, let me solve it myself. Listen to Levi's words. Marshal Sengoku became more and more uncomfortable. Even at this time, Levi was still trying to save his last dignity. Because there are some words that Sengoku will definitely be questioned by all Marines if he says them. What? Are you kidding? We are all here with the Black Crow Admiral. Let's fight together. A rear admiral shouted inexplicably. What does "solve it yourself" mean? Isn't the entire Marine headquarters located here? Why does the Black Crow Admiral talk like this? Why doesn't Marshal Sengoku speak? Why are the admirals also silent? Why does Vice Admiral Garp look so ugly and pregnant? Kuzan, are you? Smoker, standing next to Aokiji, suddenly thought of something. Aokiji looked at him in disbelief. Aokiji nodded silently. Smoker's face suddenly became extremely ferocious and terrifying. What he was most unhappy about before was the darkness. But now, has this darkness been exposed to the public? Smoker-san, what's wrong? Tashigi looked puzzled at Smoker, whose face changed drastically. World government, sold Black Crow Admiral. Smoker almost squeezed out these words through his teeth. What? They? How could they do this? Black Crow Admiral is our hero. Tashigi was like a bolt from the blue. She couldn't believe that such a thing happened to her. Right under my nose. This unusual atmosphere, even if Sengoku didn't say it clearly. But many generals and even ordinary marine elites. I have already vaguely noticed something. They can be called upon to join this war today. It just goes to show that they are all excellent Marines. Although they are also just, they are not stupid. Marine, the world government gave up on him. Stupid. Hancock saw Levi still facing the entire pirate alliance calmly. I couldn't help but said in a deep voice, I wanted to curse myself for being stupid. But when the words came to her mouth, she swallowed them back. Because at this moment, even she felt miserable and filled with indignation. She could not say these words from her mouth. He looks a little lonely, is he alone? Foo. I really didn't expect that life will be full of twists and turns, full of suspense and surprises. Black Crow, you also have today. Brother Ming couldn't help but chuckle in a low voice. The Black Crow Admiral, who was arrogant just a moment ago. Now I have become a loner. Maybe he might even be able to stab him in the back later. Then I can vent out all the anger I've been feeling over the past few days. Marine is indeed marine. Because the winning rate is not high, do you plan to complete the deal with the pirates directly? Hawkeye gave him a cold look. He has some opinions about Levi. Because he hurt his friend, the redhead. But personal factors aside, Levi is indeed a very strong, excellent and qualified Marine. Everything he did was based on his position as the West Blue Army. But now it seems that what killed him will also be Marine's stance. Can you even give up the Marine Admiral? They are really terrible guys. Sand Crocodile smoked a cigar. The horror here is naturally an evaluation of the highest level of the world government. It's a pity that although Dad died in the battle, I admired him very much during the battle. I haven't seen Dad who felt happy due to fighting for a long time. He was an upright man and should not have ended up like this. Jinbei said regretfully. Just by healing all the enemy's injuries before the battle, it is enough to prove that Black Crow is a courageous and righteous strong man. He can't die yet. It seems that everything in Impel Down is not the will of the world government, but is indeed his own. Rayleigh seemed to be sure of something. But at the moment in this Marine Allied forces, Rayleigh, whose strength has not yet returned to its peak, cannot change the general trend. Can only wait for the opportunity. It seems that those old guys are always afraid that someone will threaten their rule. In this case, Black Crow Admiral, just surrender and die. Silver Axe grinned, and the bloody aura surged out like an angry wave. With the blessing of his conqueror's haki, he seemed a little crazy. These words left the audience just before the live broadcast on China Unicom confused. What does he mean by this? Why is Admiral the Black Crow alone facing so many powerful pirates? Why don't the others move? Yes, why does the Black Crow Admiral want to challenge all pirates? No, it's not that simple. Judging from Silver Axe's tone just now, the world government is afraid that its status will be affected, so this situation occurs. Could it be that the pirates' request was for the Black Crow Admiral? Did the world government agree? It has to be said that reporters who can come directly to Sabayati Archipelago are responsible for transmitting information to all parts of the world as soon as possible. Professional abilities are very high. Isn't it impossible? Black Crow Admiral is now a well-deserved #1 in the world, and he has made great contributions. It's impossible. Some people cannot believe such speculation. I thought that by ignoring the darkness, I would never see the filth again. Did the hero come to an end? It's really sad. Maybe it shouldn't be like this. A simple-looking man, leaning on a stick, the blind man with the knife was exploring his way through the crowd. While listening to everyone's discussion, he suddenly said. He was just a spectator, and he had traveled to many places over the years. Having seen marine pirates, pirates are still dirty and despicable people. Marine, although he has met many scum. But many are still very nice and come to Sabayati Archipelago. Yi Xiao plans to join the Marine headquarters recently to see if this is the place where he can achieve justice. But analyzing what I heard now is a bit disappointing. Will a qualified Marine or hero who killed 4 Emperor's pirates in a row have to fall down due to pathetic politics? Maybe it shouldn't be like this. Yi Xiao thought a lot, then he pulled out his sword and used gravity. The whole piece of land under his feet carried him and flew towards the direction of the Marine headquarters. What is that? Someone is flying. Hey, it's the gambling uncle who lost everything. Why do you have to cry in despair? They are just a group of pirates who bully the weak and fear the strong. I am here. If you want to kill the guy, just come up. Are you going to fight alone or in a group? Levi's eyes flashed with scarlet light. As he spoke, the invisible bull-headed Reiatsu suddenly landed. The expressions of all the powerful pirates suddenly changed. Admiral, what kind of monster is this Black Crow Admiral? Especially those strong men who stand at the top of the world. Usually they bring pressure to others. Who would have thought that someone would bring such a heavy and terrible sense of oppression to them? Some strong men who had fought with Whitebeard. At this moment, it was like seeing a group of furious Whitebeards simultaneously releasing pressure from Levi and crushing him. As expected, this kind of guy cannot be allowed to continue living. One-on-one. Do you think this is a game for the righteous? Even if young people are strong, do their minds still have the childishness? How naive. A world-famous strong man with a bounty of more than 800 million belly said coldly. The look in Levi's eyes was filled with pity. Marine headquarters ignores this when it happens. It means that the world government has compromised with them. And as long as Levi is killed, their goal will be achieved. You can achieve your goal without starting a war. It's also a great thing for pirates. No, you misunderstood what I meant. I mean, I will fight all of you alone, or all of you will beat me up. Levi waved the zanpakuto in his hand, and in front of everyone in disbelief eyes. He did not choose to retreat, but instead walked towards the entire pirate alliance step by step. Arrogant brat, let me weigh your weight. The bounty prisoner just now was furious, feeling that he was completely underestimated. He took one step forward and swung a giant hammer towards Levi like a hurricane. Levi just swung his knife in the air. With a scoff, the sword energy didn't even burst out. The Reiatsu around him was controlled and his body was torn in half. Blood sprayed in the air. It seems you are not qualified. Levi shook his head and said. Black Crow, except for the top pirates. The other pirates were all shocked by Levi's power at this moment. Seeing it in a video and experiencing it in person are not the same concepts. And a powerful captain with a bounty of more than 800 million belly died just like this. Kill you. Jack the Drow couldn't help it anymore. Neither can you. Levi's eyes narrowed, and he slashed directly at Jack with a Reiatsu sword. Any defense against Levi's Reiatsu sword was almost ineffective. There was a scoff. Jack the Drow's blocking hands and whole head were suddenly thrown high. Fresh, bad blood was spraying in midair. It seems to have formed a bloody picture. You are just standing like this, do you want to come up and die one by one? Levi took a step forward, and everyone felt that the breath became more terrifying, as if an evil spirit was roaring. From Levi's feet, circles of black Reiatsu ripples rippled away. The invisible spiritual storm caused countless pirates to collapse. But many of them pirates know that Levi's haki is powerful. I was mentally prepared in advance, and the monsters standing at the front blocked Levi's tidal wave. The energy pressure that can calm the tsunami. Don't take action yet. I want to see how you killed that guy in Newgate. Is he really that old? John was drunk, holding a slender western sword in one hand. Stepping out from the crowd, the other pirates heard this and were not in a hurry. John volunteered to test it out first, so they could observe from the sidelines and work out a harmless way to kill Levi on the spot. Although they are temporarily united, it is just the general trend, and everyone is selfish at heart. Killing Levi was important, but they didn't want to involve themselves in it. John is as strong as Marine Admiral. It's just that I have always lived alone. In terms of threat level, it is still not comparable to the 4 emperors who have huge power. If he breaks into the core area of 4 emperors and is entangled by some powerful cadres, combined with the 4 emperors themselves, it is very likely that they will be killed. And some strong pirates don't bother to join forces with others to besiege a person. They have the dignity of a strong person that belongs to them. Unless they find out that they are indeed inferior to Levi. Only in this way can we put down our dignity and fight for victory. Hearing John's words, Marco and Jinbei, who were not far away, wanted to remind him. When my father died in battle, his fighting prowess was not only unaffected by time and illness. And he has returned to his strongest fighting strength when he was young. But they didn't have time to speak yet. The battle breaks out. John's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. It's like teleporting, but it's not. Instead, it is moving at a high speed, so fast that even a powerful vice admiral can do so. You can't even catch John's figure with the naked eye. This made many powerful people present look shocked. Even experts at the same level were surprised by this terrifying speed. A flash of sword light bloomed like a cold light. Pong, but he was blocked 10 meters away from Levi. The invisible barrier blocked John's attack. You call this speed? Ridiculous. Levi took one step and was behind John in an instant. Zanpakuto swept towards his back. John's eyes suddenly froze, and he was extremely horrified that the speed was actually faster than himself. How is this possible? I relied on this speed in the first place. Kite alive and killed an old era monster that was almost as powerful as him. Although that man was incredibly old, he was still a strong man. But Levi took one step forward and appeared behind him. It was so terrible, and the sense of crisis exploded instantly. John sobered up instantly, turned sideways, turn around, lift sword, block. Done in one go. Pong. But Levi slashed with his sword. The terrifying force was like an angry god and demon. A terrifying shock wave spewed out. Although John tried to resist, the force was too strong. With a click, his world-famous sword was blown open with a single blow. It was like a corner of the defense had been broken through. John's face turned pale and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was covered by Lee's. Wei swept it away with this sword. On Levi's horns, two Sero quickly condensed. Whoosh! Two Sero beams shot out instantly. He quickly flew through the space and caught up with John, who was flying upside down. Are you kidding? John's face changed drastically, but he only had time to resist hastily. Boom! There was only one sound of the double flash, and they exploded at the same time, and the flames rolled and engulfed them. This made many pirates look in disbelief. John, the legendary pirate of the old days, was suppressed from all sides from the beginning. Isn't he going to die now? Even the ant and others' faces became more and more serious. Ahem. An embarrassed figure rushed out from the explosion, just as he was about to do it. The two Reiatsu wings swept across with terrifying cutting power. But John's reaction was not slow and he raised his sword to block. However, he quickly flew away and knocked back these two wings. But his arms were trembling slightly. It seems to be something light, but it actually carries a power more terrifying than the Giant King. Is this the Black Crow? Whoosh! Levi turned around, approached John again, slashed with his sword, and was blocked. Then he raised his right foot and kicked John hard. His flesh and blood exploded, his bones shattered, and he flew straight out. My whole body was almost punctured by Levi's kick. Swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, Levi kept releasing Sero. Forced, John could only use his speed and run away in a panic. John was furious, but he didn't expect the Black Crow to succeed. Such a continuous and rapid attack. I don't even intend to give myself a chance to breathe. Could this guy want to kill himself in a short time in front of so many pirates? Are you kidding me? They are the ones with the advantage. You Black Crow, go to hell. It's really the Black Crow Admiral who is fighting these pirates alone. What are the other Marines doing? Could it be that you think Admiral the Black Crow can take care of them all by himself? How is that possible? Look carefully at the expressions of those Marines. I see that many of them also want to join the war. What happened when the live broadcast was cut off? Many people looked confused. I don't understand at all, but we were still rushing forward together before. Why is Admiral the Black Crow the only one left charging now? They don't know what happened during the short period of time when the live broadcast was disconnected. Many people can't wait to see it in person. How could there be such a big reversal? Not only the people before the live broadcast were worried about it. Many Marines at the scene were also ready to make a move and were extremely confused. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Several colonels looked at their superior, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. His eyes were full of unwillingness to fight. Why didn't he give the order yet? If you don't give the order, let the large forces and the strong men from Marine attack the four emperors and their group of uninvited guests. Even though Black Crow Admiral looks very strong right now. But after all, there was only one person, so they took turns and barely resisted. If they were swarmed, they didn't think Levi would survive. After all, this is an Admiral-level expert with almost double digits. Others who are close to Admiral and can fight with Admiral. It has already exceeded double digits. The entire Marine headquarters may not be able to withstand this force. How could Levi do it? Almost all the pirates who are famous in the world, except for the red-haired ones who are recovering from their injuries and a very few pirates who don't care about anything. The powerful pirates from the entire New World are gathered here. This is an unparalleled force that may overthrow the world government at any time. However, more powerful people only come to jointly exert pressure. Let them go together to attack the world government. I'm afraid it's difficult. After all, the strength of the world government has always been mysterious. And some speculate that the Holy Land may contain ancient weapons. It's okay to let them go to the headquarters. If they want to go to world government, they dare. But they won't go either. No one stronger can truly unite them. Auntie's strength is very strong, but it's still not enough to control these lawless madmen. There is no order. The flying squirrel vice admiral was very embarrassed when he faced the burning eyes of his subordinates. Why didn't he want to go up and help? That's the Marine headquarters. It's not until many years ago that a strong man who can beat 4 emperors to death was born. As Marine's flying squirrel, Vice Admiral can imagine it. If Levi does not die, the future belongs to Marine, the era belongs to Marine, and this sea will live under their majesty. Because Levi is too young. In case the strength is further improved in the future. Taking down the 4 emperors admiral is like chopping up a melon. Who in the entire sea dares to go against their Marine? Even if the base camp is 4 emperors in New World. Black Crow Admiral led the fleet and rushed over to destroy it. But unfortunately, the pirates obviously also thought of this possibility in the future. That's why at this moment of exhaustion at the Marine headquarters, we suddenly launched an attack. This is a moment of victory for Marine headquarters, but it is also a moment of great loss of vitality. At this time, it is best for them to join forces. Otherwise, once the Marine headquarters takes advantage of this victory, it will publicize it and gradually stabilize. The strength of Marine headquarters will be stronger. Hearing the words of the flying squirrel vice admiral, the officers nearby looked uncomfortable. The Black Crow killed 2 people in a row. The drought happened in a matter of seconds. That's awesome. Is John going to die too? What are the people above thinking? The Black Crow Admiral is so powerful, isn't it a good thing for us? A Marine cursed the people above in a low voice. A Rear Admiral heard it and opened his mouth to remind him. But finally gave up. Now the senior generals and Marshal Sengoku seemed to have chosen to lose their memory. How could they not understand what was going on? I can't stand by and watch, I can't do it. Tashigi couldn't bear it, his own people were fighting. But they could only watch. No, it was even more shameful than watching them, they sold the Black Crow. Just as they took a step, a cold wave passed by them. There was a soft click, and the steps on the ice froze. Aokiji didn't even look back, and he was too embarrassed to do so. But he couldn't watch his subordinates die. It doesn't mean dying at the hands of pirates. But in the hands of the world government, this is the highest order issued by the world government to them. Any violation will be deemed as rebellion against the world government. This is the most serious consequence. The Marines kept their heads down, watching Levi unleash Kamui, forcing John into a desperate situation step by step. But they didn't have any joy or excitement. If before, they would have cheered. After all, being able to suppress such a strong person is a very big deal. But what they saw now was only a group of people, preparing step by step to push Levi Admiral to death. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, but there was nothing he could do. Pressure from the entire Marine headquarters and world government. And his personal feelings are accumulating and colliding. Levi hasn't been hurt yet, and he can still hold on. But if this continues, can I control it? At this moment, Marshal Sengoku could deeply understand Garp's inner struggle. The two of them were like brothers in distress at the moment. Is there really no other way? Even if you are satisfied with these pirates now, take a step back. According to their tacit understanding, the pirates have achieved their goal and will indeed give up attacking the Marine headquarters. But after this first time, it will be even more difficult for them to face pirates in the future. Even Marshal Sengoku couldn't help but think about it at this time. Could it be that Marine has been too powerful over the years? Caused uneasiness among world governments. It seems that this is not impossible. Marshal Kong, it's time to take action. If you don't take action, Marshal Sengoku will suffer a big loss if he takes action and fails to cooperate with our actions. Zephyr could not see Sengoku's subtle expression at this distance. He looked at the battlefield with his naked eyes, but he also noticed something was wrong. In any case, Black Crow Admiral shouldn't be the one to go up first. Could it be that Sengoku is afraid of pirates, or is waiting for them? So Zephyr asked, Zephyr, I know there are people there who killed your students, but now is not the time to be impulsive. All command rights are now directly taken over by the 5 elders remotely. Even I have no right to issue orders to the fleet. What, do you want the Black Crow Admiral to consume the pirates? Or, do you want to abandon the Black Crow? Zephyr Palace, you have gone too far. Everything is based on the overall situation. The overall situation comes first. We will do whatever is most beneficial. Kosa's tone was slightly serious. Then Zephyr got it all. Kosa said it more clearly than Marshal Kong. Because he doesn't feel like he needs to appease anyone. Marshal, do you think this is just? Isn't it stupid for us to compromise with the pirates and hand over our highest combat power? If we keep him, Marine's future. Zephyr found it hard to accept. Zephyr, there are some things that shouldn't be said. It's time to stop. Don't affect your fighting spirit. We are just waiting for a better time. It's not about not fighting. Moreover, the future of Marine or the future of world government, which is more important? Which is more important, you should know. Marshal Kong interrupted Jifa's words that he wanted to continue. It's not appropriate for their fleet to let them know too much. Just believe that they are not attacking now, they are just waiting for a good time. Rather than betraying anyone, this is enough. In case it affects their morale. That's not good. Humph, Marshal Kong's harsh words made Zephyr understand. Black Crow was completely betrayed and was not allowed to speak. He could only snort and walk away. The way is different. Don't know when it started. Marshal Kong, who once led them into battle and enforced justice, gradually became more and more like an official of the world government. When he was the Marine Marshal before, if he encountered a similar thing. I will definitely fight with the world government, and it is even possible to find the Holy Land directly. At that time, Marshal Kong was his and Sengoku Garp's idol. But now it's completely different, it seems to have happened since losing to the Red Earl. Marshal Kong is slowly changing little by little. John is in danger. Kosa's face suddenly darkened. They didn't expect it. Levi is actually so strong. You should know that he is not old. He was suddenly betrayed by one of his own, let alone a young man, he was a weather-beaten admiral. I'm afraid that my mentality may become unstable, or even go crazy, and I may doubt my life. In that kind of mentality, the combat power will definitely not be fully exerted. You may even be distracted and someone will find an opportunity to kill you. You must know that what is in front of him is a group of the world's top experts. But he never expected that Levi seemed to be completely unfazed. Please give me flowers. And it is still strong, even more murderous. This makes Kosa's feel a bit incredible. You must know that he himself is experiencing drastic changes in his life. Everything has been subverted and changed. From being the strongest Marine admiral, to being an abandoned chess piece. How could he be so mentally stable? Kosa's naturally would not have thought of Levi's layout from the beginning. It is with the world government as its imaginary enemy. He has never been loyal to world government. There is no so-called justice in the heart. Now it's just that the situation has come a little earlier than Levi expected. But it was just a little early, and it was not enough to make Levi lose his composure. Don't be impulsive. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Let's go together. Silver Axe, who was holding a one-handed silver axe, watched John's situation become more and more difficult. Under Levi's fierce attack, John already had several stab wounds on his body. In the deepest part, you can even see a few bones soaked in blood. Seeing this situation, Silver Axe could no longer remain calm. It's impossible to really sit back and watch, if John is killed. The faces of these people are destined to be tarnished. They had thought that John might not be able to gain much advantage in a duel. But he didn't expect that in such a short period of time, John's life would be in danger. This is incredible, even at Whitebeard's peak. Not in such a short period of time. Put John in this situation, but the Black Crow did it. 0. The expressions on the faces of many top powerhouses became more and more solemn. Fortunately, this kind of monster is going to die today. Akoku held the big sword and breathed a sigh of relief. He has about the same fighting power as John. If Black Crow doesn't die, he will touch his territory one day. He might not even have time to notify other strong men to unite against the Black Crow. He might be killed. There has never been such a strong sense of crisis. It suddenly happened, and they were still a little used to it. Silver Flash. Silver Axe was tall and mighty, waving his axe and emitting a terrifying silver light. It hit Levi's head directly, and the surrounding atmosphere roared and exploded. Before the axe arrived, the strong wind swept out thousands of deep valleys on the ground. With Levi's thought, Reiatsu rushed over like a tidal wave. But with a loud bang, the silver axe struck the Reiatsu wave and failed to fly away. Instead, Silver Axe exploded with terrifying force and tore Levi's Reiatsu apart. Another Admiral-level strongman. The pirate background is really deep. It is worthy of the great pirate era. Levi looked at Silver Axe calmly. He just split open the Reiatsu he released casually. Although it is powerful, it is not a threat to his life. Rumble. As Silver Axe joins the battlefield, the sword light and axe light are like two world-destroying lights. Every move is filled with destruction and violence. Auntie and others thought that Levi would be in danger. Unexpectedly, both sides exchanged hundreds of moves at extremely high speeds. Instead, Silver Axe was kicked and a large piece of flesh and blood was removed from his waist. One of John's arms was also cut off. What an unimaginable monster. We can't keep him anymore. I believe everyone has no desire to fight alone. Of course, things will change later. Let's go. Akoku and the Mercenary King, two strong men, also joined the siege. PFF'd. Even Levi was seriously injured at the moment when the four of them attacked together. Can we just watch these? Smoker was extremely angry. The first time he looked at Kuzan, his eyes were filled with anger. Because Kuzan froze him. HMPH. Hancock snorted coldly, but couldn't bear to turn his head to the side. The result seems to have been determined. Really, it would be great if you pirates could listen to what others say, but you didn't give me a chance at all, making it impossible for me to hide my cards, but the world government has already doubted me. It doesn't matter, I just don't know where the flaw is. What a bunch of annoying guys. In this case, let's kill a few people first. Killing. In this case. Boy, are you going crazy? The feeling of falling from the clouds to hell is really unbearable, but if you really go crazy, we will lose a lot of fun. Silver Axe sneered. Actually, I forgot to tell you, I also like group fights. Revive, Arankar warriors. Levi's body instantly surged with Reiatsu like Wang Yang. The Marines are becoming more and more silent. One person fights 4 strong men alone, and there are 5 more strong men plundering the formation. Although Jabba said he was just here to pick up Rayleigh. But Marine and everyone in the world watching the live broadcast would not think so. Of course, they classified both Jabba and Rayleigh as pirates. Even if that's what they really planned to do. But Jabba didn't say that he would definitely not participate in the war. And come with them yourself. It serves as a deterrent to Marine. They are pirates, and they don't want to see the pirates being driven out and killed one day. Not just because of their own position. It's more about what Captain Roger has been trying to do over the years. If the era of great pirates ends, they will risk losing the only hope of this era. He didn't deserve to die. Rayleigh stood with Jabba and looked at Levi during the battle. This is a powerful being that Rayleigh has seen that may have surpassed Captain Roger. It is a product of this era of great pirates. Rayleigh feels that he must keep this hope. Otherwise the future will be too hopeless. These pirates don't know the truth, so they think Levi is a threat. But can the truth really be told in this situation? If you say it, it will be an all-out war with the entire world government. Is now the right time? Even though Rayleigh didn't say anything before, she was still a little worried that Levi had been brainwashed by the world government. But now that the world government has sold him, the result is completely different. Maybe you can find a suitable opportunity. Now in Rayleigh's view, Levi is hope, more hope than anyone else. Even Luffy may not have such great hope. Because Luffy is still a weak Chi-Chi-san, Rayleigh is optimistic about Luffy because of Roger's shadow. But Levi already has Roger's majesty and real strength in his hands. Rayleigh-san, let's talk about this later. In the current situation, these guys won't listen to us, and the world government and Marine headquarters are completely ignoring us, and have even betrayed Black Crow. If Levi persists, the world government may be worried that the Black Crow will turn against them in the future, and there may also be world government's high-end combat power secretly waiting for the opportunity. Preparing to clear him out. Quote, Jabba told Rayleigh the current situation. Rayleigh also frowned when he heard this. The current situation is not good. If they intervene, they will only be stopped by other strong pirates. The number of other strong men is still enough to kill Levi. What a hassle. What? Many people couldn't understand what Levi said. Group fight. You are not afraid, you still like it. Is this what a dying man should say? In a duel, John was almost killed by you. When 2 strong men come together, you are extremely fierce. But now that 4 people are here together, you have been suppressed. If there were no accidents, I would probably die. Until now, I can still say this. Although in the end everyone felt that Levi was unable to revolving heaven at this moment. This is a sure death situation, and he has already suffered many injuries from 4 strong men working together. And it seems he hasn't recovered yet. This made many strong men suddenly happy. Levi was injured before and had a history of recovery. They've all seen it and can't recover now. Does it mean that it is almost reaching its limit? Actually, not really, but even if there are many doubts in my heart. At this moment, they had no words to mock. There was no time for ridicule. Because as Levi's words fell, the sprayed blood began to melt and quickly evaporated into light smoke, floating around. Reiatsu instantly riots. A mighty Reiatsu burst out like a mighty force from heaven. It's like stars gathering together to form a stream of stars, rushing from the depths of the universe. Then it hit the world with a world-destroying attitude, causing an unprecedented mass extinction of organisms. Even Auntie and John are strong men who stand at the top of the biological chain. Under this majestic and world-destroying Kamui, they were also depressed, and some people even brought up Conqueror's haki to resist. Reiatsu tried to collide with Levi, but there was a loud bang, blood spurted out, and his brain was violently destroyed by Levi's mental storm. Even if he can survive in the future, he will always be a vegetable. This monster. Andy felt such a terrible sense of oppression. Thinking about Levi's words just now, an unknown and uneasy feeling instantly came to mind. What does this mean? But soon everyone understood. Levi's bloody palms were pressed to the ground, and then everyone felt a bone-chilling cold wind blowing throughout the Marine headquarters. It's as if the soul is frozen at this moment. Countless soul fragments began to be activated and controlled by Levi. There were not many people who died in this battle, and there were many strong men. Vice Admiral level powerhouses and Captain level powerhouses have also fallen a lot. Not to mention the other elites who died at the middle and lower levels. It was the largest loss of combat power for both sides in the entire battlefield. However, in this battlefield, the 2 strongest men fell. It's Whitebeard and Kaido. Kaido Levi doesn't guarantee his complete soul, but he also has control. How could Levi let go of such good resources and things? And others had just died fighting. The soul remains intact. And Jack and other pirates whose bounty exceeds 800 million. Their souls are just a supplement in front of these 2 people. Whoosh. The soul fragments appeared first, and then gathered into Black Reiatsu. Woo woo woo. Everyone felt extremely cold, and the cold wind howled non-stop. Then the waves of Reiatsu converged on Levi's blood-filled palm. No matter what he wants to do, stop him. Weo. Auntie is very keen. She is a person with soul abilities. Although she is not the target of the ability to activate, she cannot see their souls, only others are afraid of her. Only then can she see and control other people's souls and harvest their lives. And it can only operate on living people. But the intimidation ability of her soul made her feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. It was as if in perception, some kind of soul that was not affected by her ability suddenly started to riot. It's so clear that you can even clearly sense your own fruit ability. Boom. A majestic sword energy was swept away by Big Mom. Destroy the world. Hearing this, other strong men also launched attacks from all directions. Levi frowned slightly. He wants to gather these souls and create Urankar's void. It takes a little while. Although it is short-lived, but it is also needed. From the experience of fighting against the 4 of them before, Levi had just used a flash of King Void to intimidate them. Knock them away at the same time. Although he was stabbed himself. But it's not a big problem. Use all the blood first. Then just modify the soul recovery. No impact at all. At the same time, 2 powerful King Sero lights were still condensing on his horns. The 4 strong men had just received a blow when 2 blows suddenly appeared and were condensing. They subconsciously stepped back and left, but they didn't expect Levi to just feint a shot. To gain time, Levi estimated that if there were only 4 people, that time is definitely enough. I didn't expect Auntie's intuition to be so terrifying. Be careful, Sengoku couldn't help shouting. The whole body involuntarily turned into the shape of a giant Buddha. Levi frowned at Big Mom's attack. Very powerful attack. But Levi has no plans to leave. Since the enemy is not that easy to deal with, the price that should be paid must still be paid. Anyway, one hit won't kill you, so come as you like. As long as you don't chop off your own head, it's okay to pierce your heart or lungs. Anyway, you can recover in the blink of an eye. Just as Levi continued to gather the power of his soul, when planning to resist all attacks from 5 strong men, a figure that no one expected suddenly fell from the sky like a cannonball. A terrifying fist shadow shot out like a mountain, filling the entire sky with the top-level armament hockey. Pong! A fist brutally smashed the 4 Emperor's ants' terrifying slash. That's too much. Garp's eyes were filled with endless anger. These pirates were simply lawless. He couldn't accept what was happening before him. Garp's whole body seemed to be burning with flames, like light red steam with the smell of blood spurting out of his body. His entire body, his strong physique, was wrapped with wisps of hockey that overflowed from his body like black lightning. A head of pale hair, in a certain state of life return, directly became dark and shiny. Even the wrinkles on my face have disappeared. The whole person suddenly looked at least 30 years younger. At this moment, Garp returned to the peak of his combat power and the most powerful period in his 40s. After crushing Big Mom's slash with one punch, he quickly appeared next to John. John was also very responsive. Don't look at them targeting Levi with all their strength. But we have always been prepared for possible attacks from the Marine side. Garp may even be the first to take action. He also calculated it several times in his mind. Because this is a monster that may ignore the orders of the world government. The sword originally slashing at Levi could only be temporarily changed. Pong! But John still underestimated the power of Garp's fist. He punched out with all his strength, shattering his armament hockey. Then with the terrifying power, John flew thousands of meters away. There was a click, and the sound of bones being dislocated came from the remaining hand. But no matter how fast Garp is, he can't catch up with the attacks of the other 3 strong men. Whoosh! But there was no need for Garp to catch up. Levi's horns flashed twice in a dangerous arc in the air. Although he was blocked by 2 strong men who were alert early. But they were also shaken away at the same time. In the end, all that was left was a sharp axe blow with silver light and lightning that struck Levi on the head. However, there was a loud bang and the attack was deflected. Silver Axe's hand holding the axe immediately cracked and blood flowed. It hurts my head, but you don't seem to be strong enough on your own. I'll settle the score with you later. Levi gave him a cold look. Silver Axe just felt that Shinigami was staring at him, and the cold air in his butt kept coming out from the depths of his soul. Are they really human? Silver Axe had some doubts about life. With this blow, he hit Whitebeard, and even the former Roger, on the head. Even if you can't kill them, you can at least inflict serious damage. If it were a medium-sized island, the entire island should be split in half at this moment. But it hit Levi on the head, but it didn't even open the scoop. Come out. This is too outrageous. What on earth is this bone mask? How come there is such a high defense? But what moved everyone present the most was that Marine hero Garp took action. This is a danger signal. Garp. Sengoku looked stunned. Vice Admiral Garp. The middle and lower levels of Marine were extremely excited. Many people have clenched their weapons. Will the counterattack finally begin? Sengoku. It seems that the Marine headquarters wants to start a full-scale war with us. Auntie stared at Sengoku with a bad expression. I hope Marshal Sengoku can give a reasonable explanation. They are going to kill Black Crow today no matter what. If Marine wants to protect Black Crow, then let's go to war. For New World to remain a pirate world. They won't back down. Garp, I didn't ask you to take action. Although Sengoku was reluctant, he didn't want to say anything. He just pointed out that this was Garp's personal behavior. Oh, I know. But I didn't receive any orders. No one said I couldn't do anything. Garp's words made Sengoku and Admiral's eyes suddenly light up. Indeed, Garp is the high-end combat power among Marines. But he did not receive orders from the world government. Because he only has the rank of Vice Admiral. Even if everyone looks at it, they all know that the world government has abandoned the Black Crow. But from now on, Sengoku has not given any explicit orders. So Garp has the qualifications to pretend to be stupid. Even Sengoku doesn't want to point it out. And it's not a complete refutation of the world government's orders. Maybe if Garp takes action and if he joins forces with Levi, he might be able to survive. Sengoku has a hope in his heart. Suddenly, a Marine Rear Admiral came out, holding a phone and saying, "The 5 elders have an order that no Marine is allowed to participate in the battle anymore. This is an inspector sent by the world government, and he is always at the Marine headquarters." Everyone knew his identity as soon as he said this. Sengoku's newly raised hopes were instantly crushed. All the Marines also lost their vitality again. Garp snorted in dissatisfaction, but did not retreat from the battlefield. After saying this, the Marine Inspector Rear Admiral looked at the pirates and was about to speak. Suddenly someone made a trembling and frightened voice. This is impossible. How can such a thing be possible? What's wrong? Worry. What the hell is going on? Then aren't those Whitebeard and Kaido? What? The faces of all the powerful people present, including the 5 elders of the Holy Land, changed drastically at the same time. In the area where Levi, Reiatsu and Blood gathered, a black and white bone monster slowly stood up from inside. It is the physical appearance of Whitebeard, but the color is different. Even the crescent-shaped Whitebeard has become a bone Whitebeard. Originally, Whitebeard was wearing a bone mask on his face, but it was changed to Levi. It broke with a bang. Subsequently, Kaido, in the form of a dragon, holding a black and white bone mace, was also born from Reiatsu, with a terrifying aura, full of violent madness, killing and death, completely uncontrollable. System. He looks a bit more ferocious than Whitebeard because he has no intelligence. But it's even weirder, because Whitebeard's real body is still standing there. Kaido's body is still on the execution platform, but his head is under the execution platform. For a moment, everyone felt horrified. The appearance of Garp suddenly made the whole world boil. From the moment I saw Levi fighting alone, many people are filled with confusion, and some can guess the intentions of the world government. My heart is filled with endless sorrow and anger. The entire Marine headquarters is like a spectator. It's so wasted up. From 1 strong person to 2 strong people, to 4 strong people. When they arrived at the 5 strong men, they saw that their hero was being pushed into a desperate situation step by step. Forced with no way to escape, wounds bloomed on his body. They wished they could take Levi's place. Because this is supposed to be their hero. Just killed 4 emperors. How could it end up like this? They don't know why. All I know is that things shouldn't be like this. They could only watch depressedly. When the ant takes action. Many people couldn't bear to close their eyes. With 4 strong men, Levi had a hard time dealing with them and was surrounded by dangers. Add in the 4 emperors, and no one can stand up to this lineup. Black Crow Admiral is dying. This is what almost all reporters and civilians thought just now. Many underground giants who did not come also breathed a sigh of relief silently. If we could just kill the Black Crow without breaking out into an all-out war with the Marine headquarters. That's the best. After all, once all-out war breaks out, people like them will have to choose a side. It's impossible to keep them swinging in the middle anymore. At that time, all the kingdoms and forces in the world will have to make their choices openly. Should we follow Marine or follow the pirate allies? But it didn't go well. Garp is an old man. No matter how he interferes, he is not afraid that the world government will investigate and put him in a bottle. I was just wondering if that guy Garp couldn't help but take action, but I didn't expect that he started to take action just as I thought about it. The guys from my hometown have disobeyed orders so many times. It feels like a miracle that they are still alive. It used to be a simple matter of killing 1 person, but now I'm afraid it's not that simple. Once all-out war breaks out, Garp will be the guilty party. Some giants even directly put a big hat on Vice Admiral Garp. That's right, people are always like this. If someone dares to do something, or cannot do it, once someone comes forward and ruins what they thought could be ended, the mistake will not matter in an instant. All are ignored by them, and they will only blame everyone's problems on the outstanding person. It's hard to end now. Some kings frowned, but after listening to Garp's explanation, everyone was a little confused. Can this still happen? It seems that it can really work, no matter what the world government does. It is also impossible to abandon the 2 highest combat powers and 2 heroes of the Marine headquarters at the same time. Otherwise, the overall strength will decline greatly. The pirate saw that Marine was weak. It is very likely to break out, so choose to kill the Marine headquarters directly. Even if the world government reacts by then, what will happen if they settle accounts with them? There is no longer the sharp knife of Marine headquarters. World government may not be able to stab them to death. Unexpectedly, in public, Vice Admiral Garp pretended to be dumbfounded. Give the world government secret orders to step down. He also helped Black Crow defuse a wave of attacks that, in their view, was a surefire attack. Could it be said that Vice Admiral Garp is as wise as a fool? There was even a moment when Marshal Sengoku began to doubt again. Suspect Garp is actually smarter than him. Just now, his mind was in a state of confusion, and he even couldn't help but turn into the posture of a giant Buddha. I'm afraid it has caused dissatisfaction with the world government. But Garp took effective countermeasures. Many can take this opportunity to help Levi. But I never expected that world government was no longer even a hint. Instead, let the inspector directly announce that no one is allowed to intervene in this battle. They don't care what the people think, what Marine thinks. From their point of view, Marine has always been their dog. As soon as the inspector's order came out, everyone who didn't understand Marine now understood it. Why? A rear admiral couldn't help but ask. World government has its own reasons for doing things. After this matter is over, I will give you a reasonable answer. What bullshit promises and reasons? Black Crow Admiral just fought bloody battles for Marine and world government. Didn't you see? Don't tell me, you just went blind. On behalf of the world government, I declare that from today on, you are no longer a rear admiral. Start from the bottom first. No, it's not. Made. Lousy. Oh my god. But at this time, Orankar Whitebeard, Orankar was born. How is this possible? Many Marines looked at Whitebeard, and couldn't help but think of his earthquake power, and their hearts were trembling. People all over the world are trembling. Whitebeard's power has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although he was killed by Black Crow, I am afraid that Black Crow is the only one in the world who has this fighting power. Others, even Sakazuki, who is known as the Iron-Blooded Admiral, can't do anything. But didn't he die? Why did he come back to life again? Kaido, many of them have never seen his horror head-on. I didn't feel anything at all. Only those at the scene could feel the extremely terrifying and real atmosphere at this moment. How is it possible for the dead to be resurrected? That should be Lord Im's ability. The 5 elders also stood up suddenly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They didn't expect such a change. Judging from the situation just now, there should be no need for them to take action. The Black Crow is about to be eliminated. Although it is a pity, since you dare to peek into their secrets, there is nothing to say. Must die. Even when Garp took action, all of them looked calm. It can even be said that Garp's move was completely expected by them. But people who were clearly dead were resurrected again, and in such a strange image. This is too abnormal. Could it be just a virtual image? Even if Lord Im needs to resurrect a person, a lot of preparation work will be required in the early stage. 5 elders asked in a deep voice. He still didn't want to believe that what was happening before him was a real resurrection. Should it be some kind of illusory fruit ability user? This possibility cannot be ruled out. I'm afraid it's not. How to say? Look, the moment John and others were knocked back. They were all furious, and without much thought, they directly exploded with their strongest power. The light of swords and axes swept across, as if they were going to cut open the world. Every strong man is filled with an aura of terror. Because they haven't forgotten that Auntie just said she would stop him. Although I don't know what Levi is going to do. But since Auntie has such a strong sense of crisis, it shows that things are very unusual. We must fight back as soon as possible. What? HMPH, the bodies of Whitebeard and Kaido are there, do you want to be a ghost? Let's all die. Boom. John's sword wraps around Conqueror's haki. Slashing with full force, in front of him was an Arankar Whitebeard, facing Levi with his back to him. Regardless of his virtual image or abilities, it is absolutely impossible to delay time. They are going to kill Levi the Black Crow now. However, when relying on gossip Arankar Whitebeard suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Then he made an earthquake fist gesture. Gu la la la. John, it's been a long time. A strong sense of crisis is coming. John felt something was wrong at this time. Impossible. This tone, this emotion, and this starting position, could it be true? Pong! A punch landed on the air, instantly causing a thunderous roar. The crackling atmosphere instantly filled with cracks, and then an unparalleled shock wave spewed out across the entire range. PFF'd. John's body was dislocated in the air, twisted, flesh and bones broken, and then thrown away like a rag bag. He didn't pay much attention to this shadow at all. John's goal just now was very clear. There's only one, and that's Levi. He thought this black and white Whitebeard should be some kind of virtual image. It was what Levi planned to use to buy time. To say the least, he might have some fighting ability. But it shouldn't be too outrageous. 9 points to defend Levi, 1 point to defend Whitebeard. So that when Whitebeard's earthquake power is activated, he was stunned. This also has the ability of earthquake fruit. This blow almost killed John, who was already seriously injured. Whoosh! But he was finished. He was suddenly hit hard, and Levi would not miss this opportunity. He wants to kill people. He wants to make the pirates bleed even more. Let them kill a few more extremely powerful people so that they can see clearly. After all, I am just a piece of fish on their chopping block for them to slaughter. Or a great white shark that eats people. Levi suddenly disappeared, and other strong men suddenly reminded John, little. But it's still too late. For them, this is an emergency. For Levi, this was all part of the plan. How could he miss this opportunity? Other strong men in another direction. I want to support and rescue John, but the dragon man has too many postures. At this moment, it turned into a black and white bone dragon, hundreds of meters long. Standing in front of all the strong men, the dragon body swept away with the power to destroy the mountain peak. The three of them were blocked by the defense, and then they were stabbed several times. But it failed to break the defense, only sparks appeared. Levi instantly appeared above John, who was flying backwards, and Zanpakuto thrust straight into his head. No! John roared in horror, and all haki spewed out. In a hurry, a black haki shield formed in front of him. He also controls the powerful ability to materialize Conqueror's haki. But Levi stabbed violently, and with a bang, Haki's shield shattered. Emergency coverage of John's face armament haki. But there was a scoff. Zanpakuto penetrated his head and pinned him directly to the ground. John died in battle. How could his haki block Levi's powerful killing move? Dead. Oh my god, Captain John is dead. It's true, it's true. Whitebeard and Kaido are all true. How did Black Crow Admiral do it? Can it resurrect the dead? This is too scary, it can't be beaten. Whitebeard is resurrected. Someone was extremely horrified. What are you afraid of? This must be the special ability of the Black Crow Admiral. You see, Whitebeard was protecting the Black Crow Admiral just now. It seems, it's really, if that's the case, then Whitebeard will also become the one to protect us in the future. Some people were stunned when they thought of this possibility. Horrible Whitebeard, too, being one of the people who protect them would be so reliable. His terror and power will become a new force to intimidate the world. Impossible. Brother Ming couldn't believe it, and a terrifying thin line formed in his hand. It is slowly approaching, ready to find an opportunity to create some trouble for Levi. Or find the right opportunity to kill Levi. Anyway, now is the perfect time to kill Levi. He can take revenge and win the trust of the world government. But before it was his turn to take action, something like this happened. What on earth is going on? I have never heard of people with such abilities on the sea. Even if they exist, it is impossible for the resurrected person to have the abilities he had during his lifetime. Black Crow. It's so weird. Hawkeye, who originally turned to leave, stopped at this moment. Jinbei, Ivankov, Moria and others were all shocked. They are all well-informed and strong men on the sea, but this scene at this moment is beyond their common sense. Does this count as still alive? If you are still alive, one day, I will kill you again, Whitebeard. Sand Crocodile felt that his life goal was clear. I didn't expect that John would die like this. He was the top powerhouse in the world. What a monster that cannot be measured by common sense. The new stars became more and more frightened in their hearts. One Levi is scary enough, but he can also summon such a terrifying strong man. I'm afraid the entire battle will undergo earth-shaking changes. How many trump cards does this fool have? Akainu felt like Levi was like a treasure that could never be unearthed. Whenever he feels that this is Levi's limit, he always comes up with something new. Levi. Sengoku Garp didn't know what to say for a moment. The situation in this battle has changed too quickly. Even Sengoku didn't expect that Levi actually had such a terrifying trump card. I just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. But the ones who were the most horrified and emotional were the Whitebeard pirates. Dad. Countless people shouted in shock. Is their father really still alive? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.